around if that got it back here?
If that's what it needed, yeah, we'd be open to.
Are you sick of brands pretending to be your friends? Gruen would never do that. We don't care that we're coming back to Wednesday nights on the ABC. We care about you watching us.
The new season of Gruen
Starts Wednesday.
April 29 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Big one! Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running for 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's the bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Thursday night roof opener Docklands, the on-ramp to round 7 of the AFL Premiership season. It is the Anzac Appeal round. The Western Bulldogs, or what's left of them tonight, up against the Sydney Swans, missing their two best players. But they do have the hottest win streak in football. They've won their last 3 games. They sit 5-1 on top of the Premiership table as we enter round 7. The Swans up against the decimated Dogs. That is on deck tonight. Usually under the roof at Docklands, but tonight under the Melbourne skies. It is a balmy evening. The temperature is going to hover between 22 and 18. It got as high as 26 in some parts of the city earlier today. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary for the Dogs and the Swans alongside me as he is every Thursday night. Matt Clinch. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Great to be alongside you. Great to have the roof open. Normally we try and pick some narratives between the two of us. And, I mean, can Bevo get the Bulldogs believing again? But really, I'm just excited that as a 5-member team, we're all back together again. And I'm sure Lids and I are keen to get to the bottom of Mark Murphy and his trip to Coachella. So without further ado, back to you, Cole, because I'm keen to learn more about where he's been. We've missed him.
We'll build to that.
Story arc.
Yes, story arc. That's what it's all about. The Richmond champion GWS footballer, the man who has won All Australians, Best and Fairest. He's player agent to the Stars now with Max Sports, one of the best analysts in the game. Brett Delidio. Hello, Lids.
Corby Clinchy, good to be here alongside you guys. And I actually don't mind the roof open on nights that we get.
So everybody needs to just pin their position. We're going to put it on the whiteboard. It's going to be in permanent marker, not in. We're not going to wipe it off.
Yeah.
Are we roof open or roof closed?
On nights, open. Because it doesn't affect the camera work and everything like that.
No reason not to be open at night.
I'm shut. So I'm shut. I don't want to hear the arguments, or someone will come in and say, oh, it's raining. How's it raining with the roof open and whatever it turns out to be? And then we'll all say we should close the roof.
Yeah, that's fair.
It is the most predictable storyline that if there's going to be some kind of hiccup. We live in a city with a volatile weather pattern.
We do.
There's going to be something that's going to change, and then we're all going to swing the other way, and you just watch the debate.
Yep.
How can they build a stadium with a roof and the roof's open? We'll see how it goes tonight. Mark Murphy is here, the man the coaches voted the premier player in the game back in 2011. Fresh back from Coachella on the west coast of America.
Good to have him back.
Isn't it? The Carlton champion 300 gamer Mark Murphy. Hello, Murph.
Good to be here, boys. Thanks for the intro, and thanks, Clinchy. I thought you were one of us, mate. I thought you were one of the good guys, and you've tried to lure me in straight away by asking about Coachella. I expected it from Corbin. I expected it from Lids.
Yep.
I thought you might have been on my side. But anyway, it's good to be here. Good to be back in Melbourne. And roof open for... Geez, how good's the weather at the moment in Melbourne?
No, it's the best week we've had for a long time that I can remember in this time of year. Yeah. It's amazing.
It's what it's always like in this city, isn't it?
Oh,
like
yeah.
It's late April, 27 degrees. Go on, any questions you guys have for Murph on his Coachella trip? I spoke to Murph about it on Monday night.
Yep.
Big Fat Boy Slim fan. Thought he knocked it out of the park.
Did well. 2 hour set. Fat Boy Slim. Beeves was very, very strong.
Yep.
But logistically tough getting in and out of there, boys. So if you want to head over there, it's a great time, but it's tough work getting in and out.
Easier or harder than like Derby Day at Flemington?
You can get choppers out of Flemington.
We are living different lives. We are living different lives.
Have you been on a private jet, Lids, before?
Never.
Neither have I. What's it like, Murph?
I'm looking forward to watching the Bulldogs respond from a tough week last week, decimated by injuries, as we've already spoken about, Corbin. So looking forward to seeing if they can bounce back. I reckon they can tonight. I think Luke Beveridge.
Have you seen their outs?
I have seen their outs. Bontempelli's still playing though.
Injured.
Eight of their best 23 missing. Youngest team they'll field since 2020. So it's 6 years ago.
Yep.
What?
There's no late change.
You might be still in Coachella.
I think my head's still there.
No late change here tonight. Marcus Bontempelli is in. The chief executive of the Bulldogs is going to join us. We're duck inside the Swans camp. The big story of the day, we'll get straight into it. I know Murph's keen to discuss it. Michael Voss spoke today about the events that are going on at his football club. This is what Michael Voss had to say earlier this morning.
We've unfortunately, rather than make this a private challenge, we've made this a public event. In some ways, like, I'll be really honest, it's felt like a bordering on bullying. That's the way. Sorry, you've spoken, I'll speak. Okay, so when you start to think about then that as a concept about our people, that's really important. That's who I care about the most. So rather than show compassion and empathy through a really difficult situation, we are being really judgmental with knowing little facts, without understanding history and background. And we've drawn our own outcomes. But this is an industry conversation, and the healthy conversation will be having a healthy respect between what you need to report on the game and what we need to provide in our environment to our players. But I won't solve that here. I just won't. I think our people have been bullied, and I think we bully for outcomes. And all I'd just say is that we need to take into consideration the people who are involved in this. I mean, this impacts families, Jay. You can have your commentary. That's what you do. What we are charged to do is ensure that we maintain the privacy of the player. Rather than the judgment, let's not look at this as binary. It's a complex situation. I'm proud of my people, and the process itself will take care of itself. And we need to put our support behind that. So I think for this time being, what's said has been said. I'm also here to prepare for a football game, and we've got one in 2 days' time. So we need to move forward, and if we're prepared to move forward on that, then I'm happy to stay here. If not quite satisfied, then this might be over.
So it was an emotive and combative Michael Voss today. So to paraphrase the rest of it, he said the process is underway. I don't think speed is the answer. Can't be a public event. It must be a private challenge. He said there's plenty of questions being asked. We've tried to answer those as thoroughly as we can. Can't come to the conclusion this is about the lack of care for Elijah. He said we need to look at the process, sure, but it's not about a lack of care. He said that there's a lot of judgment without knowing all the facts. He said, I think our people have been bullied for outcomes, as you heard there, and when challenged on public versus private nature, he went on to say, look, it's not a binary issue, and that he's proud of his people. You heard some of that there. There was a statement released by the Carlton Football Club only moments ago, so this came out at 6:15 local time. The football club continues to prioritise the welfare of Elijah Hollands alongside providing ongoing support for his family and our club's people. Though what remains a complex and challenging time, the club can confirm it has responded this evening to the AFL's request and provided an account of the circumstances relating to Hollands and the club's round 6 match. The club understands his significant interest in this matter. However, out of respect for the sensitivities involved, the club will not be providing further comment until the AFL process has been finalised. We thank our members and public for their patience and understanding as the club continues to work through this matter alongside the AFL and the Players Association with the level of sensitivity, care and diligence. This is obviously a pretty broad and complex conversation. We'll pick it up in just a few moments' time, but that brings you up to date with the latest from the Carlton Football Club. There's no late change here. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, the Dogs and the Swans. Let's go inside the Sydney camp. Ben Cameron's downstairs. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I am down here with Jeremy Laidler, one of their assistant coaches. The roof's open here at Docklands. You would have played a little bit here. Roof open at night. It can get a little slippery. How do you feel about the roof being open?
I love it. Such a gorgeous night down here and, really looking forward to it.
No Isaac Heaney. What is the issue with him and how do you cover him tonight?
Yeah, he just pulled up a little bit tight in his calf after training and we just thought no risk. We're expecting him to play next week. So, next man in and we'll be right without him.
I think generally with Errol Goulden and Isaac Heaney in the team, obviously you're going to be a far better side. How do you try and cover him though?
We feel like we've got multiple threats through the midfield and I suppose you look at the starting midfield we've got tonight and, Chad's an absolute threat and I suppose Justin McInerney's playing some really good football. So, we just feel like, if our mids and forwards stick to our roles that we'll just run the same patterns and hopefully get them through the big sticks down the other end.
Preparing for the Dogs, obviously it's what's left of the Dogs with all of their injuries from last week. How do you prepare for a Western Bulldogs ambush and one that Luke Beveridge is so good at putting together?
Yeah, we know, we expect their best. We know they've got a few players out and we can't, take the foot off the throat. So we know Bevo's a great coach and he's got multiple tricks up his sleeve, but, we know that if we do let them run across his field, with their speed, they can really damage you. And we know they're really, contested stoppage team. So we're going to have to be on our game through that and hopefully turn into a bit of a fast transition game.
I'll send you upstairs. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy have a couple of questions for you.
Lates, Brett Delidio here, mate. I'm just interested in your take on, obviously watching Marcus Bontempelli last week and having the O'Shea Mullen tag. Is that something that you might look at today?
We'll probably look at something like that. Obviously, James Jordan's done a few good jobs over the last probably month, and we know Bont, at his best, he's an unbelievable player, so we can't let him run around freely, and I suppose we've got a plan around stoppage for him, and then we've got a plan in transition, so I suppose he's under an injury cloud, but we know Bont at his best, he's still unbelievable.
And you spoke about Justin McInerney. Where have you seen, or can you pinpoint the reason or what's been the catalyst for him and his changing form, or his ability to be really so damaging in the game at the moment?
Yeah, I suppose it's I reckon it's his gut running, Lyd. He's just unbelievable. He gets back down in defence to help out our defenders, but then gets forward and kicks goals. So I suppose like I said before, having multiple threats in the midfield, he's sort of been able to get off the chewy a little bit, and he's just working really, really hard, and he's really diligent to his game and his role, and he's just executing each week.
Jezza Murphy, I hope you're well, mate. Good to speak to you. I just want to ask you about a former teammate of mine. Everyone talks about Charlie Curnow, but kicked 3 last week. Seems like he's starting to get back to some pretty handy form. I know he's been up and down a little bit, but just the presence that he offers and the support for Joel Marty down there as well.
Yeah, g'day, Murph. How are you?
I'm well.
Charlie's going really well. I suppose there's a fair bit of pressure on him coming into a new team and wanting him to, kick a bag of bloody 5 or 6 each week. But we don't expect him to do that. And I suppose you look at our leading goal kicker tally, it's so spread out, and everyone's sort of taking their turn, which is nice. And like you said, it's helping out our other key forwards as well as our smalls. So I suppose the things that you don't see is the contest that Charlie provides ahead of the ball, and I think he's lost one of his one-on-one contests ahead of the ball. So he's bringing the ball to ground, which is bringing in Paps, and you'll see Billy Cootie tonight, and so we feel like he's playing his role ahead of the ball, and he can't do much more. And I suppose you look at Norwood, none of our tools kicked a goal, and I think it was just the high ball drop with the wind down there. So we'll put that one behind us, but hopefully he has a good game tonight.
And Jeremy, it's Matt Clinch here. I was just going to get you, the trio of Amadi with 13 goals, Curnow with 12, McDonald with 9. How much work in the off-season did you try and do to get that chemistry building and then the spread of goal kickers in which your side is able to have? Is that a bit of the way the modern game is now starting to be played? Yeah, I suppose as a forwards coach, it's really pleasing. Everyone's taking their turn, and no one needs to do, an individual outstanding game. They're all just playing their role. But we did a stack of work, and we changed a fair bit on how we wanted to play over the summer. And I suppose our key forwards did, we did a lot of contest work against some of the backs, and we thought, Charlie going against Tommy McCartan was a really highlight, and we just sort of kept throwing that at them and just wanted to compete, at the ultimate level. So we did a stack of work, and we've done a stack of work on our leading patterns ahead of the ball. So obviously we want multiple options for the kicker. So, we put a fair bit of time into that.
Jeremy, good luck tonight. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Jeremy Laidler there inside the Swans camp. No late change heading into tonight. And as he mentioned, a couple of debutants tonight. Will Edwards, the 22-year-old, makes his debut out of the Swans Academy. So 2022 rookies, now 22 years of age. He plays tonight. And Billy Cootie's a great story too. Pick 42 in the 2025 draft. He was captain of Essendon's VFL at 20 years of age. He's now 23. He went back to Norwood, where he got drafted out of and won the best and fairest last year with the Red Legs before being picked up by the Swans. The big, just jumping back to the Michael Voss story, obviously we heard what he had to say earlier this morning. First time we've heard from Voss since last Thursday night.
Yep.
What do you think, Lids, when you heard what he had to say?
Well, it's admirable how he defends his people, and you expect nothing less from him, from watching him as the captain, the player that he was, to now being the coach and the spokesperson ultimately for that footy club. But I can't help but feel that I feel like as a community we've been pretty respectful, and I watch all the players, and how many players from different clubs have, reached out to young Ollie and made, but also Bailey Smith. He was speaking publicly on live TV about how we should throw our arms around, and I get it. Journalists they've got to report their story, don't they? And that's what people want to know. So we're trying to find out the information to either alleviate the fears or get rid of the rumours, so that we can find out what's actually going on. So I don't really get that side of it from Vossi, where he feels like they've been bullied. I feel like as a whole the footy community has been pretty respectful towards the whole situation.
What do you reckon?
I think on that, you got to put yourself sometimes in the shoes of people, whether they're in welfare, development, who've got a lot to do with Elijah and probably the medical staff as well. But there's people there that, I know the medical staff would be equipped to deal with those sort of issues, but the other people probably aren't as well. So,
do you think an element of it is embarrassment, though? They didn't pick it up earlier. Do you think an element of that is, and that's why they're a bit prickly?
Oh, it's a hard one. I think upon reflection, no doubt, there'd be a lot of those questions asked, wouldn't there? And that self-reflection from everyone within that football club would be taking themselves back last Thursday night, the 2 hours prior and then throughout, about what they saw and why they didn't say anything, or if they didn't see anything, they didn't notice anything different. I mean, we all could see that something was a bit off. So those are the questions that no doubt they've answered, and they've handed that into the AFL. Now, will we probably hear about that report? I dare say we probably won't.
I think this is the part that makes me a little uncomfortable, where there's all this talk about, we got asked plenty of questions, we provided plenty of answers. Well, privately they have. They haven't done that publicly. And I actually think it is important given how publicly it played out. I mean, this is a guy that was put out there in a vulnerable state.
In front of 84,000 people.
In front of 84,000 people.
However many people watching on TV.
Another 2 million people watching on, and then the social media clips that circulated. So unfortunately, Michael, it has become a public event. Yeah. And then that actually, the same with the Christian Petrarca case, where that played out so publicly on the field. And then, without trying to be all Pollyanna and everything else, I mean, there are parents out there that are essentially thinking, am I going to get my kid to go and play Aussie Rules football, or should they go and play soccer or basketball or something that's a little more safe? They actually have an obligation to be able to explain what went on, how it happened, why it's not going to happen again. And it's like the line from Mad Men, that's what the money's for. I mean, essentially, Michael Voss, I know he feels like he's been bullied or, his team or whatever it turns out to be, and it might feel like the world's coming at you, but...
You're not a volunteer.
These are really important questions. You're in a position of authority, and that I think the game needs to have an answer to some of the questions. And I'm with you, Lids. And maybe it's easy for me to say because I'm a member of the media, so, all the rest of it, but I think we've done a pretty good job this week at going, right, there's two conversations here. There's one about Elijah's health, and the club asked for privacy, and he's in hospital and everything else. And I think the industry, as the media industry, has done a pretty good job at respecting that.
They weren't camping on his front yard.
But there's also another very set of important questions that need to be asked towards the Carlton Football Club. And 7 days is a long time, isn't it? Where you think that's last, and no one in that time from the club's come out and said, hey, we it wasn't our intention, but we let Elijah down. We could have done more in retrospect. We haven't heard that from anyone at the football club. And the same questions about how it was allowed to happen are still ever present 7 days on.
Do you think, though, if they came out and said that the story would then just be done with? Wouldn't it just keep on continuing on?
Well,
you've also got to think about there's a young kid who's in hospital as well at the same time.
Yeah.
So I understand all the questions and everything that goes with that. But if they come out and said, yep, we got this wrong and this wrong, does the story stop? I don't think it probably does.
I think it's more likely to come. It's like when people put their hand up and apologise all the time. It moves on quicker.
I think the accountability is a hard one because ultimately Michael Voss feels like a lot of the accountability is directed at him, and he is the senior coach. And while there is so many staff that are involved below him, I don't think anyone sits there and goes, he is the sole person responsible as to how he played so much of the game. And yet you look at what's happening at Geelong with Chris Scott and his ability to answer questions around Tyson Stengel, and there's now a $250,000 fine for coaches if they speak out of school in terms of some of the medical information available to senior coaches. So it makes it such a delicate place when you're fronting up to a weekly press conference to try and give answers. And while a lot of that Chris Scott said this week is not to give reassurance to Geelong fans, well, that's largely who you're speaking to. The fans of the game each week want to know who's available for their team and who's not. And there's an element there in terms of the mental health side of things and the player well-being that we can't publicly discuss. Makes it really hard.
And then I think, too, as well, like we can come in and talk about the topic and then move on and talk about something else and live our lives, whereas you sometimes forget when you're in the football bubble, you live and breathe everything, especially when you're a leader of a football club, and they're going through a really difficult period. So not only just on the football side of things, but then you throw this huge issue in, an incident. There's no doubt that he would be on a lot less sleep than what he would usually be at this point in time. So he's probably in a spot where he's probably a bit vulnerable as well at this point in time. And he's been playing this over and over in his head, no doubt, and answering questions on it and going through their internal investigation about it all as well. So it's probably just worn him out as well by the end of 7 days later, the whole incident and what occurred, Lids.
Yeah.
I mean, you forget I've been out of the game 5 years now. And
I get it. I completely understand what you're saying. It's also that you don't like the heat in the kitchen. Like you're in that job, and unfortunately that's what comes with it. All of this does. You're in charge of 45 young men, and he would never have seen this from his time of playing right throughout. Because I hadn't seen it, and I'm sure none of it, anyone, even the oldest supporter of the game, would have seen what played out last Thursday night. So he's in the dark as well. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm a bit with Corby on this one in that I feel like we just needed a few more answers to then help put it to bed. But everyone, I think, has been respectful of it because it was sad to see. What we saw was sad,
And we're also at the point at the moment where we've only lived through 7 days of them grading their own homework. This is Carlton investigating Carlton. The next step of this process is they hand it over to the AFL and say, what do you guys reckon on how we went? And then there's reports during the week that WorkSafe are asking questions, which if that... that's a fully external process where then all of a sudden that gets serious again. So, there's a lot more to play out in this story. Yet it felt like today when we heard Michael Voss speak, I was puzzled by his press conference last Thursday night to be able to go with that approach. And then today kind of raised more questions for me. I had people ask me, say, was that strategic? Was he trying to throw his support behind other people in the footy club knowing he's under pressure? I didn't even think it was that deep. I just heard a guy speaking it was raw emotion. Like, it just felt it was emotive from him. And I don't know. I wonder if you think if the same set of circumstances had played out at another club, would at least the PR battle be handled differently than what it has been this week at the Blues? Like, Collingwood, for example, you look at their chief rivals, seem to have an amazing ability to get things off the back page and cut deals behind the scenes. And I'm not sure Carlton has been sort of up with the running on that front with the press in perhaps the same way that other clubs would be. We'll follow it closely, but the latest there from the Carlton Footy Club is that they've handed their internal investigation over to the AFL and the Players Association. Start again. SMS number 0437 774 774. There's no late change. The Chief Executive of the Bulldogs, Amit Baines, is going to join us in 5 minutes from now. The Bulldogs and the Swans is our broadcast game. It also doubles up as a reunion for the Western Bulldogs from one of the most famous premierships won in our lifetime, going back to 2016, in which the Dogs came from 7th and went the long way around the mountain all the way to Perth. It was the first year that the pre-finals bye was introduced, and they went on and won the whole damn thing for just the second time in the club's history. What are your memories of 2016? You guys were both in the league at the time. Where did you take in the 2016 grand final?
I took it in on the southern stand side, the Shane Warne stand now, on ground level, sitting with Cade Simpson and Bryce Gibbs. And I was sitting next to a Western Bulldogs supporter who was probably in his 70s, and he was crying in that last 5 or 6 minutes. And we were hugging him after the game. It felt like we'd won the flag as well. But just seeing the raw emotion on a supporter who had followed his football team for his entire life, and for him to experience that in his 70s. He was one out too. Yeah. So don't know who gave him the ticket. He was sitting next to 3 AFL footballers at the time, but we all got around him, and we were cheering and supporting, because they were the underdogs on that day, weren't they? Underdogs, obviously, but they were fantastic, weren't they? And some big special moments, and Tom Boyd kicking that big goal from about 60 out. Biggs was huge on a few occasions in front of us. So it was a great day, and I've got a few family members who are Bulldog supporters, and they're all there and loving it. So that was a memory of mine.
I'll get yours, Lids, and Clinchy.
Don't, because I don't remember.
Yours as we work our way through. We want to hear from you today off the SMS as well, and particularly Dogs fans. I mean, there's only been 2 in the club's history. There's only 2 surviving members left from the 1954 Premiership team. So this is a big deal for the Footscray Football Club, 1954 and then 2016, and that's it in 100 years in the VFL AFL competition. One man who now plays for another team. He won a premiership on that day with the Western Bulldogs. It was the first of 3 premiership medallions he now owns. He's with Ben Cameron at the reunion as it kicks off. Ben.
Well, I'm here in the Western Bulldogs premiership reunion with Josh Dunkley, 10 years on. Can you believe it, Dunks?
No, not really. It is awesome to see all the people in the room, though, like so many people I haven't sort of connected with for quite some time, and it's a special night.
It takes me back. What do you think of when I say the 2016 AFL Grand Final?
What do I think of? Tommy Boyd's goal, Dale Morris's tackle, and after the siren celebrations.
Who was the best on in the celebrations for the Dogs?
Liver, for sure. Liver and Dale. I haven't seen Dale yet. Look forward to seeing him.
That doesn't surprise me one bit. Also, they say when you win a flag at an early age, say, oh, you think this will happen every year. For you, it has. I mean, you played in 5 grand finals, you've won 3 of them, but this is what you have to look forward to over all of the years, is all of these premiership reunions, be it at the Western Bulldogs or Brisbane.
Yeah, it's pretty special. I mean, they are so hard to win, and obviously being here tonight, you get reminded of that and the times that we had throughout 2016 and, the other years as well. So I mean, you look back now and you celebrate these little things, and I'm sure it's going to be great to get together in the future, but you're forever bonded, so that's the main thing.
I always think about Luke Beveridge's pre-game speech, and we know that all of his pre-game messages are often offbeat and a little unusual. The band analogy, bring your own instrument, play that, and we'll make a good song. What do you recall of that?
I remember him actually asking me a question, who's your favourite band, and in that meeting, and I'm fairly sure I just was like stunned, mate. First grand final, first year. I shit myself, to be honest. And
who'd you say?
I don't know. I said nothing. I think I said nothing, and then everyone was like, "Oh," and laughed. So, it was good fun. He's a great man, Bevo, and for him to do that every week, it helps the team tick, and it really made us tick that day.
Who are you most looking forward to catching up with tonight?
Oh, all of the boys, mate, even the staff. You know, there's Andy, one of our weights coaches, is here that I haven't seen and touched base with for a long time. You know, Jongy's just walked in the door. So many good relationships that it's going to be nice to catch up with them all.
Go and enjoy it. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
What a life in football for Josh Dunkley. Now 5 grand finals, 200 games.
Blessed.
Premierships 3 times over.
I think I've told you, he trained with us before he got drafted. Doing a lot of stuff with our VFL, but then...
What did you think initially?
Well, one of the best kids I've ever come across in terms just a genuine, good
nice
human.
Guy,
yeah. I was nervous about his kick. You know, I wasn't sure where that was, but genuinely tough. But, yeah, to then go to the Dogs, unbelievable.
Lockie Neal regarding him as his favourite teammate that he's played with in his career. We'll be back with the full preview next. Meet Baines is going to join us, the Dogs Chief Executive. All of that to come Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
The well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Sit back, relax, witness the grading. It don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
Kicks from 45 on the run.
And they've made it 6 in a row.
What a goal. Take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie.
Want it down.
Socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak.
That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Dockland Stadium in Melbourne, the roof open tonight, the on-ramp to round 7 of the AFL Premiership season. A look back for Bulldogs fans, it is their 2016 Premiership reunion tonight. It also comes at a time where they have been decimated on the injury front. 8 of their best 23 out tonight. They field their youngest team in 6 years up against the Sydney Swans, who are missing their 2 best players. There's no Heaney and there's no Goulden tonight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, and there is also no late change, so Marcus Bontempelli is out there. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch for the call, Ben Cameron on the boundary, the Richmond superstar Brett Delidio and the Carlton champion Mark Murphy with you throughout the night. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. The team news for round 7 shortly. We'll make our way through all of that. Plus the news in the footy world tonight is that Lance Collard and the St Kilda Football Club have failed in overturning the bid to get him off at the appeals board. So Lance Collard's charge has been upheld, but his sanction has been changed to 4 weeks with 2 weeks suspended for this and next season. So the appeals board finding in favour of the tribunal and the way that it came back, but found that the penalty was excessive, and as a result it has been reduced on appeal. The other big news centres around the Carlton Football Club, who have tonight finished their investigation 1 week on from the events of what took place, of course, with Elijah Hollands last Thursday night, and they've handed that report over to the AFL, so almost a full week, and now it's up to the AFL and the Players Association to review. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, your call team, and I'm pleased to say the Chief Executive of the Western Bulldogs Football Club, Amit Baines, joins us. Amit, appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me, Corbin.
You only won 2 premierships in the history of your football club, Footscray / the Western Bulldogs, and you celebrate the second of those here tonight, 10 years on since your famous victory, coming from 7th on the table. How significant is tonight for the football club?
Incredibly significant, given those stats. We've only played in 4 grand finals during that period, so obviously savour each of those moments. And I think the most enjoyable thing tonight is bringing back so many different people who contributed to that success, and to have them here tonight celebrating 10 years on is the things that make football clubs special.
Is everyone here?
Most people are.
Yep.
I think there's a few, as happens over a 10-year period, people move their lives all over the place, interstate, internationally, but the attendance rate is close to 90%, players and staff, which is wonderful.
And what does the rest of the weekend look like? Is it just tonight, or are there other catch-ups that have been organised, however informally across the next couple of days?
I did see a photo with a few of our 2016 players already enjoying a cold beverage at the Mona Castle this afternoon, so I'm sure there'll be a lot of informal ones. Tonight really is a football-based reunion for players and staff that were involved. In the President's function, we also have the board and executive from 2016 joining us. And on Monday night at the MCG, we have the fan-based event, so there'll be almost 600 people at the G getting to hear from some of the key players on field.
All the best with it tonight, the Premiership reunion from 2016. To matters of today, you got an injury list as long as your arm all of a sudden. You go from undefeated at the top of the tree a fortnight ago to now being in this position where it feels like a lot of people are jumping off the Dogs bandwagon. Firstly, Sam Darcy, how is he? Has he had the surgery yet on his left knee?
No, he hasn't. Look, he's philosophical, I think, at this stage of the week, almost a week on. Obviously devastating news for him, for the whole Darcy family, and I think it's been well documented on social media as well that Luke did a similar injury in a similar part of the ground, round 6, 20 odd years ago. So I think it's obviously been really tough for the family, tough for the football club. But yeah, to your point, I think we're sitting here on Easter Sunday night against Essendon, had a pretty strong first half, and on our way to being 4-0, and the next quarter Tim English got hurt, Artie Jones got hurt, and it's been a bit of a downward spiral from an injury perspective since then. So we come here tonight with a lot of optimism, and there's still a lot of quality players in our team and a lot of young players who get an opportunity.
With Sam, is it just because of the swelling, waiting for that to go down, or are you waiting for a surgeon? Or
no, waiting on the swelling.
Bulldogs CEO Meat Baines with you on ABC Sport. It feels like the kind of weekend your coach described as traumatic. Did he need to lift the mood of the playing group, the administrators, just to sort of restill some of the belief amongst the playing group?
Yeah, I think for all of us, having the weekend to wallow a bit, perhaps to then front up on Monday and switch back on, given the short turnaround to tonight's game, was important. And I think he's great in that respect. Without speaking too much out of school, he sent a note to the footy program targeted towards the players across the weekend, designed to do that, which was well received. And I think it's more around getting on with the job, and certainly the more experienced people taking charge. To say we haven't necessarily gone through an injury carnage night like that recently, but these things happen in footy, so the need to get back on with it and playing on a Thursday night a few days later helps with that.
So most footy fans would say you have to dig into your depth a little bit to try and work out what's there. Does it change your sort of external expectations with some of these injuries, most notably the Sam Darcy knee injury?
Yeah, well, I think, as the week moves on, you become a bit more philosophical and gain a bit more perspective about the point of the season as well. We're 6 rounds in, so a quarter of the year. Everyone other than Sam will return at some point this year, so really you're planning on covering Sam across the year and hoping to get the other troops back. So in the short term, it's really an opportunity to see. I think we've got 8 players that have played less than 20 games tonight, 12 less than 50 games. So no better test than the league leaders on what is a special night for the club.
Well, I'm sure these are more questions for sort of list managers and maybe for senior coaches. The quest for Zach Butters. I mean, how keen are the Bulldogs to try and acquire free agents? Are you in a financial position where you can chase some of these big talent?
Yeah, look, I think, it's the boring stock standard answer, but every club's trying to better itself, and I think you need to take a balanced approach to that. Both in terms of mature players and the draft, so we're no different to that, and we'll do our best at the end of the year. We've obviously lost a few players in different circumstances across the last 2 seasons, which does mean that we do have a reasonably healthy salary cap position to attack the market as well.
I think every club in Victoria is into him, clearly. I mean, this is almost like this open conversation with Zach Butters. What's your unique selling proposition? Like, if you were to say to Zach, come to our club, why would he go to the Dogs as opposed to any of the other 9 teams in the state?
Oh, look, I don't want to get drawn on any individual players, and I think our club's spoken a bit about Zach at different times, and out of respect for him and respect for Port Adelaide, we'll leave it there, other than to say that if he were minded to come back to Melbourne, that, clearly we'll be doing a lot of things, including coming up with what's unique for us.
The Elijah Hollands episode, so if you put your head over the fence and see what's going on at the Carlton Football Club, are there any learnings there for your football club, and have you made any changes to your game day processes on the back of what we witnessed as a football world this time last week?
Yeah, look, it's hard to do that yet. truthfully, because we don't know the facts. And I heard Michael Voss speak really passionately today, and a lot of what he said resonated with me as well. I think in our industry, as is the right, there's a lot of external commentary, media commentary, fan commentary about what might or might not have happened. And unless you're actually in the situation and understand the full facts, it's very difficult to know what's transpired and what you might learn from it. Obviously, as a club, our thoughts are with Elijah Hollins, and absolutely respectful that he's now been hospitalised and dealing with a lot, and wish him well from that perspective.
Is Libba okay?
Libba's pulled up really well from that knock and was pretty good over the weekend. He's obviously in the concussion protocol, so a firm assessment on a return to time play hasn't been established yet. But I think just to clarify some of the reporting and perhaps some of the confusion, he hasn't seen the concussion panel formally previously, and at this stage won't need to get a clearance to return. But in saying that, given his history, we'll obviously be incredibly careful and conservative with making sure he's ready to go when that time comes.
Did you meet the Prince?
Met the Prince, very polite man, made a huge effort to get round speaking to everyone. Even when his minders were hurrying him up, he did divert a couple of times to say good day to people. And he was well briefed. He did make mention of our start to the season and having a bit of knowledge of that. So, yeah, wow. One of those weird and wonderful experiences that footy provides.
Did you hear from people you haven't heard of for years, basically saying, hey, I heard he's coming down the footy club. Is there a chance you can sneak us in a back door or something like that? I imagine your phone would have blown up.
There are a lot of those types of requests. I did say earlier today I got to use it back against a mate I've been trying to catch up with for a while, and he sent me a photo, and I said, mate, here's the predicament. It's easier for me to see Prince Harry than it is you, so I've used it myself.
That's great. Mate, have a great night. I hope the reunion goes well, and all the best to this version of the Bulldogs tonight with a long injury list. We'll chat to you, I'm sure, as the season progresses. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, gents.
Hamid Baines, the Chief Executive of the Western Bulldogs, with us a short time ago. There's no late change here at Docklands. The roof is open, and the Western Bulldogs, their premiership stars from 2016, are out there at the moment on the boundary's edge. Meanwhile, the Sydney Swans, they make their way out onto the ground here at Docklands. They've got the old South Melbourne jumper on tonight, in the white with the red V and the red shorts. And there goes Chad Warner, goes darting away through the banner, the first man out onto the ground for the Sydney Swans. His two running mates won't be there tonight. There's no Heaney and there's no Gordon. How big a deal is it for the Sydney Swans missing two of the big three tonight?
Oh, definitely a big deal. I mean, you never want to be missing two of your best players. I think they've shown without Gordon there that they've been able to, probably cover, but missing Heaney as well, who's been in some exceptional form. You hope it's not too serious, this little calf complaint, but you also hope that they didn't say, a bit of a banged up dogs, maybe we'll just give him that extra week to travel. Plus, we're coming down here to Marvel, which we know is a pretty hard deck. But yeah, well, I think it's going to be a hard cover, that's for sure. But a lot will rest on the shoulders of Chad Warner and Justin McInerney tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Those two are the main running ball winners, and then James Jordan will come in and play a role on
James Rowbottom as well
on Bontempelli. You would think he's done an enormous job on quite a few of the stars of the comp in the first part of the season. So I expect him to go to Bontempelli straight away, and we saw the result of tagging Bontempelli last week. Yeah, let's bring it up.
Yeah, sorry, you can just see there's the Swans boys all got around the mascots, the three mascots, and I know they're Teddy Richards' kids.
Gotcha.
So they've brought young Bowie and his young daughter and young son Max in there as well, and they've given him a little speech, given him a rev up. So how good.
That's awesome.
I haven't seen a team come out with such bubble for a long period of time.
They're enjoying their footy, aren't they?
Took off, and then Brodie Grundy took off after him, and then sprinted back, and then a lot of carry on in amongst the front of the goal square there.
How businesslike do you think Sydney will be tonight? The prospect of 5-1 alongside Hawthorn and Fremantle, but this is the side we expected them to be, to try and climb the ladder and push the 10-year celebration to the Bulldogs to one side. There's a chance for them to be ruthless tonight.
There is, and I think that's where the first 10 minutes is really important, because the Dogs will be really built up about covering off a few of their players who are missing from last week. Obviously, some guys who will be out of the side for an extended period of time. So I expect Beveridge to certainly really roll his team up. But that's where the importance of the first 10 here for Sydney to go, no, well, this is football. This is why we're one of the best teams in the competition. And we're going to try and put you to the sword early here and make you really doubt yourself in your head.
Here come the Bulldogs, past all the members of their 2016 Premiership team, minus one man in Marcus Bontempelli, who of course is running out with them tonight. As the captain of the Western Bulldogs, they've got a bespoke jumper on for the Anzac Appeal round. We'll tell you more about that in just a moment. There's a few hugs going on. Adam Treloar greeting a few of the members of that Premiership team from 2016. And the Dogs make their way out through the banner. Their least experienced team in 6 years. They also have the 8 youngest players on the ground tonight. 8 youngest players all playing for one team, including 7 of them who are 21 years of age and younger. The youngest man out there for the Swans tonight is Angus Sheldrick at 22. They do have 2 debutants, both of them mature age recruits. Billy Cootie is. He's first year on the list, a 23-year-old drafted out of Norwood. And Will Edwards has just taken his time. So he was a Sydney Swans Academy player, first put on the list back in late 2022. He makes his debut tonight on the back of a string of performances in the VFL. He took 9 marks and had 21 disposals last night. Meanwhile, for the Dogs, 5 inclusions. Treloar comes back in. He played only 4 games last year with a series of calf injuries. He's coming off some big numbers in the VFL, had 41 last time out against Geelong last Friday night. He also comes in for his first game of the year. Jed Bustling is back. Ryan Gardner's back. He's played only 1 game since July of 2023. Also, Josh Dolan gets another go at it. And the Dogs have a debutant of their own tonight. They're 5th for the season. So they tie Essendon for the most in the young season so far. He's a left footer. He played in the VFL Premiership last year. That doesn't make him unique tonight. There are 10 members of the VFL Premiership team playing in the Bulldogs lineup tonight. Pick 47 in the draft back in 2023. He's played a boatload of games in the VFL. And Brett Delidio, he is your client.
He is.
In Lachlan Smith. What more can you tell us about him tonight?
I'm damn proud of the lad because he's had to work pretty hard to get to this point in time. He's obviously, not a lock to get drafted, as a lot of big young blokes aren't when they first were on the scene in the talent league. But he's worked his way through. Got drafted obviously by the Dogs. Had to toil away. Carried the load of the ruck obviously in his first year and second year. Won the premiership last year, which is great. And probably got a little bit of a kick up the backside when the club looked to bring in Braden Crossley from Southport, undersized, but they were like, well, maybe. We don't have faith in what he's been able to do, went to work, and has since been able to get himself fit enough to get his opportunity here tonight. And, he played an early season game or a practice game against the Swans down at Whitten Oval. So he's played up against Brodie Grundy before, which will give him a little bit of confidence. Not to say that it's not going to be any easy matchup, because Brodie's probably the second best ruckman, in my opinion, in the game at the moment, behind Maxi Gawn. And he's going to have his work cut out for him, but there's no better way to test yourself. He's just a good kid from Bunyip who'll go out there and crack in, not unlike the big mummy who used to play from Bunyip as well.
Saw him play in the VFL in round 1 on ABC TV Corby. Played against Max Heath, who's now, of course, with the Demons. And how he's 20 years of age. He doesn't look 20.
Well, his nickname's Fossil.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, he does. And I have to remind the club and other people about that he is only 20. And he's
doesn't look 20.
Albeit he's a big, hairy man and a good size. But, it does look like he's got a wife, 2 kids and a mortgage.
He's more filled out than Louis Emmett. So that's the challenge against Brodie Grundy tonight, is can they try and quell his influence and give the Bulldogs midfield half a chance.
No late change. Marcus Bontempelli's out there. He's the only Dogs Premiership player from 2016 playing tonight. Incredibly, Sydney have 4 guys that played in that grand final back in 2016, now a decade ago. So Papley, Mills, Rampy and Lloyd all playing tonight. Isaac Heaney also featured in that game. He's missing tonight, absent with that calf complaint. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport off the SMS. Simon from Chatswood in New South Wales. Let's hope there are extra large tables for the doggies at Docklands, as they will need to fit the umpires around the table as well. 10 years on, and it still rankles me, of course, after the free kick count that day. Much debated, but I think if you're focusing on that, you missed the broader story, the fairy tale of the Western Bulldogs in 2016. More from Lids and Murph in the preview coming up next, but let's duck back inside the Dogs reunion. And Ben Cameron's with a man that kicked a pretty telling goal that day.
Well, I'm here with Tom Boyd, 10 years on. Can you believe that?
Not really. 2 kids, marriage, retirement, 2 or 3 jobs as well. So it's been a while, but look, I mean, it's life moves fast, and it's obviously an amazing moment in the Bulldogs' history, and glad to be here to celebrate it tonight.
How good are premiership reunions? Just catching up with people. Who are you most excited to catch up with tonight?
Yeah, I think I said to a few people, it sort of crept up on me and how important the significance of the night is, because I kind of knew it was on the calendar, and then you hear that obviously Josh Dunkley's coming down, Jake Stringer's coming down from interstate, obviously boys who are still playing. You've got Joel Hamling being dropped for tonight, and now he's in our function room, which is awesome. He'll be putting Bulldog scarves on later, I'll be sure of that. So I think just in general, all of these guys that are critical parts of obviously my life and some of the success I've had as a professional, it's amazing to see them all.
He did a pretty good job on Buddy on grand final day as well, Joel Hamling. That's the other thing, just walking around the room, you see so many people that you didn't realise were a part of the premiership, like Ash Hansen, who's now an assistant at Carlton. Jaden, who I think was, the bench interchange steward is now.
He was a property steward, and Jaden now has moved into being basically running the show up in Brisbane, as I've been told, you know. So
that's what he told me.
Yeah, and if you think about it, to your point of the coaches, we've had a number of guys obviously go in either senior assistant positions, and the likes of Stephen King and those guys have actually gone on to be head coaches. And it's an amazing, I think, testament to really this period of time, right? This is where they cut their teeth, got their success, and now they're off doing and trying to forge their own.
The goal from you, it was probably the moment of the grand final. I mean, Dale's tackle was pretty good. There was Pickens' goal as well. But your goal, how often do you watch it?
I can tell you exactly how many times I've watched it, because if you work out how many days between October 1st, 2016 and today, it's twice times that, once in the morning and once at night. And also I will say, people say it's in the centre square and then it was 60 metres out. I'm telling people it's about 73 at the moment. And by the time my kids are grown to watch it, it'll be 80. So,
Bevo's pre-game speech, I've been asking everyone about it. Bring your instrument and together we'll make some beautiful music.
Yep.
How do you remember that speech? And did it connect with you, or were you sitting there thinking this is a bit strange before a grand final?
That wasn't a strange speech for Bevo standards. He's very visual and engaging. So I think from my point of view, not one player epitomises that story better than Liam Picken. Liam Picken was, dour tagger when he arrived. When I arrived at the club, Bevo walks in and goes, "Nah, scrap that. You're better than that. You're worth more to us as a team." And he goes on to win Best Finals Player. He's one of the best players on Grand Final Day, and he brought his instruments, which I think Bevo enabled for a lot of us.
This is such a cool night. Like, I feel quite privileged to just be in here for a brief moment, and I know it's going to get a lot better than this as the night continues.
Get all the media done now. Get all the media done early in the night, I think. Yeah.
Thanks for your time, Tom.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Tom Boyd with Ben Cameron in the Premiership reunion. We're up here in the box. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy tonight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change. The Richmond superstar Brett Delidio and the Carlton champ in Mark Murphy with you throughout the night. Ben Cameron on the Boundaries Edge, 0437 774 774, the SMS number. The Anzac observance ceremony not too far away, so we're just standing by for that to kick off.
We might lose Ben tonight. There might be a possibility to just stay in the room with the happy times and the celebrations, and we might be minus a boundary rider tonight. And hey, why wouldn't you? It sounds like there's some good stories being told and a pretty enjoyable atmosphere as well.
The Anzac observance ceremony is only moments away. ABC AFL Daily, home of the footy conversation. 5 episodes a week. You get Mark Murphy on a Monday. You get Brett Delidio on a Thursday night / Friday morning. Bob Murphy was on with me every Tuesday, and he was talking about what the Dogs can do to try and fix some of their woes down back, and he revisited the name Aaron Norton about whether he could potentially fill one of those vacant spots in defence. I'll tell you more about it in a few moments. The two teams are lining up. The Dogs have got a bespoke jumper on tonight. It's got the names of the 175 players who served the Australian Defence Force in the white hoop, and the red hoop on their jumper is made up of the poppies, of course, the profound symbol of remembrance, sacrifice, and the blood spilled on the battlefields, inspired by the flowers that were first to bloom in the battlefields of Flanders after the First World War. Master of Ceremonies getting set to go. The floodlights are being dimmed, and the two teams looking at one another, along with the military personnel, and the Anzac observance is about to commence. There's no late change. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport ahead of the Dogs and the Swans.
You are of the Anzacs and all that follow them in service of Australia. If you are able, would you now please stand and remove your hats for the Anzac observance.
Padlock party by the centre. Slow march. Catapult party. Hold. Catapult party. Outwards. Turn. Catapult party. Rest on. Arms.
The Australian Football League, the Western Bulldogs and the Sydney Football Clubs invite you to join coaches, players and umpires in honouring the Anzacs and those who gave their lives in service of their country. Our thoughts are too with those currently in service. Would you please welcome tonight Captain Evangeline Dowling to recite the ode.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
Catapult party, attention! Catapult party, present arms. Catapult party, attention!
Lest we forget.
Would you please remain standing for the Australian National Anthem, to be performed by musician Zion Marasigan.
Catapult party, general salute, present arms.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
It's often hard to contextualise just what that day meant back on the 25th of April, all those years ago, now over 100 years in the past. And yet to try and put it into some kind of modern context, or at least from a football point of view, by the time Australia's involvement ended in their last major military conflict in 1972, over 31% of all VFL footballers had served in the Defence Force. It's an incredible number, 31% of all VFL footballers serving in the Defence Force, including 20 South Melbourne players who were killed in active service, 10 in each of the First and Second World Wars, including Len Thomas, who was trapped behind enemy lines and killed by Japanese forces in 1943. He was reportedly the first VFL captain to enlist and one of the most experienced footballers to do so after featuring in South Melbourne's 1933 premiership. And for Footscray, who of course their club didn't exist in the VFL back in the First World War, by the time the Second World War rolled around, a guy named Bill Downey was one of 2 Footscray footballers killed. He was part of the army. He died as a prisoner of war in Burma, went missing in 1943, captured by the bicycle camp in Batavia, and was forced to work on the Burma-Thai railway construction and ultimately died as part of military service in 1943. He wore number 26 for the Western Bulldogs / Footscray back in those days, and young Josh Dolan will be wearing that same number tonight all these years on. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change ahead of the Bulldogs and the Swans. The roof is open, the skyscrapers lit up above on what is a beautiful balmy night in Melbourne. The temperature to hover around the low 20s to the early teens throughout the night, the start of the Anzac Appeal round. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundaries edge, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. I mentioned Bob Murphy, who joined me on Tuesday on ABC AFL Daily. He said, look, this is what I would do, fully appreciating that Luke Beveridge doesn't necessarily listen to him, but he said it's time. Aaron Norton to start as the swingman at centre-half back.
Hallelujah.
And then go forward like Adam Hunter back in the old days for the West Coast Eagles. Would you co-sign that sentiment?
Well, I think they've obviously had struggles, haven't they, down in defence, and they're down now James O'Donnell as well, Rory Lobb out of the side. How do you curtail the influence now of Charlie Curnow? I think he's going to do what Jesse Cameron did last week. It's a big statement, I know, but I feel like he's going to kick a few tonight.
He's going to kick 10, is he?
Not 10, but I said he's going to kick a few. He's going to kick more than what he has been in his 2s and 3s.
Yep.
But I think, Logan McDonald and Joel Amati, again, they're going to have their hands full down there. If they can get supply, I think it could get ugly.
Who wins?
Sydney, comfortably.
I think Sydney will.
We've lost him in 1 hour. He's changed.
I think it'll be closer than what people think.
Okay. Ben Cameron's on the boundaries edge. G'day, Ben.
G'day, Corbin. Marcus Bontempelli has won the toss. He's elected to kick to the Footscray end of the ground. Unseasonably warm down here, 22 degrees. The roof open, as has been well discussed. Just a little bit of a watch on Bond. I'll keep my eye on him. That right knee is heavily strapped. Also, just when the players came out with the 2016 Premiership Cup for that Guard of Honour, I did note that Josh Dunkley, who's obviously playing at Brisbane, had the Dogs scarf on. Jake Stringer didn't. I couldn't see Joel Hamling, who was dropped by Sydney for tonight's game, whether he was wearing a Dogs scarf or not.
Here we go. Whatever's left of the Bulldogs up against the Swans, missing their 2 best players. The on-ramp to round 7 of the AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
And Lockie Smith on debut against Brodie Grundy. First tap goes the way of the Swans, and Papley with a quick kick to half forward. It's chopped off by Joel Frazier. Feeds the hand pass around the back to Selwood. Around the outer side, works it to Adam Treloar, who drops the mark. Has enough time to regather. Hand pass to Jakes, gets it forward to Sanders. They're at right half forward now. Searching hand pass to Dolan. Side steps inboard. Hand pass miss West, and the moment is lost. Gathered by Chad Warner. Kicks around his body. Roses is outnumbered. And Treloar takes the mark once more for the Dogs. Looks to come inboard. Here's Marcus Bontempelli. So we'll see how he moves here as he swings on the left. A laser-like pass. And Norton comes leading out from full forward.
What would we know?
I think the Bont's okay.
I also think Aaron Norton's okay forward.
Norton with the glove on that right hand. And Marcus Bontempelli doing what he does best.
Yeah, they just controlled the footy early. They got a hold of that good intercept mark from Joel Frazier. A couple of little bobbles out there, but they set up well defensively. The little switch inside. Marcus Bontempelli, absolutely zero issues. That was laser-like.
Directly in front, 30 metres out. 18 goals, 8. How big is this for Norton? A tone setter for the Bulldogs. 10 years on from their 2016 Premiership. The Bulldogs with the opening goal inside 90 seconds. And it comes through Aaron Norton. They're 1 straight 6. So the Swans yet to score. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Yeah, it's a really important start by the Western Bulldogs. And good to see Adam Treloar being involved early, having 2 disposals. He's one that's he's had a tough road to get back from various injuries, so good to see him back in and using the skipper too. So Jordan's coming in off the half-forward flank to come and play on Bontempelli, who started on ball then. So they're going to try and tag him off a half-forward flank, the Sydney Swans. So good of Adam Treloar to try and get the skipper into the game early, and then we see the result when he's got ball in hand. Bontempelli just laced him out beautifully.
Dogs with the opener. And a young team, least experienced lineup in 6 years, as young Smith gets a hit out there, out in front of Roberts, who tears in off the wing. He's tackled his fellow redhead and Richards, who locks him up. Matt Roberts, by the way, Rising Star nom opening round 2024. I haven't had one since the Swans, as Grundy tries to whack it forward, picked up by Richards, high up and under, punched away by Roberts, down to half forward. Dale's got it, Amati's got him. Dale does well to get a kick away, but straight to Warner. Short kick to Papley. He links up by hand, just dishes it off towards Cootie, the young man on debut. He loads up from long range, and he's missed everything. And he joins the much-forgotten club of players to put one out on the full with their first kick in AFL footy.
That is one for Swampy.
Buko Karmas looks to play on against the right behind post. He started alongside Charlie Curnow. Now he's changed his mind, cuts back to the right, sends it out towards half-back. Crisis averted. And Selwyn takes the mark. And right half-back for the Bulldogs. They're 1 straight 6 to Sydney, yet to score. 3 minutes in. Back inside the defensive 50.
Oh, dear. Wow.
That's not a great kick from Gardner. It misses Karmas, and it goes out of play. It's a kick that doesn't even belong in the VFL. A throw in the right forward pocket for the Swans.
Be disappointed AFL under 9s, I reckon, if you missed that one. But anyway.
First game for Ryan Gardner since round 13 against the Hawks. It's the Bulldogs' depth being tested tonight. Thrown back in. Smith tries to shark it away, then lays the tackle on Grundy. Bounces out towards Baker. Into the path of Bontempelli at left half back. Sends the Bulldogs up the wing. McCartan in front. Hugs it to his chest against Norton. And takes the intercepting mark for the Swans.
Away to Blakey. He dishes it off by hand to the skipper. Mills inside 50. Just out of reach for Amati. Intercepted by Dale. Gives it to Treloar. Gets it back. Off the half-back line. Kicks to Norton, who marks. Not a heap up ahead. Handball away to Baker. Arches the back. Can't get around Sarong. Handball to Sanders. Handball laterally finds Richards. He kicks across the ground too to Williams. Between wing and half forward. Closes to 70 out. Kicks the Dogs into the pocket. Turnover. Oh, Edwards had a heap of it. Spilt it at the last moment. Blakey goes and gets it. He's caught. Knocked on by Edwards a second time. Mills goes back for support. Sydney back with it. And Blakey a chance to rebound for the Swans.
Feeds a hand pass to Roberts. Almost run down by Sanders. Kick up to Selwood. Takes the intercepting mark. The Bulldogs' pressure has been good early. Back across half back. The kick is over the head of Bontempelli. He races after it with enough time to gather. And now looks for options as Tom Papley comes charging in. The kick is going to be a turnover though. McInerney getting back for Sydney. Marks just inside the defensive 50. Oh, his kick never got to the intended target. Eventually a chance for Cootie to get a half pass wide. He gets involved from half back. The kick is over the head of Jordan. So there's a turnover from Sarong. Chance for the Bulldogs to take it back. Treloar, Bontempelli, 1-2. Kick inside 50. Great mark, Lewis. Got one as well, having claimed the mark, but no 50-metre penalty. They'll line up left of centre, just inside the 50.
It's been a game of fumbles and errors and just openness too at the same time. There's been very few stoppages other than the centre square bounces, but yeah, just so spread out, but just uncharacteristic mistakes from lots of players at the moment. And Bontempelli's been probably the only one who's been able to lace anyone out going inside 50, and this is the second time where he's found someone.
Will Lewis had got the late call up after James Harms announced his retirement 3 weeks before the season started. It's a beautiful kick to give the Bulldogs some momentum. The opening 2 goals of the match. And Will Lewis from the VFL to the AFL making his opportunity count. The Dogs 2 straight 12 to Sydney, yet to score. The inside 50s away the Bulldogs 5-3 early. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was... Marcus Bontempelli's really showing his ability to, get it, the ball in his hands, and they've obviously made a real focus of it from last week, Murph, to say, right, well, if he's going to get a tag or a run where someone's going to come and try and stop him, let's give it to our skipper, let's get him involved. And they're up to the 5 touches already. They're 30 disposal, double the amount of what the Swans are at this point in time. Their pressure's been up, and the Swans have just looked a little bit shaky so far. They haven't been able to get there, they haven't settled. They need a goal, I reckon, the Swans.
Murph's early analysis looking good.
What was that?
Dogs?
Oh, I called it.
Keep it close. 4-goal underdog coming in with a whole lot out. 8 of their best 23 missing. They've kicked the first 2. As Richards trying to get a kick away. Sarong left it behind. Attracts the crowd. He's in a bit of trouble here. Oh, and umpire Williamson forgiving calls for a ball up. So Jones, Howarth, Meredith, Williamson. Interestingly, Howarth and Williamson, due to a bunch of injuries in the umpiring ranks, doing 2 games this weekend. Knocked down towards Dale. Hurried kick down to half forward and intercepted there by Bice on the back flank. So Sydney with the footy. Swans in their South Melbourne jumpers tonight with the red shirts. Oh, Bice turns it straight over. Kicks it to the man on the mark in Hines. He handballs away to Lewis. High bomb inside 50 and at the drop, Dolan just squeezes it 20 metres out, 45-degree angle.
I'm not sure what Riley Bice was thinking. He's trying to be just way too cute.
Way too cute.
That was... Mate, sometimes when you haven't got anything on, you've looked for the switch to go right across the ground. No, that's not on. Righto, rather than try and invent something, let's just bang it down the line and set up behind it. But instead, kicked it straight to his direct opponent who was standing the mark a metre away.
What a start this would be. One of their 10 VFL Premiership players from last year, Josh Dolan, skips in 20 metres out. Beware the wounded Bulldog. The Doggies with the first 3. And the ladder leading Swans have their work cut out for them. 3 straight to yet to score. We're only 8 minutes in. And that's all the Dogs. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
And there's nothing really jumping out other than just mistakes, really, from Sydney. Looking up at the stoppage then, it was probably only the second or third central stoppage we've had. Both teams decided to bring a half-forward flanker into the stoppage and both giving each other a +1. But the Bulldogs just making better decisions with ball in hand, and
that one's just on it.
That one's just pure. That was just a pure, just genuine, just
it's butcher.
Error. That's a bigger clanger as what you'll see, but they are using the numbers a lot better, the Bulldogs, at this point in time.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. The Dogs are 6-3 inside 50s. Bontempelli with 5 disposals, including 3 inside 50s. Grundy reaches up, wins it down the tap, got it to Rowbottom. Sydney inside 50. Charlie Curnow comes leading out. Sport away from him, running onto McInerney, squeezed it onto his boot and misses to the left-hand side. Just the pressure on him late. The kick-off line, the Swans on the board there. First score of the matches are behind to the Bulldogs, 3 straight 18.
Couldn't have asked for much more from a Footscray point of view to start the night. Balmy evening in Melbourne with the roof open. Got to 27 today as Dale kicks out to half-back. Treloar couldn't quite hang on to it. Mills scoops it up, gives it to Cunningham. Handball away to Edwards. His kick smothered. Back the other way we go. Kennedy for the Bulldogs. Handball away to the Bont. Retreats to Treloar. Kicks backwards. Finds Williams. Just straddling the boundary line. City side. Dabs it short. And here's Kennedy.
Matt Kennedy has been in red-hot form to start the season. That's short. Is that 15? Mark wasn't claimed by Bailey Williams in the end anyway. Gathered by Treloar. Cutting around Papley. He looks for a kick to Dolan at half-forward. Good vision. He thinks about playing on, but now pushes back. Sends it into the pocket in the direction of Bice, who makes the spoil over the top of Hines, and it goes out for a boundary throw-in. Right forward pocket for the Western Bulldogs with the opening 3 goals of the match. 3 straight 18 to the Sydney Swans, 1 behind.
Don't worry about the umpires table at the reunion. Make a space for Andrew Demetrio, who gave the Dogs the pre-finals bye. Of course, came in 2016. Another one off the SMS. That's from Michael in Port Macquarie.
That one helped Libbo, didn't it? He had a syndesmosis or something there, I reckon.
Helped 3 or 4 of them, I reckon, that first final.
Went over to Perth and beat the Eagles. Ball up inside the forward 50 for the Dogs here, having kicked the first 3. Blakey soccers it out of there. Still on the 50. Clever from Roses, just knocked it away further afield to Papley in the middle, gives it away towards Lloyd. The 1-2 with Sarong. Lloyd keeps running to half forward, kicks in the Curnow direction. Buku's up, knocked away by Curnow. Curnow follows up, handball to a dangerous spot, and it's swatted down. Bustlinger did really well. Links up with Selwood once and twice, and Selwood off the back flank kicks the Dogs down the wing.
Up towards Richards or Emmett, who just came on from the bench, but he couldn't complete the mark.
He's paid it.
He has paid it. 3 bites was enough in the eyes of the umpire.
Oh, wow.
Got that in the nick of time, Louis Emmett. Rather fortunate to be paid the mark. Back across half-back, he kicks to Bustlinger, who swings it across half-back to Bailey Dale. Loves to be creative. Sends it out towards the far wing where Bailey Williams takes the mark. And the Bulldogs look good early. He plays on McInerney, comes racing at him, sends it up the wing in the direction of Lewis. It's spoiled away in the end by Roberts. As they work it through Roses and now to McInerney. The run through the middle of the ground. Half pass of the runner Blakey. He's dashing from half back. Kicks long looking for Charlie Curnow. Karma's out of position. Curnow 1, 2, 3. And he does complete the mark in the left forward pocket. That's going to be a nightmare matchup for Bulldogs fans tonight.
No, you can't stop it when you've got the likes of McInerney using the ball the way he does. And that run from Blakey just to break the lines and then kick it over space to Charlie Curnow. That's why he's come to the Swans.
Left forward pocket, only about 20 metres out. He's going to kick across his body. Curnow comes around and bangs it through. Sydney's main man looks to get them going on a Thursday night after a slow start. And it comes at the 12-minute mark of the opening term after the Bulldogs had kicked the first 3 of the match. 3 straight 18 to Sydney 1-1-7. The margin is 11 points, 12 minutes in. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right, Murph. That ability for Nick Blakey to be coming from almost centre half back, but to be blitzing through and just time his run, it's so hard to stop, isn't it? That ability to, I love the fact that they love to link up forward with handball and they're not afraid to take the game on, and then they get it to their good users. Nick Blakey coming, steaming off half back. And Charlie Curnow, as you mentioned, just absolutely licking his lips. Not a lot that Buku Karmas can do there with a full 50 to himself.
Lips has turned to me and said, that's one.
Yeah, that's one.
So he's starting to count him. He's called the Jeremy Cameron 10 from last week.
Oh, I said a few.
What's he over under, Lids?
4.
Okay. Row bottom, hurried kick forward for the Swans, picked off by Lockie Jakes. I like the way this young man goes about it. The 19-year-old. One of their 4 debutants, now 5 debutants in a young season. Goes out wide to Bramble. Bramble links up with Davidson between wing and half forward. Long kick inside 50. And at the back, Emmett gets hands to it and marks. That's almost an uncontested mark, about 30 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, well, it was uncontested. And there was probably 5 or 6 Sydney Swans players all just looking at one another, asking who's going to go up against him.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Adam Treloar's come to the bench looking less than pleased. He's getting some work done at the moment. It's not abundantly clear whether there's an issue at all or what the issue is, but obviously that long history with soft tissue concerns, I'll just keep a very close eye on it.
So in front of the eyes of the Dogs, second only premiership team, Louis Emmett blows his lines, misses wildly out to the left. Left foot up. That would have been, had he kicked it, his first goal in the big time, game number 3. So 3-1 plays 1-1. 14 minutes in, it's the Dogs by 2 goals. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Blakey brings Sydney back into play, looking for McDonald over the back. Gardner makes the spoil, it spills to the front. Sarong has it hugged to his chest. Taken out of play for a boundary throw in as Hines lays the tackle. The Bulldogs by 12 points, 14 minutes gone opening term. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. What's those feelings like for Adam Treloar, early Lids?
Nervousness, I would imagine. It's please not again. Benny, did you see what he was getting rubbed?
Very top right-hand side of the hamstring. Okay. So hopefully it is just a bit of stiffness. We'll go down to Benny in a few moments' time as Emmett competes in the ruck against McDonald, and the umpire will throw it up once more. Left half forward for the Bulldogs. McDonald tries to palm it down. It spills the way of Sarong. Kicks around his body up towards Amadi. Looking for a kind bounce in front of Buslinger. Hand passes over his head, looking for Lloyd, who tries to sock it off the ground. It ricochets off Gardner. And this will be last touch by the Bulldogs. It's tough. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, they actually worked on his left hamstring, his left calf first, then very high on the right hamstring.
Thanks, Ben. Lloyd goes long inside 50, off hand spills down to Dale. Last line of defence for the Bulldogs. Dogs by 12 points, 15 minutes in. Dale runs a long way, but away from his attacking goal, and then kicks to Davidson in a 2-on-1. Numbers win out. Handball there from Wicks. Got it away to his teammate in Cunningham. Gives it back to Wicks. Retreats by hand to Rowbottom, now almost on the wing. Kicks Sydney back inside 50. Buslinger over the top, trying to kill it. Still alive, though, forward pocket. Swans fight on, outnumbered. Rosas loses the numbers battle. As Jakes, handball picked off, taken by Warner. He just walks out of bounds with the footy. The umpire says, go on, spin it in. Half forward for the Swans.
You hope that's just a habit from the physio, just going straight to the calf. He's obviously had a fair few issues for old Adzi.
He came off blue on our computers too from Champion Data, which means that there's a little bit of concern, but he's back on the yellow bench category at the moment, which means he's an eligible player ready to come back on. So fingers crossed for Adam Treloar.
Round 15 against the Tigers. Adam Treloar's last AFL game. Had 40 in the VFL last week against Geelong. Luke Beveridge had spoken about a building block to try and get confidence back in his body. Dogs have desperately required numbers as Sheldrick can't break away, and Sanders lays the tackle. This is at left half forward for Sydney. Bulldogs leading by 12 points from the stoppage. Spills out. Emmett tries to get a hand pass to Fraser. He just slaps it away. That probably was a throw, and the umpire agreed with that. Free kick Sydney's way. At left half forward, Cunningham is going to have it. He's right on the paint of 50.
Chad, I think it's the Chad.
Yeah, they're on top around.
The Chad has got it.
They're on top around the clearances at the moment. Sydney 6-2. They're in front, so they're starting to get their hands on the football in around the contest.
Chad Warner carry 50?
I think he can. He'll run out to the right a bit.
At over 20 disposals in 5 of his 6 games. He fires offline to the left. He certainly had the distance, but not the accuracy. An 11-point lead. The Bulldogs' way, 17 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Dogs by 11, 17 in. Your thoughts, 0437 774 774. Bramble off he trots with the exiting kick out, and in the end he's put it out on the full. Free kick for Sydney. They're going to take it hurriedly. As the handball from Roberts quickly comes into Wicks, kicks it deep into the pocket. Bustlinger tries to punch it away, couldn't kill it. Amati drills it from the boundary line. And David Roden signals full points.
Good goal.
And all of a sudden it's back to a one-score game as Amati, just casual as you like, effortless from the forward pocket, slots it from a tight angle. 5-point game, 3-1 to 2-2, 18 minutes into the opening term.
Yeah, they've settled now, the Swans. They've been able to get on top in the clearances, as you said, Murph. And they've won the territory battle of late. The Dogs haven't been able to exit. Every time they've come out, it's come back in really quickly. Doesn't help when you kick it out of bounds on the full, obviously, but that's a classy goal from the big fella. You don't expect your big key forwards to be banging them like that.
Just got to be careful with the Bulldogs. They're flooding numbers back in trying to support their defence, but they've got no options once they get outside their D50. So it's all well and good to get numbers back, but if you can't find an initial uncontested mark and maintain the football, then you're just going to give it straight back to your opponents.
Joel Amati up to 14 goals for the season. His best is 43. Back in the middle of the ground. Free kick going the Bulldogs' way for a hold. Adam Treloar's going to take it. So back on the ground. Good news for him. Goes short to Oscar Baker. Not 15. Gives it back to Treloar. Stretching out those hamstrings. Kicks out to left half forward. Bailey Williams is on his own. He's still 2 kicks out from goal though. As Norton looks to lead in the pocket. Williams is looking more than direct than that. Davidson's in the goal square. Norton works his way back. No mark claim. Dolan tries to keep it alive. Then lays the tackle on McCartan and the ball spills clear. The umpire will ball it up just 10 metres out from the Western Bulldogs goal.
We've got to keep an eye on Adam Treloar. He doesn't look like he's moving overly freely.
Thought the same thing from the restart. Knocked into the path of Bailey Williams. He sells the dummy. Snaps goal, but it's saved on the line. Knocked away by Kel Mills on the line. Goal-saving effort. So 6-point lead for the Dogs. Ben Cameron, he's on the boundary. Ben.
I'm glad you said that, Lids. It's like a little Cliffy Young shuffle that he's doing at the moment, adds Treloar. He's not running freely, so I'll certainly keep watching him.
Mills with the kick in for Sydney. Beautifully out to Cunningham, who marks that left half back. Comes inboard to McInerney. Kick is over the head of the Roberts, but he was pushed in the back against Oscar Baker. Sydney take the advantage. Here's Jake Lloyd, centre wing on the outer side, up towards McDonald. Karmas in front. McDonald dropped the mark. Chance for Papley. Slick hand pass away. Sheldrick inside 50. And Marty leads up and takes the mark. And Sydney do that so well when they're in transition. And that's going to be the Bulldogs' problem, where their midfield so often is asked to help their defenders.
Well, what does that shuffle indicate? Is that...
Yeah, that doesn't look like he's right.
He's got a really short stride.
Is that hammy or calf?
He's going to get found out on transition.
So I would think that's a hamstring rather than calf, but I'm not too sure. I haven't done too many calves like Lids, so maybe you can give some more feedback.
Oh, for me, calves were always you could stride out.
Yeah.
Joel Amati left of centre, 40 metres out for his second, and to give the Sydney Swans draw level. After the Bulldogs booted the first 3 goals of the match, now the Swans have kicked the next 3, and scores are level at 3-2, 20 apiece. We'll play 21 minutes in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
And the one thing too, sometimes when you do come back from an injury, when you've had substantial injuries to the same body parts, you change your running style. So hopefully for his sake, he's just got a shorter stride length than what he probably used to, but he's still very
not now,
hasn't he?
No, mate, he's going forward now. I think he's just fighting on Manfleet is what I think, but I don't want to be speculating on the lad because I just feel sorry for him because I've been exactly there. You do all the work. He's come right through pre-season, had 40 last week. Now he comes out in his first 5 minutes and looks ginger as.
Played only 4 games last year. Remembering he was an All-Australian the year before that and has not been able to get a run at it. As Grundy leaps up, beautiful palm down behind. Swans cough it up though. Jordan makes up for it with a big tackle on Fraser. Last time these two teams met, Joel Fraser, that was the breakout of the Baby Bond. He got top votes in the Brownlow medal that night. Jordan drives the kick deep to full forward here. They come from all directions. McDonald competes, no mark. Falls to the Bond under pressure. Got a handball away. Jake's out of defence. Kicks in front of the benches and a little one-hander. She had 4 plays on it. Fraser couldn't reel it in. Had to contend with Jordan. Swans win it. Wicks gives it to Sheldrick. Back inside 50. Buku goes up, knocks it away. Again, they can't clear it on the defensive spoil. Stays alive. Baker trying to give it to Selwood. Broke it up. Sarong hooks a kick to full forward. That's a better fist. Buslinger puts it into the Swans cheer squad. And that gives Sydney their first lead of the night. Comes at the 23-minute mark. So 3-3 to 3-2. Swans by 1.
Bramble brings the Bulldogs back into play. Short to Bontempelli. Passed the fitness test before the game. That's a creative kick into the middle of the ground for Riley West. It opened up in front of him as he marks in front of Rampy. Has to wait for players to stream past, including Adam Treloar, who is not running all that well. Out to Buslinger, who marks it right half back, chips it back over the top. Brambles run into space. He marks centre of the outer side. Sydney now leading by a point. After Swans to the last 3 goals of the match. Bramble plays on boundary side, gets around McInerney, sends it inside 50. Norton's there as well with Lewis. It's spoiled down to the front. Dogs try and knock it out. Hines gets it away. Hand pass away to Norton around his body. High kick towards the teeth of goal. Emmett's there. Baker makes the spoil. Knocked it away from Sarong. Here's a chance for Kennedy. Snaps on goal. And misses to the left-hand side. Misses everything.
I think we're
the
doing
boundary umpire and the goal umpire just going to make sure of this with the arc.
Goodness. How he's looking is how I felt in the AFL Legends game last year. That's about how fast I was running. I think it's nothing worse than seeing where you need to be to. Your body won't allow you to get to those positions. Fingers crossed he can work into it.
It's like some of those walkers in the marathon. His arms are going quicker than his legs sometimes.
That's right. Shame too, because he's leading disposal winner with Marcus Bontempelli at this point in time, Adam Treloar. So getting his hands on the footy, but just looking very ginger. And as we see Marcus Bontempelli come off for the blood rule.
That's been overturned. So a soft call was a behind. That's actually out on the full. Clip the post. Free kick Sydney. Kel Mills is
Can we just back him? Can we just back in the goal umpire there, or did he legitimately not see it?
I'm with you. So saves the Swans are behind as Mills takes the free, kicks it long down the wing. Dale spoils into the path of a young man there in Cootie. He's tackled, caught, holding the ball. Free kick for Emmett. The big left footer is going to get the free in game number 3, the 19-year-old. Dogs with the 8 youngest players on the ground tonight. Kicks to the hot spot. Grundy's there. He's up. There's a free. It's a hold, and it's going to go the Dogs' way. And it'll come to Ed Richards, who'll get it just left of centre from about 25 out.
James Jordan just got grabby. Didn't need to.
Wasn't much in that. If you look a bit harder at that, I think James Jordan's gone from the Bontempelli matchup earlier to maybe Richards at this point in time because Bontempelli's gone off, but there's not really.
Well, he's got an arm around. That's an easy giveaway.
In he comes. Richards nurses it through. Dogs back on top. Lead change number 2 in this opening term. 25 minutes old. The Dogs are 4-2. Sydney are 3-3. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. No late change coming in. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, your analysts here on ABC Sport.
Would you rather see that not paid? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So I'm going to get this, put the whistle away and let him play and whatever else, but you can't retard someone from going towards...
The one thing he had against him was he was looking at the ball, but there's not really a lot in that.
Yeah, but he's got an arm around. It's a dead giveaway.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben?
Marcus Bontempelli has just come back out onto the ground, so just being able to stem the bleeding out of that nose.
Thanks, Benny. 4 individual goal kickers for the Western Bulldogs tonight. As Adam Treloar's in the middle here. Lockie Smith gets it down, trying to knock it clear. Ed Richards gathers the last goal scorer, cuts on his left, kicks it inside 50. Norton comes out, presents. McCartan's there, makes the spoil. Sanders after it down low, trying to get it to Baker, slaps it out to Treloar. Awkward kick out wide, not 15 to Riley West. Trying to break away from Mills, did well. Kicks to the pocket, doesn't get to Norton. Chopping it off Matt Roberts, marks in the left back pocket for Sydney.
Roberts across the goal face to Bice. After his earlier efforts, decides to give it to someone else to use. It's Mills who goes running by. Gives a handball to Rampy. Back to Bice. Again, he's by hand to Edwards. Hurried handball to Blakey. Lifts a hand pass over halfway. Warner hits up, meets it. Trying to fend off Fraser. Good tackle. Puts Blakey under the pump. Blakey does well to knock it out. To Sheldrick. Sweeping Polyfarmer. Hand pass to Jordan. Selwood drills him in the tackle. Ball falls out to Dale. Long kick to centre half forward, and Rampy beats Norton. He does in the one-on-one and takes the intercept mark at centre-half back for the Swans.
James Jordan went to slow-mo then. The ball could not get to him in time.
Didn't mind Michael Selwood as well. Thinking, right, I'll do my best NRL tackle and try and make sure it's legal. Rampy through the middle of the ground, fires Cal Mills. The captain draws an opponent in Bontempelli and then Miss McInerney with the hand pass. They both go racing after it. The Bont made a good contest. Bailey Williams now picks it up. He's tackled immediately. And Sarong locks him up on the broadcast wing. The Bulldogs get a stoppage, leading by 5 points. 4-2-26. The Swans 3-3-21. 27 minutes gone, opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Adam Treloar at the stoppage, shuffling around Docklands Stadium after the early treatment. Free kick here, high tackle on McInerney. Lays it off by hand to the Lizard Blakey, who kicks deep to Amati. One out in the cage. Good spoil comes from behind. Back down into the path of Baker. And Baker races one way then the other and decides just to dab the kick to half-back. Finds Selwood. That spoil, by the way, was from Brian Gardner.
Someone's been dropped in the middle of the ground.
Oh, hang on. And it's on. There's a bit of a melee, so the outer zone umpires picked it up. Will Lewis is the man who's down. The emerging Dogs forward, and the umpire is now advancing Selwood from the back flank all the way up over halfway, and a 50-metre penalty. So he's the recipient and the benefactor. He's going to kick a high bomb deep to full forward. West flies over the top. Couldn't quite come down with it. Spills front and centre. Dogs collect through Fraser. Spun around in the tackle. Dispossessed. Holding the ball. Free kick's going to come back to Sheldrick in the back pocket.
I reckon Blakey might have something to answer for that. I didn't actually see it, but
they've been going at it a little bit though. So.
Yeah, it was dumped in a tackle when Blakey got rid of the ball earlier, and then I think Blakey might have given him one the way through.
He's holding the old plum, so I reckon that might be what dropped him.
I was trying to come up with
very clear then, didn't it?
I was trying to come up with a delicate way to say it, south of the border or whatever it turned out to be, but the old plums.
Yeah,
plums. That's what he's holding.
He's swallowing fresh air at the moment. Fair to say Dylan Moore and James Sicily both copped a week for their gut punches as the Swans try and find a way out of defence. Sheldrick marks in the right back pocket, having got it from Bice, who tried to cut around to get it back again, but that avenue dries up. So back across half back. Rampy marks, swings it out to left half back. A bullet pass to McInerney. What a great start to the season he's had for the Swans without Errol Gordon. Works it up to Brodie Grundy. Trying to expose the Bulldogs with their inexperience in the middle of the ground. He marks it left half back. Chips it over the top. Cunningham, the target wide of him and Dale. And off hands it goes out of play. Sydney just not quite all on the same page early.
No.
It's the Bulldogs who led by 5 points.
A little bit scrappy, aren't they? Just missing a few targets. Oh. Just watching a little bit of reaction here on the replay. He just lent into him. Not much in it.
Boundary throw in. Warner knocks it further afield for Sydney, but straight into the path of Baker, who turns and kicks back down to half forward. They come from all directions. Slides through to Edwards. Retreats by hand to Rampy. Swans get a chance to reload. He lays it off by hand towards Roberts. Under pressure. Floats a kick to centre half forward. Buku and Amati up. Ball spills down to Papley. Trying to fend off Bramble. Hand pass into the path of Roses. Trying to tap it back to Amati. Says to Khamis, get off me. Amati kicks goalward. Misses. Behind, he's already kicked one thrilling goal tonight, Joel Amati. 4-point game, Dogs on top, half-hour mark, 4-2 to 3-4.
So just to go on with that, there was a big tackle from Lewis on Blakey, and then as they were running back, Blakey just stopped and leant into him, and I think he might have accidentally got him a little bit low.
But there was no gut punch.
There wasn't.
So it should be all clear. As Dale brings the ball back into Sanders, gives it back to Bailey Dale in the right back pocket, called to play on. The Bulldogs led him by 4 points. As they send it up towards the wing. Emmett's the target from behind, and Bice juggles the mark. In front, maybe time for one more entry inside 50 for Sydney. He's still about 80 metres out from goal, though, as he looks into the pocket. Sends it to Curnow. One-on-one. Buku got there to support Dale. Cunningham gathers. Hand pass to Curnow. Cuts around Dale. Kicks on his right to the goal line where Bailey Williams takes the mark. Hugging it to his chest. And denies Sydney a last gasp leading goal. It's the Bulldogs who lead by 4 points at quarter time. Undermanned, but showing plenty of fight in that opening term. They kicked the opening 3 goals of the match before Sydney steadied late in the quarter. The Dogs 4-2-26 to Sydney 3-4-22. The goal kickers for the Dogs, Richards, Dolan, Lewis and Norton, while for the Sydney Swans, Tudor Marty and Curnow is the other goal kicker.
Off the SMS, Brett, which number is your player tonight?
Number 40.
Number
Bulldogs.
40, Lockie Smith. He's another big left footer, so he's on debut, the 20-year-old out of Bunyip. Of course, famously where Tom Papley's from.
Yes, and Shane Mummy Mumford.
There we go. So, Bredham tough out there. Rich from Ocean Grove. Great call, gents. But I think the Swans jumper looks great. The old South Melbourne strip. I think we're a big fan of that. Saw Brisbane, they wear the Fitzroy-inspired jumper when they play down in these parts. And Sydney clearly doing the same with the South Melbourne strip. And from Martin, on a similar theme, did South Melbourne used to wear a red and white striped Guernsey like the Pies? My memory is fading. They did wear a red and white striped jumper in the early 1900s. So if you remember that, Martin, maybe you remember reading up on it maybe at some stage. And then they wore it as a one-off promotional jumper back in 1996. So in 96, it was the centenary year of the AFL. And all teams had a week back then where they wore the old jumpers and they had the fake stitching on them in 1996. So the Swans did bring that one back at that time in 1996. But a 2-season thing, Martin, way back in the early 1900s. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Murph and Lids next.
Look at me. Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares. In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
This is fun. No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Here's Marcus Bontempelli. So we'll see how he moves here as he swings on the left. A laser-like pass. And Norton comes leading out from full forward.
What would we know?
I think the Bont's okay. Directly in front, 30 metres out. 18 goals, 8. How big is this? But Norton, a tone setter for the Bulldogs. 10 years on from their 2016 premiership. The Bulldogs are the opening goal inside 90 seconds. Will Lewis, who got the late call up after James Harms announced his retirement 3 weeks before the season started. It's a beautiful kick to give the Bulldogs some momentum. The opening 2 goals of the match.
So Bice turns it straight over. Kicks it to the man on the mark in Hines. He handballs away to Lewis. High bomb inside 50 and at the drop, Dolan just squeezes it 20 metres out, 45-degree angle. Josh Dolan skips in 20 metres out. Beware the wounded Bulldog. The Doggies with the first 3.
Left forward pocket, only about 20 metres out. He's going to kick across his body. Curnow comes around and bangs it through. Sydney's main man looks to get them going on a Thursday night after a slow start.
The handball from Roberts quickly comes into Wicks, kicks it deep into the pocket. Bustlinger tries to punch it away, couldn't kill it. Amati drills it from the boundary line.
Joel Amati left of centre, 40 metres out for his second, and the Sydney Swans draw level.
In he comes, Richards nurses it through. Dogs back on top. Lead change number 2 in this opening term.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Bulldogs by 4 points. Couple of lead changes in that opening term. Colby Middlemass and Matt Clench, Ben Cameron on the boundary. The Richmond champion, Brett Delidio, the Carlton superstar, Mark Murphy, with their thoughts on that opening term.
Yeah, I think the Bulldogs, I think they'd be pretty happy coming in at quarter time by the way in which they went about it. I mean, when you look at both forward lines, you just, Sydney are just way more stacked when they've got the talent ahead of the contest. But the Bulldogs did move the ball quite well at times and caught the Sydney Swans off guard. It almost looked like Sydney at various times just got caught guarding a bit of space rather than guarding the man. But then you just feel that the Swans haven't really got up and going as yet. They are still leading the clearances 9-6, but they still haven't really found their groove. You feel that looking at the Bulldogs is probably the best they've got so far.
They fired their shot early.
They have. But Marcus Bontempelli's moved really well, hasn't he? There was a bit of worry coming into the game that he might be a bit proppy with that right knee strap, but he's looked really, really good in his movement, playing some really good football. But yeah, you just feel that the Swans just haven't quite got their game going.
They're
yet.
clunky. They're like the pressure of the Dogs has been up. You know, they've tackled well in that first quarter. But the Swans' kicking efficiency at the moment, what are they, 59%. So they're missing targets, but they're being forced into kicking it long a lot, especially going inside forward 50. And I feel like if the Dogs are going to defend, like that's what they want. They want pressure from the midfield, force them high and long. The ones that they've been able to lower their eyes and go in shorter, these ones that have scored off. So it'll be, for the Dogs, it's more about them continuing to play that way and can they maintain it. Yeah. We've had a bit of a watch on Adam Treloar. Can he get out? He looks like he's in about first gear, maybe second gear at the moment. He's really struggling. I didn't keep an eye on him in that huddle as to whether he got any work done. But I think that the Swans just need to clean it up. Their ball use, I feel like they've missed a few handballs. They've kicked it not as well as they could have. Riley Bice, we saw kick it directly to the man on the mark from a metre away. But, if you're a Dog supporter, you'd be really happy with how they've started the game.
Just some other news tonight. Carlton have finished their investigation effectively into themselves in their handling of the Elijah Hollands situation this time last week, where he played 4 quarters of footy in a vulnerable state that's been handed over to the AFL and the Players Association. And Lance Collard, so the verdict was upheld at the Appeals Tribunal, and yet they took the extraordinary measure of reducing the sanction, despite the fact they upheld the verdict from the tribunal. So it's come back as 4 matches, 2 of them are suspended. So essentially he's going to get 2 weeks despite being found guilty in what was a very difficult case, obviously, to try and determine without any kind of evidence other than the word of 3 players that were involved in that incident. Obviously, the player accused and 2 from the opposing team. So in the end, he's going to get 2 weeks for a second offence, which doesn't really line up with a whole lot of anything. But more on that as we work our way through the night. Away we go. In the second term, it is the Bulldogs by 4 points, 4-2 to 3-4. And they lead the Sydney Swans. They kick the first 3 goals. Sydney the next 3. And the Bulldogs the last. The Dogs get it going forward here through Bramble on the wing. Long kick to half forward. Dogs to the Coventry end. Punched away by the Swans at the back into the path of McInerney. Hand pass away to Wicks. Hurried kick forward. Finds Warner. Warner dishes off a hand pass to Sarong, and he's off and running. Kicks Sydney deep inside their forward 50. Into the pocket. Hands on it down there. No mark, though. And in the end, it spills out of bounds. Curnow had a fair bit of it. And then inadvertently knocks it out of play below the knee. And so this is going to be a free kick for the Bulldogs to come off the back flank. And that's the old rule. That's not the lasso. That's a out on the full.
When things aren't going your way, it seems those sort of things happen a bit, don't they?
Yeah. Still on track for 4. Got 1 in the opening term.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yep.
Okay.
Should have 1 late.
Amadi might finish up with more than him, though. Gardner sends it up the wing. Smith in front. Can't take the mark. Grundy gets a hand pass out. Chad Warner tried to volley it out of fresh air. Missed it. Smith's hand pass looking back for Dolan. He lays a pretty good tackle. I said Sheldrick had no chance to get rid of it and will ball it up. Only about 5 metres in from the boundary on the outer wing. Grundy reaches out, wins down the tap. Kennedy goes racing after it. Likewise for Sheldrick. It's socket forward for the Bulldogs as Bailey Dale tries to pick it up close to the boundary line. Tackled by Lloyd and taken across the line. So all of a sudden become a bit of a scrap on the outer side, and neither side able to clear the Bulldogs by 4 points.
The Dogs were the 3rd youngest team of the round last weekend, with further injuries obviously in that game against Geelong. So youngest or least experienced team they've put out there tonight in 6 years. From the stoppage, handball reaches Warner, kicks from wide out into the pocket. Curnow, juggled mark, got it opposite pocket, and he marks here now 2 metres in from the boundary line, left forward pocket.
It was a good kick in the end from Chad Warner, who just put it right over the top and out the back for Charlie or Marty to try and run onto. But good 1v1 contested grab by Charlie Curnow.
His running mate Joel Amarty's already got 2 tonight. Charlie Curnow hooks it across the body. He's got a couple as well. Swans back in front. And the lead changes again. That is lead change number 3. Sydney 4-4. They lead the undermanned Bulldogs 4-2. 3 minutes into the second term. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I think you've been generous there with a good kick over the top there from Chatty Warner.
Go.
I'd like to see his eyes if we get a chance. just judging by the way he plays from anywhere centre forward, and usually he just sees the two big white things in front of him, I reckon he might have been having a little sneaky shot there, but well read by, and that's what all good forwards do, don't they? They stay active, and his ability there to get separation from Gardner is what ultimately led to him being able to mark that ball.
Yeah, he had him where he wanted him a long way out, didn't he? Just kept forcing him underneath the contest and just let the fall of the ball just drop in his lap. Oh, I reckon he'd been pretty hard on Chad Warner there.
Third lead change of the match. Grundy wins down the tap, looking for Chad Warner. He can't break clear.
Maybe.
Karmas, Gardner, Bustlinger. Who would Charlie Curnow's best matchup be? That's the challenge for Luke Beveridge tonight. Jordan gets the clearance of the Sydney Swans. Up to half forward. McDonald takes the mark. In front of Bustlinger on this occasion. He points to the big stick, so Logan McDonald thinks he's within range.
Yeah,
Western Australian.
What I don't like there is he turned his back on the goal just as Charlie was doing a little double lead. It would have been a far easier shot inside. I mean, he might have this range, but one thing I got taught from a very young age, Murph, was never turn your back on the game.
9 goals, 5 so far this season. For Logan McDonald and Sydney try and form their own little three-headed monster with Curnow and Amati from outside 50. Sets flight. With a roof open here at Docklands, it misses to the right-hand side. So at the distance, but not the accuracy. And it's a 3-point lead Sydney's way. 4 minutes gone, second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Bramble goes on a stroll out from the defensive goal square, kicks in the back pocket down the wing. Norton arriving late, jumps in front of the pack, takes the mark. Headband on, got that protective glove on his right hand after the problems he had a fortnight ago. Short kick to Baker, doesn't wait, trots in front of the interchange, kicks down to half forward, hands on it from Edwards, no mark, spills down to Smith, his fellow debutant tackles him, handball inside 50, Richards got it out to Lewis, handball to West, shakes a tackle, gives it to the Bont does the rest, hooks it through for a goal. And who better to have on the end of the line than Marcus Bontempelli with a neat finish. 5-2 to 4-5. The Bulldogs by 3 points. Back the other way we go. 5 minutes into the second term. Lead change number 4.
Yeah, good footy by the Bulldogs. It's basically just a long kick to centre wing here. And Aaron Nord just flew at the contest and they were able to get that overlap there. And Riley West is really good at dropping balls. A few little knock-ons, but in the end, Riley West just fought through the tackle. Marcus Bontempelli's just run along the side of the contest there and just tracked the ball really nicely. But that's good football from the Bulldogs. I thought a few times in that first quarter they all went to the same spot. There I thought they actually ran to different areas and actually outnumbered better than the Swans and got a reward as a result.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport. Grundy one down the tap, but a free kick going the Bulldogs' way, and Lockie Smith will get it. Litz's boy has it in the middle of Docklands as he looks with a short pass to Bontempelli, who, why wouldn't you with a hot hand? He kicks inside 50, Lewis the target. McCartan makes the spoil, West front and centre, just slipped over at the vital moment. Tries to knock it out, Rampy's hand pass boundary side. Gathered by Fraser, works it back to Baker. Nice sidestep, got around Sarong. Jags it on his left, centering kick. Dolan underneath it. Coming the other way was Will Lewis. No mark claim. Papley back in the defensive 50. Mills had a little fumble. It's been that sort of night for Sydney. Rowbottom tries to knock it out. Papley was slick though. And here they go from half-back. Wicks to Roberts. Feeds it back to Bice. Awkward kick. Up towards half-back where Wicks was able to hang on to it.
No time at all. He just manufactured a really nice little snap.
Wicks keeps it moving. Sheldrick takes the mark overhead. The youngest Swan out there at 22. Kicks down to half forward. Curnow up strong.
Good hands. Strong hands.
And despite Bontempelli's best efforts, there was nothing that was going to stop Curnow locking that ball in.
He's feeling confident at the moment, Charlie. You can tell while that grab, that gives him a lot of confidence in the way in which he's kicked the ball tonight as well. But strong hands, especially with Bontempelli coming at him really hard. Then he just looked really strong and bit of a strut back here, Lids.
Got the shoulders pinned back a little bit, hasn't he? The chest is out. Knock this one through number 3, it would be.
Not far away from one of the players' races here where the Dogs are running out tonight. Curnow gives it a whack from 55 outer, won't have the trip. Leaping up Grundy, and in the end it's knocked through for a minor score, so a rush behind. Dogs lead down to 2, 5-2 to 4-6. 7.5 minutes gone in the second term. Bulldogs by 2 points.
Bramble quickly brings the Bulldogs back into play to Bustlinger, who marks in the back pocket. Trelaw's over the top, didn't complete the mark. Cunningham comes in. Rowbottom slipped over. Smith can't gather it cleanly for the Dogs, but a good tackle on Rowbottom. Got a hand pass to McInerney. Hand passes inside 50. Papley's quick, can't gather it. Spills out. Cunningham centering ball. Missed Mills. Has enough time to regather. 45 out off a step. Sends it to the goal square. McDonald's there. Curnow as well. Karmas with good support from Gardner sees it through for a minor score. 2-point lead the Dogs' way. 8 minutes gone. Second quarter. Make that 1 point, I should say.
Dogs waste no time. Off the back flank. Kick from Bustlinger finds Dolan. Couple of the inclusions. 5 changes for the Dogs. Gives it away to Williams in front of the benches. Kicks down to half forward. Lewis hits up, no mark. Spills to Dolan. Grundy, great tackle. Dolan got it out towards Williams, but it was a throw. So free kick going the way of Grundy and the Swans. Takes it by hand. Sweeping hand pass to Sheldrick. Handball away to Roberts. Kicks down to half forward. Curnow in the vicinity. He's up and marking. The double grabber. Charlie Curnow rolls around. Trademark Curnow drives his kick goalward, but he's offline. How many times have we seen that over the years? Just runs out to the right, gives it a whack from long range, but the behind here ties the game. Sydney are 4-8. Western Bulldogs 5-2, scores level, 9 minutes gone in the second.
You're not capitalising in the moment, but just Charlie's starting to fly at the contest, isn't he? Timing the ball well, timing his jump well.
Bramble brings the Dogs back into play to Bailey Dale. So the last 3 scores the way of Sydney, but all behinds. Dale looking for Richards, won't get to him. Bice takes the intercepting mark for Sydney. So they have the ball locked in their forward half. At left half forward, tries to thread the needle with a kick, looking for Cunningham. Spoiled away by Bontempelli. Sanders wrapped up in a tackle by Papley, and the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from the Swans' goal.
The teasing distance of the Swans is really good, isn't it? They invite you to bite off that kick, and then they close that gap.
Thrown up Grundy out of the ruck against Emmett, but Frazier's hand pass to Trelaw. The Dogs work it by hand, back to Bustlinger, who cuts back on his right, sends it up towards Will Lewis. He's in prize position there. In the end, a late spore from Wicks is allowed. Sanders now tackled, almost dispossessed. Lewis tries to make it work. Davison a fumble. Charging Edwards wins the footy back for Sydney. Spills to Sheldrick. Hand pass to Wicks. High up and under kick. Hang on, a whistle, and it's a downfield free kick for a tackle after the kick was...
I think it was holding on. Back to
field.
Charlie Curnow.
So
Gardner.
Gardner for a hold on Curnow before the ball was in their area. And here is another chance for Charlie Curnow to kick his third goal.
I think the over-unders at 4 might have been a little bit light on.
I think so.
Season high is 4, but he is in a mood. Charlie Curnow, the Swans' first game of the season at Docklands, steps out, snaps it around his body. Charlie Curnow has 3. And he is looking imposing for Sydney tonight, as the Swans take back the lead by 6 points, the 5th lead changer of the match. 5-8-38 to the Bulldogs, 5-2-32. The Swans with 2 goals forward, the Bulldogs 1 straight in this second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
There's really testing period here for the Bulldogs. The Swans are right all over them at the moment. Just whenever they do get their hands on the football, the Bulldogs, they just can't seem to quite get 2, 3, 4 touches in a row. The Swans, as Lids did say, their teasing distance is really strong. So they're inviting the kicks, they're inviting the handballs, and then they're closing them down really quickly and then turning the ball off on a short pitch, and that's just really hard for their Bulldogs defenders to try and stop the Sydney forwards, and starting to get a little bit grabby, especially with Charlie in such good form.
Grundy to hit out the Dogs, the clearance. Sanders down to Kennedy. Surge kick forward, turnover. Mills takes the intercept mark, gives it to Rampy, misses Roberts. He'll be the first one there, though. Kennedy goes to make up for it, but tackles a little high. Overzealous.
Bam not happy with that. He felt like he raised his shoulder or raised his arm.
Oh, centering kick back inboard. Bice spills it and then coughs it up. Good pressure from Lewis. Williams on the end of it. Nothing up ahead. Squirts a kick out wide. Dolan collects. Wants to kick it back to Williams, who keeps on moving. Nice work, Bailey Williams. Marks right forward pocket, about 25 out.
It wasn't pretty, but you can understand when you're watching from this position that we are, Murphy. He had absolutely nothing to go to in the forward 50. So he had to bide his time. It was either pin the ears back and try and launch one from 60 and get the front or get the roll on. But in the end, he dribbled a kick to, I think it was young Dolan, wasn't it? Went along the ground, but good composure from Dolan, ground ball. And then Williams kept running forward.
I mentioned the 5 changes before last year's elimination, or the 2016 elimination final, where all the stars came back in. Williams was one of the guys that went out. He was on the other side of that fairy tale run. He misses near side, trying to hook it across the body or behind here. And Clint Wilden actually just messaged me through those 5 changes from that 2016 elimination final, who they got back. Pretty handy inclusions that year. So Wood, Stringer, Roughhead, McRae and Liberatore all coming back in for that 2016 elimination final.
By centre middle, short to Sheldrick. Lewis got into his back, but the umpire said that was okay. In terms of not conceding a 50-metre penalty. Kicks it out to Roberts, who marks it left half back. Sydney by 5 points. Up the wing with a kick to Lloyd. Jake Lloyd wants to draw Williams and gives the hand pass back to Bice, who chips it up towards Amadi. Buku out of position once more, playing in front. And Amadi marks in the left forward pocket. He is 45 metres out from goal.
Came in, by the way, for Bailey Williams, Fletcher Roberts, Kobe Stevens, Will Minson and Nathan Rovat.
Nathan Rovat. It's a blast from the past.
They were the 5 outs from the final round of the home and away season into the elimination final against the Eagles.
Well, the Bulldogs players gathered as the team ran out. Those that were in attendance for the 2016 Premiership 10 years ago. And Joel Amadi looking to join Charlie Kerner with 3. Out to the left, he strikes this pretty nicely and sends it straight through the middle. They've got 6 goals, Kerner and Amadi, and this is concerning for Luke Beveridge with his undermanned defence. The Swans leading by 11 points, 3 goals to 1 Sydney's way in this second quarter. The Swans 6-8-44 to the Bulldogs 5-3-33. Ahead of Lids and Murph, down to Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I was just going to say, I did see big Will Minson in the Premiership reunion room earlier on tonight. I'm not sure about Rovat. I didn't, not 100% certain. I would have, he would have jumped out at me, but I don't think I did see Rovat in there.
That's fair. Might be a chance now for Aaron Norton to maybe go behind the ball for 3 or 4 minutes just to try and relieve some pressure for the Bulldogs. They're just getting cut up on turnover, so maybe just getting one behind the ball for a bit.
That's the problem. They're folding back, and they just allowed that to be marched the whole length of the ground.
6 goals for the Swans. Amadi 3, Kerno 3. Back in the middle, Amadi rucking. Papley first disposal. Hand pass meant for Warner. Picked off, though, in all of that by West, who's now tackled, and the umpire says, I'll have it. Brother Levi playing for the Calder Cannons, and the under-18s. Perhaps we could have another West on the scene. Up it goes, middle of the ground. Hines knocks it out towards the wing, picked up by Davidson, and he's tackled. Ball up on that Logo City side. Swans by 11 points, 15 minutes gone. Second term, 3 goals to 1 in the quarter, Sydney's way. Emmett and Amadi share it down. Mills had it, lost it, throw a blanket over 20 of them here. Sarong's kick smothered. Emmett jumps on top of it. Pack forms around him, and the ump says, I'll have it. Give you the teams, by the way, for round 7 coming up at halftime. We'll run through all of those, plus the news of the day in the footy world.
Amadi in the ruck up against Emmett, comfortably thumps it forward. Jake's trying to get a hand pass clear. Rowbottom threw a boot at it. It's gathered, though, by Bramble out in front of Fraser. The hand pass can't take it cleanly under the pressure of Roses. Still a chance for the Dogs. With Kennedy's hand pass, Davidson tackle, broke away from Roses, but turns it over. Here's a chance for Sarong. Gets a hand pass to Chad Warner. Up and under kick, in which over the back, Jakes makes the spoil. Gathered away by Sanders, and now gives the hand pass to Bailey Dale. Jakes was put down off the ball, so it will be a free kick the Bulldogs' way, but they don't really gain any advantage. He already had the ball across half back. So Bailey Williams has it as everyone stopped. Kick it further out to the wing where Hines runs into space. Sydney by 11 points, 3 goals to 1. The Swans' way in this quarter, up towards Lewis. He pumps it to the front, cleverly looking for West against McCartan. Hand pass back to Will Lewis, tries to step around his opponent. Hand pass down low, set Bailey Williams a challenge. He gathers, turns, kicks it long to the goal square. Davidson's there, Emmett as well. Emmett tries to keep it alive, racing back Edwards. Hand pass towards the boundary line. Here he gathers, well done, trying to get it to Wicks. Has to have a third involvement, trying to tap it clear. Bramble trying to keep control of it in the left forward pocket for the Dogs, and eventually it goes out. Kennedy's happy to see it out of play for a throw-in. The Dogs in their forward 50 in the left forward pocket at Sydney by 11 points.
We were tracking Adam Treloar earlier. How's he looked?
No better, I don't think. But what's he doing? He's currently on the bench, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, he is. Just the one disposal this quarter.
And boundary throw-in comes down to Rowbottom just to get out of here kick as he jams it on the boot and puts it out on the full City wing.
If it was a genuine hamstring or calf injury, would he still be in the centre bounces where he has been?
No way. He must be fine.
That's just his new running gait.
He's very upright and short-stepped, isn't he, compared to what he probably used to be.
Free kick for the Dogs. Gardner takes it, puts it back inside 50, and Edwards picks it off as an intercept mark. The young man on debut. Say young man, he's 22 years of age. First on the list for the 2023 season out of the Swans Academy. Stringer handballs out of defence. McCartan gives us the lizard and he says, come with me, as he just burns off Cooper Hines, runs his way around Emmett. Now gives a handball over to McDonald. Hand pass back to Roberts. Sweeping Polyfarmer, hand pass finds Lloyd. Looks inside 50 and here's Patley.
How good was that run?
Just breaks the game open, doesn't it?
Oh, mate.
There's something nice, isn't there, about a player that just does a little look over the shoulder and goes,
yeah, I got you.
Let's dance. Yeah.
Almost had a little bit of a smile when he got past the first one. Thought, I might have another go here and do it too. And then I thought, no, I can't get through the third. I'll dish it off.
Real roadrunner, Wile E. Coyote. Meep, meep.
What a game he played last week. One of 6 players last round to get the top votes from the coaches, all 10. Also picked up the newly named Kurt Ward medal. As Patley looking for the extra distance, misses the whole set by 10 metres. Out on the full, 7 rows back, near side. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Adam Treloar might not have a full calf or like a tear or a strain in that calf or a hamstring injury, but there's no chance that he's 100%. His GPS numbers would look very interesting at the moment. Can't get out of second gear.
Oh, Jake's almost turned it over. Richards almost slipped over. They eventually got it to Bramble and now to Kennedy. Half back for the Dogs. Bailey Dale hemmed in against the boundary line. Did well. What a kick to Emmett, who's sliding on his chest, takes the mark. He's in front of the 2 benches with Sydney leading by 11 points. Emmett veers out to the left, sends it up towards Bontempelli. He tries to work his way from the back to the front. Smith did well to bring it to ground level. Bontempelli gathered. Hand pass chopped off by Rampy. Sydney take it back. McCartan's look away hand pass. Jakes runs onto it. Pokes a kick inside 50. Lewis tries to claim the mark, not 15. He's tackled and brought down by Edwards, and the umpire will ball it up just inside 50.
Well done by Lockie Jakes. Good attack on the footy there.
Yep.
Coming through the other way in the opposite direction.
I'm with Benny Corby. I didn't see Adam Treloar running like that in round 1 of the VFL.
Could it be a corky? The Bont from the stoppage hooks a kick inside 50, picked off by Blakey, fullback.
Could be. I don't think
Unlikely.
so.
Yep.
You have more of a limp.
Blakey kicks the centre half back. Picked off there by Fraser, though. Knocks it away to Hines. And Hines goals. Super Cooper pops it through. And it's back to a 1-score game. So despite the Swans' dominance in this second term, there's a kick in it. 6-8 to 6-3. 21 minutes gone in the second term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It was a great play in the end by Fraser, who just kept his eye on the football, kept awareness of his opponent and just stuck up the left mid and intercepted the ball going outside the D50. And then just a quick handball across. Just smart football. Just read the play quickly. Didn't turn, didn't zone off. Just smart. Looked at the ball, looked at his teammate.
He loves an aggressive kick, doesn't he, Nick Blakey? He's not happy unless he's going for a ridiculous kick through the middle of the ground that can open the game up.
He looks at the easy ones and thinks, no, I might just go for a harder one.
Yeah, but that's not hard enough for me.
Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. The Dogs kicked the first 3 goals of the match, led by 18. Sydney got about 11 in this second quarter. Back in the middle of the ground. Smith tries to follow up his ruck work, but it spills out the way of Grundy. Hand pass forward. Overrunning the footy. Cootie, who can't get it clear. Davidson's hand pass for the Bulldogs. Chopped off. Here is Sheldrick. Kicks inside 50. Bustling it back with a flight. Takes the mark. His confidence has risen throughout the match. Looked a bit tentative early. But he marks 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Sydney by 5 points. Kicks to the outer wing where Baker lunges forward and takes the mark.
It's a good kick at the end. Just told him where to lead. Just smart.
Oscar Baker, the hero of one of their road wins against the Adelaide Crows with 3 goals. Of course, they beat Brisbane in opening round. Short kick up the wing. Davidson involved once more. He looks into the middle of the ground. Thought about going to Bramble. Now he veers out to the right and sends it long up towards the wing. Lewis tries to come in from the side. McCartan had a big piece of it. It trickles towards the boundary line and Lockie Smith on debut is happy to see it go over. A throw in at left half forward for the Bulldogs. Sydney 6-8-44 to the Dogs 6-3-39. 22 minutes gone in the second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. You can get in touch with us. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number Grundy bumped off it by Lockie Smith. Blakey tries to get a hand pass clear, knocked on by Bontempelli. Lewis comes charging over the top, can't knock it clear. Jordan's on the bottom of the pack. And the umpire will ball it up. Brody Grundy hasn't been quite as dominant as we thought he might have been.
I feel like young Smithy's done a pretty good job on him so far. 6
disposals for Grundy, up against 2 relatively inexperienced rucks. Edwards' kick is, Richards' kick is smothered. Ricochets back to Rowbottom. Hacks a kick into the middle of the ground. Bustlinger did well with it. Knocked it forward to Treloar. Ricochets back to Bustlinger. Hand pass away to Selwood. Feeds it back to Gardner. Into Mines. Awkward little sidestep to the left and just kicks it straight up. Kennedy rises on the back of Davidson. Roses, quick as a flash, whips onto his right, into the middle of the ground.
There's a line of them here. Mark taken in the middle of the ground and ripped down Cootie. The young man on debut dishes it off by Hender Sheldrick. Kicks to full forward. Kerno. And Buku Kamas one out in the cage. And the big monster of Kerno wins that battle, clunks it, and he's going back to try and make it 4.
Yeah, you just hope that people that are watching on TV or, even here at the ground up, Buku, come on, that's not his fault.
No hope to stop that.
1v9 streaming through the middle of the ground, and the ball movement is coming in so quick. Where do you want him to defend? The only place he can go is on his back, and then he's got to try and get around the outstretched arms of Charlie Kerno. He's trying to defend the most dangerous space. That was just a great kick.
I think he's just about the best of the options, isn't he, down there as well?
That's it too.
Kerno for 4. The kick is good. And Sydney's two-headed monster is off the leash. 7 between them. 4 for Kerno, 3 for Amati, and counting. 11 points, the lead for the Swans, 7-8 to 6-3. Closing in on the half. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, he's spot on, Lids, and it's really Malcolm Rose's first touch of the night. It was an absolute cracker just to turn his left foot and dish it through the middle of the ground. It was a 45-50 metre kick that just opened up the entire game. So Karmas was playing smart in front of Charlie Kerno, but when you kick the ball inside the centre square like that, you can just go in any direction inside 50 and you just no chance of stopping.
Well, he's out of his weight division, mate. He's 189, Buku Karmas, and he's playing against a guy who's 193 and probably got 5 or 10 kilos on him.
So
he should be a halfback flanker, Buku.
So Bustlinger or Gardner, is it the best way to go?
Bustlinger's throwing him the Wolves in his second or third game.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's stopping that ball movement.
Nah. Rancy's not swapping it.
Grundy wins down the tap to Warner. Tries to squeeze a kick towards half forward. Treloar did well to lock Sheldrick. With the footy underneath him, and the umpire will ball it up. Just short of centre half forward, still inside the centre square for the Sydney Swans, who are back out by 11 points. Grundy wins down the tap. McInerney tried to charge his way through, tried to drop the ball to his boot. Don't think he made contact. And Grundy, there's a big tackle there on Joel Frazier. So 4 goals for Charlie Kerno equals his season best as a new Swan. Kicked 4 against the West Coast Eagles. McInerney tries to get a hand pass away. Blakey's look away hand pass chopped up by Treloar. Bulldogs back in control. Socket off the deck by Kennedy up towards half forward. Roberts couldn't take it cleanly for the Swans. Gathered by Lloyd. Gets the hand pass out to Rowbottom. Nice little side step around Davidson. Kicks Sydney up towards half forward. Bustlinger back with a flight. He and Gardner make the spoil away from McDonald. Roses gathers though. Hand pass to Papley at right half forward. Looks towards goal. Kicks towards Jakes, who rushes it through. Cootie was trying to get out the back. Sensing a first goal in AFL footy, but through for a minor score. Sydney by 12 points.
Kick a drop punt, Tom. That'd be good.
Jakes straight up the pipe. Finds Treloar. Thought about handballing. Had regrets on that. Went back and got it as the ball drifted away from him. Regathers, gives it to Richards. Kicks wide for Williams on the wing. Oh, dangerous centering pass to Jakes. Got some pressure from Papley. And Lockie Jakes is going to get it here on the back flank.
Made him earn it.
I mentioned earlier that the Swans, their last rising star nom was Matt Roberts.
Yep.
Opening round 2024. The Dogs' last one was Sam Darcy. So round 4 of the same season, a week after Harvey Gallagher. So 2 teams with the longest drought in the comp. Hoping to change that. Richards down to Treloar. Handball to Kennedy. Had the blinkers on, holding the ball. And Mills just perfectly timed the chase and the tackle. Kennedy never heard him coming. Ben Cameron's on the boundary.
I know Grundy was sort of half about to charge down that kick, but did Treloar just not want to kick that just then? He elected to handball instead, perhaps not, but fascinating.
Thanks, Ben. Keep an eye on that. Adam Treloar, after the early work he's had on his return, and his hamstring calves worked on in that opening quarter after about a dozen minutes. Hurried kick down the wing for the Swans. Roberts sending it in the Kerno and Amati direction and punched out of bounds by Buku Kamas. So Karmas, by the way, trotting with Amati as Curnow hits the bench. 12 points the lead for the Swans here, 27.5 gone in the second.
Swans with 4 goals to 2 so far in this second quarter. Grundy over the back, wins down the tap against Smith, but straight to Bontempelli. Kicks the Bulldogs up the wing, bouncing ball that clears Hines. Onto it, it's picked up by Rampy. Hand pass inboard to McInerney. Norton tries to corral him, so just squeezes a kick up across half-back where McCartan has enough time to gather. He draws Kennedy, gets the hand pass away where Bice is off on a run. Hand pass over the top to Blakey. He's almost setting within range. He looks inside 50. In front, Warner can't take the mark. Bailey Williams is there. Gathers to the Bulldogs. Buslinger receives the hand pass, a clearing kick. Edwards underneath it. He'll get a free kick. Front on contact. And the Swans will take the advantage. McInerney gets it forward to Roberts. Hand passes inside 50. Hard against the boundary line. Sheldry looks for Amati on the lead. Off hands. Papley tries to throw a boot at it. Bontempelli down low. He almost was collateral damage. Buslinger tries to clear it. Kicks out towards the back pocket. Sheldrick kept it alive for Sydney. Hand pass to Warner. Cuts an angle on his right. Kicks it straight up in the air. Inside 50. Amati juggles the mark. Treloar was trying to get back in front to offer support, and I'm not quite sure how Joel Amati ended up with that footy wedged in between he and Adam Treloar.
Well, I'm not quite sure how Chad Warner didn't take that ball out of bounds. It didn't look like it was well and truly the whole ball looked like it was over, but what I love is when your big blokes play big, and that's what I love about Joel Amati in this instance. He knew that he only had Adam Treloar coming the other way, so you know what, I'm going to launch at this.
It is a contract year for Joel Amati, left of centre, kicking from 45 metres out. Curnow has 4, Amati has 3. And the possibility the Swans could have had a little more at the half-time siren. It's a 13-point lead Sydney's way off the back of 4 goals, 6 in that second quarter to the Western Bulldogs, 2 goals, 1. And after the Dogs led by 4 points at quarter time, it's Sydney who lead by 13. 7-10-52 to the Bulldogs, 6-3-39. 4 goals for Charlie Curnow, including 3 in that second quarter. 3 goals to Joel Amati. They've done the damage for the Sydney Swans. While for the Western Bulldogs, goals to Bontempelli, Hines, Richards, Dolan, Lewis and Norton.
Half-time here at Docklands. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts throughout the night on 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Of course, all of this a nod to the 2016 Grand Final, the Premiership reunion that night. That afternoon, it was the Swans who led at half-time, as they do here. And, of course, we know the rest of what happened for the Dogs thereafter. Decimated tonight. They're missing 8 of their best 23, while the Sydney Swans are without their 2 best players. No Heaney, no Goulden. At half-time, it is the Swans by 13. All right, the thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, our number 1 picks, with their take to half-time.
Yeah, they sort of got their game up and going a bit more in that quarter, the Swans. Their ability to, be able to go, win the ball at stoppage but then go forward with it and get some marks inside 50, Murph. Charlie Curnow just looked dangerous. And he took a couple of big, strong marks. His hands were on. Probably left one on the table maybe, but between him and Amati, the one you'd be wanting to get into the game is Logan McDonald. I feel like he's always the third banana who just doesn't quite.
It's almost pretty hard when you got the 3
it
tools, is that they're going to have all 3 fire at once. But you're right, he just looks like the one who's almost trying to separate himself a little bit and keep some isolation for the other 2 going about it, which is all well and good. You need that. You don't want your 3 tools firing all at once in terms of going for every contest. So they've actually isolated quite well, and they've had the 10 inside 50 marks as a result. So they're getting good separation, the Sydney Swans forwards.
What also makes it hard, though, is when you're playing and committing to a handball game and you're a centre-half forward who likes to hit up or hit the wings, the ball's just coming at you with handballs. They're not kicking it towards you. You're just always that bailout option from a kick-out, or if we do eventually get held up. But
certainly suited for the forward who's playing deepest goal, isn't it?
100%.
Because the forward who's usually the old centre-half forward gets bypassed these days with that run-and-gun handball chain that sides operate with these days, especially the Sydney Swans. The way in which they use the ball with the likes of Blakey off the half-back flank and McInerney getting the ball through the middle of the ground, they very much bypass that centre-half forward option and have been able to find Amati out the back on numerous occasions, Charlie Curnow out the back on numerous occasions as well. So that's the style of football they like to play, and we didn't see much of that in the first quarter from the Swans, but they certainly got their game up and going in that second term.
You spoke during the call, Lids, about Buku Kamas. Marcus in South Melbourne makes the point compared to Swans, Geelong, Freo. The Dogs' backline seems very short. Is that a fair call? I mean, Tim English is a player who helps cover so many holes by getting back to help their back six. But
as does Rory Lobb, who's also 206 or 207. So
O'Donnell, who's missing as well. We can run through them.
They're short tonight. Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like Buku's been forced to play a lot taller than when I've seen him being thrown in the ruck before, and you're talking, maybe he could go. He shouldn't be even a third tall, I don't think, Buku. Like, at his height, he should be a running dashing creator.
Player, which is what he is, really.
Well, and that's where I think he could be at his absolute best. But
so what's the alternative now for Luke Beveridge? Does he go, well, do we throw Norton back there and you lose your best key forward ahead of the contest? I don't think you can almost do that. You're
conceding too much.
You're conceding too much, and you're telling your players, well, we're not backing in those guys who are coming to play a role, and we're going to pull our best key forward back. But I think you can do it from time to time. I don't think you can start the third term with him playing back. You wait for the first 5 or 6 minutes, see if you can get some ascendancy with getting the ball inside 50, and then see how the game plays out. But you can always go to it for 3 or 4 minutes. You can try and rectify and bring back some momentum back on your side.
I've come up with it. It's like, go to Joel Frazier. Right, mate, we need more from you. You've had 4. All right, get inside. You go in there with Ed Richards, Matty Kennedy, Adam Trelaw spitting through there. Bontempelli, you're going to go play forward. Aaron Norton, go and plug a hole for us. Go back, give us some a bigger body, and just a man up on Joel Amartey.
Even Matt Kennedy can play taller as a forward.
He can be an option.
Yeah, he can be an option where he's a really good goal kicker and a good contested player in his own right. So he can play that tall forward role if required.
It is sort of the bizarre Adam Trelaw returns. He's had 14 and a half. We've spoken about his running style. It looks like he's carrying some sort of injury alongside Bontempelli with 14. But Frazier and Kennedy then go back to playing that sort of half-forward role, which is sort of what the Dogs' progression over the last 12 months have been, that those two inside mids getting onto the outside. It sort of takes away their versatility in terms of being able to get back and help their back line.
Yeah, look, I don't think Trelaw coming in and getting 14 touches probably takes away from Matt Kennedy and Frazier getting the ball, because Liberatore's gone out of the side. So there was a need for him to come in. I just think that Frazier just hasn't got his hands on the footy at all. Really.
I agree. Frazier, Sanders, who else can we throw? Cooper Hines is playing all forward.
He is, yeah.
Richards has only had the 9 as well. So, Ed Richards was the second ratest player in the competition, or even the best at times last year. But tonight, when you're missing some of your best players, you need your next lot of best players to be playing well. And I don't think that they could put their hand up or look at themselves in the mirror and say, we're firing on all cylinders at the moment.
Outside of Bontempelli and Trelaw, who's come in and had the 14, even though he hasn't looked dynamic, he looks like he's a bit short of a step of a yard. But
you can't buy experience, can you? Still gets into great spots and gets a hold of it.
That's right.
The last time these two teams met, Frazier was best of field, got 3 Brownlow votes, had 23, kicked 4 that night at the SCG, and the Dogs ended up winning that game by 9 points. They've won the last 2 against the Sydney Swans, even at half-time. So despite the firepower of the Swans and their class showing in that second term, it's a 13-point margin at half-time. So 7-10 to 6-3. Keep in mind, by the way, the Dogs did kick the first 3 goals of the game. So if you reset the scoreboard at that point, when they jumped out by 18 points, it is 7 of the last 10 goals in the game for the team wearing red and white. More from Matt Clench, from Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio and Ben Cameron, myself, Corbin Middlemass, in the second half. Your thoughts on the SMS as we work our way through as well. Anthony from Pascoe Vale, teams that last play at the death of the second quarter reflects so much of what is wrong with the way the AFL allows the game to be played. Keep going. Warner was so far outside the field of play, both feet almost in the front row with spectators, yet all the umpires on the ground at the back up of the arc, they allowed the Swans to stretch their lead. So this is talking about players playing on out of bounds, Anthony. Absolutely with you on that front. As long as the game's been around, unfortunately, that's been something we've been hard to get our head around. And no name, no pack drill on this, but the Swans score sheet is a throwback to the 90s, when my AFL record only had tally marks next to forwards, and midfielders were banned from the forward 50. Of course, the Sydney Swans with some powerful key forwards over the years, and Charlie Curnow, the latest in that line, with 4 to the half. We'll see how he goes in the second half, plus all the teams to round 7 coming up next. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Let's see what's going on in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Noni Edwards. Experts say fraud has been an ongoing issue in the NDIS after the federal government flagged a crackdown as part of sweeping reforms. Health Minister Mark Butler yesterday said Shonks and Rauters were exploiting the system but stressed families are not to blame. Estimates suggest around 5% of NDIS spending is affected by error or fraud. Senior lecturer in accounting at the University of Wollongong, Mona Nikki Dahani, says tackling it has been an ongoing challenge.
5% of the NDIS actually is in error, so it's different type of fraudulent activities. And as a result, there was a task force that was organized to tackle this. So this is an ongoing process, and I think this is again brought up as part of the new reform.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says the government is continuing to work on contingency planning for fuel supply as the Middle East war rages on. Iran says it will not reopen the Strait of Hormuz while the United States blockade of Iranian ports remains in place. Mr Albanese says amid disruption to global oil supply from the Strait's closure, Australia's fuel supply has diversified to include untraditional suppliers, including the US, Argentina and Algeria.
Australia's fuel supply outlook remains secure in the near term. However, we're working hard to prepare for contingencies in the event of supply disruptions in fuel and in fertiliser.
Recently released court documents show Ben Roberts-Smith was set to fly overseas just 4 days after he was arrested at Sydney Airport over war crime allegations. Court reporter Jamie McKinnell has more.
This is material that was before a local court judge for Ben Roberts-Smith's successful bail application on Friday, but they were only just made public today here at the Downing Centre. Now, according to these documents, there is a statement of a senior figure from the Office of the Special Investigator in these documents that says that the OSI had discovered that Ben Roberts-Smith had told his family that he intended to relocate to Singapore and start a business. Now, he and his partner had flights booked to Singapore, according to this statement, and they were scheduled to depart Sydney days within his arrest at Sydney Airport with a return date of the end of June.
A man who allegedly threatened to blow up Perth's airport's Terminal 1 on Wednesday afternoon has appeared in court. David Webber reports.
Perth Magistrates Court heard that more than 1,000 people were unable to go about their business as a result of the disruption. Kieran Beau James Hedges has been charged with making a false communication, which could be inferred as a threat to an aerodrome. The court was told Mr Hedges had gone to the passport processing area at international departures, but didn't have a passport. He was asked to leave and allegedly said, "I'm going to blow this place up." An unattended bag was found and had to be examined by the bomb squad. Traffic was prevented from going to the car park and train services were disrupted. The magistrate ordered a mental health assessment for Mr Hedges before she considers bail for the 57-year-old.
Heading overseas, and Lebanon's Prime Minister has accused Israel of war crimes after officials said Israeli airstrikes killed a journalist. Jono Wakely has the details.
Amal Khalil was hit by an Israeli airstrike in what Lebanese officials describe as a deliberate and targeted attack that injured another journalist. They say the strike came as they sought shelter in a home after an initial airstrike hit the vehicle in front of them, killing 2 men who have not been named. The officials also accused the Israel Defense Forces of intentionally targeting a marked ambulance as it tried to reach the journalists in the village of Tyre. Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam says the targeting of journalists and the obstruction of relief efforts amount to war crimes and that Lebanon will pursue relevant action in international bodies. Israel denies the accusations.
And judges at the International Criminal Court have confirmed crimes against humanity charges against former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte and have committed him to a trial. It comes a day after appeals judges dismissed a bid to throw out the trial over his alleged pivotal role in the murder of thousands of people. Prosecutors allege Rodrigo Duterte created, funded and armed death squads to target and kill suspected narcotics peddlers and users when he was in power between 2016 and 2022. He's long insisted he instructed police to kill only in self-defence and has always defended the crackdown. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News. There's more news on ABC Listen.
Okay, ready? Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts. Hooray! Like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along. Let's dance to celebrate! Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
From the stoppage, handball reaches Warner, kicks from wide out into the pocket. Curnow, juggled mark, got it opposite pocket, and he marks here. Now 2 metres in from the boundary line, left forward pocket. His running mate Joel Amarty's already got 2 tonight. Charlie Curnow hooks it across the body. He's got a couple as well. Swans back in front. Handball inside 50. Richards got it out to Lewis. Lewis handball to West. Shakes a tackle. Gives it to the Bont. The Bont does the rest. Hooks it through for a goal.
Charlie Curnow, the Swans' first game of the season at Docklands. Steps out. Snaps it around his body. Charlie Curnow has 3. Joel Amarty looking to join Charlie Curnow with 3. Out to the left. He strikes this pretty nicely and sends it straight through the middle. They've got 6 goals, Curnow and Amarty, and this is concerning for Luke Beveridge with his undermanned defence.
Blakey kicks the centre half back. Picked off there by Fraser, though. Knocks it away to Hines, and Hines goals. Super Cooper pops it through, and it's back to a 1-score game. Curnow for 4. The kick is good. And Sydney's 2-headed monster is off the leash. 7 between them.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds here from the second term where the Sydney Swans got moving. They kicked 4 goals to 2 in the quarter. They lead by 13 at the half. Keep in mind, by the way, the Dogs kicked the first 3 goals of the game. So from that point on, Sydney have kicked 7 of the last 10. They lead 7 goals 10-52 over the Western Bulldogs 6-3-39. So the Dogs decimated during the week. They're missing 8 of their best 22, and the Sydney Swans are without their 2 best players in Heaney and Goulden. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. We've had 5 lead changes in the first half. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the action. Our number 1 picks, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, and Ben Cameron is down on the boundary's edge. It's been a big news day. We'll get to a little bit of that in just a moment, but first the teams for round 7. Lids, Tiggs up against the D's. You going tomorrow night?
I'll be there, yes, courtesy of Mr. O'Rourke, our president there at the Tigers. He's invited me into his function.
Life member said, you know what, come along?
Yes.
You a Life member or Hall of Fame or something like that?
Hall of Fame. Yeah, both.
Both. Life member and a Hall of Fame. Hall of Famer of the Richmond Football Club. So here we go. Your Tiggs, 5 changes. Tom Burton and Sam Cumming are going to debut.
One of our first picks last year, or one of the, when I say our,
top pick.
The Tigers, yeah.
Top pick for the Tigers last year.
The Giants all of a sudden, isn't he?
Do you know much about Tom Burton?
I do. Yeah.
What's he all about?
Very good ball winner from Western Jets.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he would have averaged 28 or 29 last year, but had to do it the hard way. Missed out on the draft and then ended up training with Richmond all through the SSP. And, got one of the last spots there in the draft for Richmond.
2 different stories. I love Sam Cumming too out of Adelaide. He's a
genuine mover. He's from Wentworth, actually. He's then went and boarded down there in Adelaide. So they played with North Adelaide. I think it was North Adelaide. Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Good luck to him tomorrow night. We'll see him for the first time. He was really tracking for a round 1 debut, wasn't he?
He was.
And then got hurt. And
yep.
We'll see him tonight. Tomorrow night, Lynch, Hopper and Tom Brown all come in as well to that Richmond team. They copped 3 more injuries last week, so you won't see Banks, Taranto or Rioli. Chankwath Jath comes in for Melbourne. The only change, he replaces Harrison Petty. To Saturday footy, this is Anzac Day, of course. Hawthorn and the Gold Coast kick us off. Finn McGuinness, we'll have a look at him again among 5 ins for Hawthorn. Jack Gunston's back. Moore and Sicily, obviously, both out suspended. Meanwhile, at the Gold Coast, Jamara Ugle-Hagan makes his club debut. So we'll get a look at Mara for the first time in his son's colours. And Noah Anderson comes back in as well for the Suns there. The big game at the G, Jackson Pryor's back, along with Dyson Sharp. So they're the 2 inclusions for the
Your
Dons.
favourite?
Yes, absolutely. Big Prizzy fan, so good luck to him. Ridley and Gresham, the 2 that go out, 1 injured, 1 omitted. For the Pies, DeGoey and Sidebottom, big ins. Out goes Allen and Ned Long. Managed. He's out on the outs for the biggest game of the home and away season. To Adelaide for the Cats and the Power. Jack Henry's back alongside Mark O'Connor. 2 changes. Collar Jasny and Wiltshire both managed out of the Geelong team. Port Adelaide with the same 23. Same 23 for Fremantle in the Len Hall game, the annual Anzac Day clash, or in and around the date. So same 23 for the Purple. Reedy, Lord and Moyer, the 3 ins for Carlton. They're big outs. Mackay and Pitternet both injured, so neither of them making the trip
one
to Perth.
Concussion, one broken hand, did I read?
That's right. Yep. So he'll miss a week at this stage. Mark Pitternet and Elijah Hollands, we know, isn't playing. Sunday, just squads at this stage. Boxall's been omitted from the Saints. Alex Taru among the ins. Jamie Cripps been left out by West Coast to play against his old team, so he's omitted. Archer Reed's injured. On to the next game. It is Brisbane up against Adelaide. Fort among the ins for Brisbane after being laid out last week. Ainsworth and Berry both hurt. One with injury, one with concussion. Ainsworth getting concussed again on his return, having already suffered one this year. Dawson amongst the ins, which is great to see for Adelaide. Good
game, this one.
I think so too. And Alex Neil-Bullen out injured. And then the last game to bring the curtain down on the round, GWS in the nation's capital against North Melbourne.
That's a good game too, this one.
Toby Green celebrates a huge milestone, becomes the most capped giant of all time, and a couple of his good mates, Cornelio and Hogan, among the ins, along with Cadman and Daniels. Confirmed outs at this stage, Fonte suspended and Brown omitted. Meanwhile, for the Kangaroos, these are big ins. O'Sullivan, Sherry and Pink all coming back into the North Melbourne squad. Constanti is also among the ins, but unlikely to play, and Callum Coleman-Jones has been managed. So the Roos get a little stronger at selection. The other news in the footy world, Carlton have finished their investigation into the events of last Thursday night at the G, so they've handed over that report to the AFL, so their internal investigation done on the handling of the Elijah Hollands situation. It'll now be given to the AFL and the Players Association to work their way through the findings. And Lance Collard, in a curious case tonight at the Appeals Board, tried to be buried away on a Thursday night to clash with the footy and trying to keep it out of the spotlight. It was an incredibly difficult case. I don't think anyone's questioning that. And in the end, the charge has been upheld, but the sanction's been reduced, which is very unusual for an appeals board to take or to be able to make or take that kind of course of action, and yet that's what they've decided to do. So as a result, the sanction's down to 4 matches, 2 of them suspended. There's been a long list of reasoning provided as to why. We'll tell you more about that in the post-game, but a little more on that as we work our way through. Swans by 13 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just an interested onlooker watching on. I bumped into someone on my way back to position, turned around. Mass D'Ambrosio taking in the game with the Sydney family and friends.
Good work, Benny. Sydney by 13 points as we get the third quarter underway. Grundy wins down the opening tap. Chance for the Bulldogs, though. Sanders gets a hand pass back to Bailey Williams. The Dogs try and work it through Fraser through the middle of the crowd. Jakes just points to Bailey Williams, says go into the middle. Instead, he hand passes back to Bustlinger. From half back up to Sanders, up the wing. He takes the mark for the Bulldogs. Trying to draw Chad Warner and get a hand pass boundary side where Bramble's almost run down. Great chase from Warner. Long into the pocket. Grundy over the top takes the mark. Against Norton and Lewis in the back pocket. Just the 6 disposals in the first half for Brodie Grundy, but trying to have more of an impact as he takes a good contested mark. Clears the half-back line up towards Amadi, who presents on the wing. Might have got his hands across the top of Jed Bustlinger, who wins a free kick between wing and half forward for the Doggies.
High pick back in 2022, 13 overall. Bustlinger kicks into the pocket. Oh, the seat just collapsing underneath McCartney and all of that. West runs away with the footy and goals, but it's going to come back. Riley West can't believe it. He's struggled to find the major opening so far this year. West kicked 1 goal, 7. And McCartney lost his seat in that marking contest. Tunnelling free kick going his way. He just lays it off by hand here to Wicks, who runs into a dead end. Handball back to McCartan. He gives it to Mills. Short kick to half-back. Finds Roberts. Takes the sprawling mark. Not the required range. Gives it to Rampy. Handball away to Blakey. Long kick to the middle of the ground. And Buku playing in front of Curnow picks it off.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he's kicked it straight between 2 dogs. They both looked at each other. The ball slides through to Big Smith. He collects. Handball away to Sanders. Sanders inside 50. Leaping up Lewis. Knocks it down illegally. And West has kicked... No, he hasn't. He's missed. I was about to say West is going to kick 2 goals when back-to-back when the free kick's been given away. It's going against Lewis in the marking contest. And after all, they clinch. You were back where we started. McCartan in the back pocket for the Swans.
Carton kicks out to the back pocket where Wicks gets the hand pass away to Rampy. Had to give it back to Wicks. Around Dolan. Rampy now tries to link up with a hand pass away to Jake Lloyd. They found their way out of half-back. Up to the wing. Hand pass to Grundy. The ruckman plays the middle fiddle as he hand passes away to Lloyd and drives it inside 50. Curnow the target. Bustlinger got up, made the spoil.
Yeah.
But he chopped the arms and the eyes of the umpire. And Charlie Curnow is proving a hard task tonight.
Selwood, I think it was, Clinchy that gave away that free kick.
It was indeed.
I've liked his attack, young Selwood. I think he goes at the ball and the player pretty hard, but sometimes you just got to temper yourself a little bit.
He just didn't really time that well. He jumped in front of Charlie almost and
then hooked his arm down.
And then got nervous and, just grabbed the arm on the way through.
He didn't really mean to grab his arm, I don't reckon.
Charlie made the most of that, I think, too.
The hooking of the arm made it obvious for the umpire. Curnow has 4, looking for a season-high 5th goal in the third quarter. He opens up the angle, shuts it around the body. And then hear the Bronx cheers as he misses to the left-hand side. A minor score. Sydney leading by 14 points. We played 3 minutes in the third quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Dale, off he trots and then kicks out to half-back. It's a good kick at that, finds Williams. Just trying to dab it over the top to Richards. Hung in the air too long and Lloyd picks it off. Handball away to Mills. He plays a hand pass out wide for Roberts. Another left footer, kicks it deep to full forward. McDonald the target, hands to it, no mark. Buslinger cleans it up and gives it to Dale. Handball away to Jakes, dangerous kick, spoiled away by Mills, and in the end the ball floats in the air and Mills says, I can mark it. Lands in his lap and he's got it left half forward for the Swans.
Yeah, that's a poor decision and poor skill execution there. Just he had space in front of him. He could have run 15 or 20 metres and then drawn a player by hand and worked the ball out of their D50, but just try to bite off a decision that just wasn't there at all. So just a disappointing turnover by the Bulldogs.
It's about 181 games. He's kicked only 30 goals, Cal Mills. He gets a look at them here and he lets the opportunity pass. Lands on the behind line and helped through for a rush behind. Sydney's lead grows. They're all over the Dogs, and yet they're still close enough on the scoreboard if the Dogs can rally. 5 minutes into the third, 15-point lead for Sydney.
Dale brings the Bulldogs back into play to Bramble in the back pocket, chips it up to Davidson. He can work it over the top to Lockie Jakes, who runs into space, can give it back to Davidson. Running the boundary line, Warner comes running in from the side, Threeson centre. Not in a big fly, crashes into Grundy and takes the mark. That's what they needed from the astronaut. Away to Bontempelli, inside 50, and Lewis takes the mark just inside the boundary line. Aaron Norton from stage left.
That's right, he's got to put it in his vicinity, don't you? He's timing the ball well with his leaps at the moment. Norton, he's done that not like that a couple of times tonight, but he's actually met the ball at the highest point quite a few times tonight. But that's a 3v1 and just split the pack.
That's a great jump and mark, isn't it?
That's what he does when he's full of confidence. And now Lewis looking to try and complete the deed. He's going to come inboard for Baker, who just takes the mark in front of Jordan. He just couldn't quite get that last metre to get a fist in there. And Oscar Baker, who has proven to be a goal kicker this season, has a slightly better angle, but still 45 metres out from goal.
Yeah, I think Dean Cox will be pretty upset with that, to be honest. That's usually something... Oh, my God. Just kick a drop punt, Oscar.
He's going to kick across his body, which
this
he
is
has
a
to hit
big
it
snap.
absolutely
Big snap
flush.
from 45 out.
Chad Warner set up like a sprinter, bursting out of the blocks. He comes running at Baker, who hits it on the fat side. It's across the face of goal. Smith's outnumbered, brought down by Roberts, straight into the path of Bailey Williams, who threw his head back that doesn't get a free kick. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, just waiting to see Adam Treloar as he comes back on the ground here. Did have a lot of work done as he gets ready and tries to get those soft tissues nice and warm before he comes back on.
Soft tissues.
I think anything from 35 out, further out, you just got to kick a drop punt.
Yeah.
I mean, you're 45 out kicking around your body. It's a very low percentage kick.
So hard.
Boundary throw in, forward pocket for the Dogs. Grabbed out of the right by Smith, runs into Sarong, caught, holding the ball. Grundy tackles in from behind. I thought, I'm just going to swing my big left leg at this, and then looked up and saw Sarong in his path.
Good body work, though, against Grundy. He forced him underneath the drop zone, but then obviously didn't quite finish off the job.
Sarong gets the free, lays it off by hand to McCartan, peeling off halfback. Runs a long way and then kicks it to a contest involving Curnow and Amati. It's been a good decision tonight. No mark, but Amati knocks it inside 50. The Bont so clean. Scoops it up, tackled immediately. Spills down underneath Papley. He's dispossessed. Bramble got it out for the Dogs. Warner had a play on it, lost it. Dolan hands it away to Selwood. The umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up centre half forward here for the Swans. Just on Aaron Norton, by the way. Kicked 3 goals a game last year playing with Darcy. Kicked only 8 goals in 6 games without him.
Swans by 15. Grundy over the back, found McInerney. Leading Swans possession getter at half-time. Knocks it out to Blakey, tries to slap it forward, but Sanders gathers for the Dogs. Hand pass to Bailey Williams at half-back. Fraser had to wear the contact from Rampy, who wins the possession of the footy. Hand pass missed Chad Warner, though. Blakey down low. Bailey Williams wrestles for it. Now pole board up on the outer wing.
Haven't really seen Chad Warner influence the game much just yet.
Yeah, it's just thinking, I haven't seen him burst away or do anything that's just explosive at all. He's had the 10 touches so far.
Play more half forward and sparingly inside the centre square. As Jordan gets a kick for the Swans up towards half forward. McDonald brought down. Roses down low. Bustlinger got it to Selwood. Back to Bustlinger. Just jams it on the boot. Needing someone to present. McInerney getting back. Has to deal with Hines. Trying to sidestep him. Just shovels a hand pass forward towards the boundary line. Where the Dogs should be able to gather. Sanders around Jordan. Runs the boundary line. Kicks up the wing. Norton the target against McCartan. Got a hand to it. Can't take the mark. Edwards gets the hand pass back to Mills. Back to Edwards across half back. On to Boo. Switches it into the middle of the ground. It will find Papley, but had some nervous moments.
Handball away to Sarong. Trying to give it back to Papley. Does. Look away handball. Broken up by West on the wing. Crashing through Fraser. Tackled. Taken down. Now lost it. Roses fishes it off by hand to Papley. Centering kick to centre half forward. Leaping up. Grundy. Marks in front of Bramble, and we'll have a look at centre half forward right on 50.
Yeah, they had their opportunity. Then the Bulldogs, they turned the ball over. The Swans were just a little bit too cute by hand. It was Papley who just threw the ball over his head, and in a bit of a hope. They had their opportunity to come back at him, but they just couldn't make it stick, unfortunately. And then the Swans just punished them again on turnover.
Game number 249 tonight for Brodie Grundy, so milestone next Sunday. 3:15 at home at the SCG against one of his old teams in the Demons. From right on 50, Grundy celebrates tonight. Pops it through. New game high. Swans by 21. 8-12 to 6-3. And a little jig post as well. He was happy with that, the big man. 10 minutes gone in the third. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Our number one picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
I'm not sure about Ruckman dancing. I haven't seen too many of them be able to clock that. But whatever, you're knocking them through from 50. He must have got a little rev, I reckon, from the cockroach at half-time, because he's come out and he's really tried to work, the young rucks of Smith and Emmett into the ground and getting right back into defence to help out. And then he pushed hard forward there to be another option. It was a strong mark under a bit of pressure, albeit it was only from a little half-back flanker, but still need to be able to hold him and then knock him through.
He's played some good footy, hasn't he, since he
these? This year he's been terrific so far.
4 goals for Curnow, 3 goals to Amati. Grundy becomes the first other goal kicker as the Swans in the middle of the ground. Jordan gets a kick to half forward. Papley tries to knock it on inside 50. It was Cootie who came charging through on Deboo. Made a great contest at half forward. Bramble gets it back to Dale. Inside defensive 50 of the Dogs. Kicks out to Williams. Bailey Williams has it at right half back. Sydney by 21 points. Call to play on. Roberts doesn't initially run at him. Sends it up the wing. Emmett's worked out of it by Roberts. It gets to the very back, where Rampy tries to gather with his bootlaces. Hand pass over the top. Bice gets a hand pass forward to Jordan. And now to Roberts. Took a little too long to get rid of it. And Fraser picks up an intercepting hand pass and spirals it up to half forward. Norton running back with a flight. Crashes away from McCartan. Knocks it inside 50. Hang on, another whistle. As Baker's about to run into the open goal. It's coming back. And McCartan will get the free kick.
It's the third time in the quarter the Dogs have thought they've had a goal and they've conceded a free kick in a marking contest that's prevented it. And all 3 times it's been McCartan who's been the recipient. Goes laterally here to Wicks off the back flank. Kicks down that City wing. Broken up by Emmett. Punches it to the boundary line.
He did crash into McCartan. It took him out of the contest.
It was sloppy.
All for making a contest. I like that. But you've got to wait and time your own. We're talking about how good he's been timing it, Murph. He didn't on that occasion.
Swans without a goal kicker under 193 centimetres so far tonight. There's been a big trio that have kicked them. 4 for Curnow, 3 for Amati, and now Grundy involved from the restart. Dogs with a stoppage win. That's their jam as Baker on the end of it. Pumps it forward, 1 bounce out of play. And a lasso last disposal free for the Swans, and Edwards will take it. Will Edwards out of the Swans Academy, a rookie from back in 2022. Debuts tonight on the back of 9 marks in the VFL last week.
He sends him up the wing in the direction of Grundy. In the end, it's brought down by Charlie Curnow. Gets the hand pass away to Jordan, who kicks it inside 50. Amati back with a flight, racing back. Selwood offered good support, and eventually it ricochets off Amati and out of play. up against the left behind post. Just so athletic, Joel Amati, and racing back to goal is quite a sight. Sydney leading by 21 points. Kennedy running alongside Chad Warner as this ball's about to be thrown in. Grundy, shallow throw in, might take another ruck and look to pounce. He's second, doing what he does best. Brodie Grundy against an inexperienced ruck in Louis Emmett, and it was just a shallow throw in. And Big Brodie did the rest. 2 goals for him in this third quarter, the only 2 goals of the match. Sydney now out to a 27-point lead, as wide as it's been. 9-12-66 to the Bulldogs, 6-3-39.
Well, that was just a complete breakdown, really, because the winger of the Bulldogs should be in exactly that spot. So I'm not sure where the wing was, the sweeping wing. You just need them to be goal side of that stoppage. And, yeah, it was probably a bit of a shallow throw in. Brodie Grundy read it pretty well, but just every Bulldogs player just tracking their man rather than probably playing their role around there. You need your sweeping wing to hold that spot and organise your teammates from there. There's just too much space.
Yeah, a young ruck, just inexperienced, and tried to. Well, you're not going to get around a Brodie Grundy when he's got front position like that. So either take front position and be strong, or try something completely different.
Find out the hard way.
Or find out the hard way, which he did.
It's out to 27 points. Papley fights through the tackle. Got a hand pass away. Bontempelli's kick smothered by Papley. Spills to Kennedy. Handball away to Williams. Handball laterally. Finds Dale off the back of the square. Surge kick forward. Lewis trying to hold out his opponent. No mark. Follows up. Grabs it as he jumps back onto his feet and gets a kick dribbling forward, but a behind. So 9-12 to 6-4. 26 points. The Sydney lead at the 14-minute mark of the third term. So since Sydney started scoring, it's 9 goals, 12 to 3-4. That's 21 scoring shots to 7, effectively, since the Swans got into the game.
And the Dogs' first score of this third quarter at the 14-minute mark. As Blakey brings the Swans back into play to Sarong. Finds a kick to Tom McCartan, who marks just amongst a couple of Bulldogs. It was adventurous, and now to Cal Mills. At half-back, the captain works it up. Papley takes the mark. He wants to get it out the back where Amati's on Buku Karmas. And he worked his way to the front, dropped the chest mark in the end. Quick pick-up by Cootie, who tries to get it forward. Socket off the ground by Lloyd. To the goal square. Kerno one way, then the other. He's paid the mark. Charlie Kerno has been paid the mark at the top of the goal square. Oh, a couple of questions there. I'm not sure it went 15, and that might be the point that Jakes is trying to make.
Yeah, well, the first question is, did it go 15? And then the second one was, well, he basically almost played on anyway and then let him go back and have another shot at it.
Kerno cuts around to his left from 15 metres out and puts through his 5th goal. A season high for him coming in the third quarter, and the Swans lead by 32 points. 3 goals to none so far through 15 and a half minutes. The Swans 10-12-72 to the Bulldogs 6-4-40. And there's a big night on the offering for Joel Amati and Charlie Kerno, who have combined now for 8 goals between them.
Well, I said before when one come off just below his knee and went out of bounds on the full, and how things can go in those sort of runs when you're out of touch. Then when you do start to kick some goals, isn't it funny how things just land in your lap? He's just snuck forward there, soccer off the ground. I don't know who his opponent was there, but he just snuck forward. Young Jakes wasn't aware of him, but I reckon he's playing on roses. You know, so he's.
Does the fend-off not play on?
Usually, but the umpire didn't blow his whistle quick enough.
Back in the middle, Bontempelli trying to get a hand pass out towards Treloar. He dishes it off to Fraser, goes back by hand to Bramble. Outer edge of the centre square, drives it inside 50. McCartan knocks it away into the path of Roberts, who scoops it up off the back flank. He kicks beyond the wing. Lloyd the target, bustling it right there with him, and Jed knocks it out of play for the Dogs.
Just look like a team the stuffing's been knocked out of them at the moment. The Bulldogs could get pretty ugly if they don't try and rectify something here pretty quickly and just halt the momentum of the Swans.
50-point turnaround in the game, from 18 up to 32 down. 17 minutes gone in the third from the boundary throw-in. Emmett got it out to Treloar, who decides to dish off a hand pass to his fellow Blondie in Davidson. Long kick beyond the wing, and McCartan just edges Norton underneath the foot. He takes the intercept mark.
Getting a bit of it this quarter, McCartan, isn't he?
Yeah, up to 7.
Received 3 free kicks, and he's got it again here, defensive side of the wing.
Sends it out to the far side. McInerney trying to rise over the top of Kennedy. Can't take the mark. Davidson spins out of traffic. He runs the outer wing and sends it up towards half forward. Norton presents once more. Can't take the mark. Wicks front and centre. Tackle by Hines. Was that illegal disposal? No whistle. McCartan tries to knock it out on all fours. Norton gathers for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to West. Hang on, it is a Dogs free kick. And Norton has it right on 50 out to the right. He hustles forward. Gathers momentum, sends it long to the goal square because Bontempelli's gone there, gets a hand to it, almost juggles the mark, hand pass to Bailey Williams, corralled in the left forward pocket, leans back, jags it through. Hard work, but Bailey Williams did finish. And the Dogs have their first goal since the 20-minute mark of the second quarter, and much needed after the Swans have booted the last 4 goals of the match, 3 in this third quarter. Sydney by 26 points, 10-12-72 to the Bulldogs, 7-4. 46. Bailey Williams with his first goal of the match.
There's an important one there for the Bulldogs. We just talked about trying to get some momentum back on their side, and almost Bontempelli spoiled that and marked it himself before he dished that off. So he's the one who's kept on trying. But yeah, they sorely needed that just to try and just get some sort of momentum and scoreboard pressure back on the Swans, because they've just been all over him here in this third term.
He didn't really have an opponent there, Bontempelli, though. Young Angus Sheldrick went to the front. Yeah. And then it was left to the 2 key backs to try and stop him.
Kick probably the clubhouse leader, a goal of the year.
Yeah, I agree.
Williams back in opening round, and he's getting a good reputation for selling a few dummies. Just
very good at it.
Got a couple away there as Treloar, first disposal at the restart. Oh, Sarong, superb, sits underneath it and rode the contact in the air from West. Good feeling selling a dummy?
I didn't sell too many, to be honest. Yeah, you did. Not really.
I was trying too quick.
Tried to outrace him.
Kick goes wide out to Cunningham from Sarong, and he goes all the way back to McCartan.
Sort of happened by accident if I did it. I wasn't thinking I'm going to sell this and try and get around him.
One back flank to the other for Edwards. Edwards kicks it down the wing, turns it over. Here's Davidson with the intercept mark. And the Dogs get something going here. Looks for West. Can't quite collect the half volley. Wicks fights him for it. Wicks wins it. Clean one-on-one win for Sam Wicks. Handball away to Warner. First touch of the quarter for him. Takes a bounce, kicks it deep to full forward. Amati the target. Jakes does really well, spoils. Curnow keeps it alive, hooks it back to a dangerous spot. Bramble gives it to Gardner. His hand pass dangerous. Rosa sharks it. It's touched on the way through. And a behind. Minor score, make it a 27-point lead for Sydney.
Oh, wow. He can't kick on his right boot.
Bramble into Treloar, he puts it out on the full, that's what you could hear.
That's his second kick, I reckon, since he did hurt it initially. He's had all handballs before then. I was checking that just before.
Sorry, that right hamstring just causing him a few issues.
I reckon.
Started red hot in the match, got through to quarter time, but as the game goes on, struggling to be able to execute. Here's Billy Cootie on to boot. From right half forward, sends it long towards the goal square. Marty's there, spoiled from behind, brought down to Bailey Dale. Kicks up towards centre half back. Blakey's in the pack, knocks it down. Norton was there to compete as well. Sanders for the Dogs, hand pass back to Davidson. Was he taken high by Chad Warner? No, he's holding the footy. And in the eyes of the umpire, he had prior opportunity there.
First one was high.
I thought the right arm got him high.
Yeah, it went around his neck.
Maybe blindsided on the far side, missed that one.
So is that the new interpretation that if you try and shrug, that's your prior opportunity?
That could be the only reason. I think that was paid that way. Because he did try and shrug.
You can still try and avoid.
But
he didn't drop there and he didn't raise his arm, so that I don't think that's the right call.
I just think it was blindsided the umpires on the wrong side to make that call, but there's 3 of them out there that should have made that call.
Here's Chad Warner from directly in front, looking to make them pay. He misses to the right-hand side and throws his head back in frustration. So a 28-point lead, but the Swans 10-14. 74 to the Bulldogs 7-4-46. They've left a few out there tonight.
He's got 2 himself, 2 behinds for this for the evening as Jakes off the back flank, kicks to Norton, who marks at half back, looks corridor, got to get it to Bramble, juggled effort, not to be, Sarong lends a hand, knocks it down to Papley, hand pass over his head, finds Rowbottom, kicks to half forward, here's McDonald. Logan McDonald kicks into the forward pocket of Marty, the target, knocked away from him by Gardner and out of play.
Low percentage option, wasn't it? Right to the pocket.
Yeah. Just even going back to that Norton, took the mark and then had Sanders running past as an easy handball, and then there's probably 2 or 3 Bulldogs players who were goal side of their opponents. So that's a quick handball you need from that mark point to get it then out the back.
Oh, Grundy, what service down to Papley, who slips over. Hands it to Amati. Handball away to Cootie. Cootie misses. On debut. And Brodie Grundy's thinking, that could have been on my highlight reel.
Yeah.
It's one of the all-time great hitouts. And
next week on the 250th, you reckon?
Papley just slips over. Would have been good for the editors. Bit of recent footage. 29 points, the Swans lead.
Dale bounding out of defence, found Jakes. They work it up to Hines. Kick inboard, missed West, and they turn it over. Quick hand pass away by Roberts. Got it away to Cunningham. McInerney just comes to a complete hold at half back. And his hand pass missed Mills. He tries to tap it forward. Over the top goes Bailey Williams. They scrap at ground level. Sydney with the numbers. McInerney hand pass out to Sarong. Drives it long inside 50. Amati at the back. Papley tries to put the block on. Amati got a good piece of it. Papley the crummer. Runs to the right forward pocket. Curls it through for a goal. It was the perfect finish in the end. Papley always dangerous, front and centre, and just managed to curl it around the left goalpost for a goal. Sydney with 4 goals to 1 so far in this third quarter. The Swans leading by 35 points.
Their way they outnumber there, Sydney, because they are playing that handball game. Everyone turns up at the source, and they swarm it. When they get into trouble, they've still got numbers. We were talking at half-time, Murph, about playing that wing role. Poor old James Rowbottom, he sat out there by himself, holding his width, as you've been asked to do. And then young Sarong decides, you know what, I'm just going to kick this rather than use the extra number. They're the licks of the ice cream you get as a winger that you're hoping you get when your midfielders or your half-backs decide to put the blinkers on.
Yeah, the Sydney midfielders and running half-backs are just swarming in numbers, aren't they? Whenever they get a sniff of turnover.
Back in the middle, Smith tackled by Warner at the restart. Ball spits out to Sheldrick. Oh, gave it to Grundy, who was trying to shepherd. Ball spills out towards Roberts off the wing. Hand pass back underneath Sanders and Grundy. Thought we were going to have a ball up. Ump says keep going. Pack forms behind him. Now the umpire says ball up. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Lids, you played a bit of wing at GWS, did you not? How frustrating did you find that?
Bang, bang.
What did Lenny Hayes say to you one afternoon?
He told me I played my role beautifully.
Grundy knocks it down. Intercepted here by Richards for the Bulldogs. Hand pass away to Bontempelli. His handball missed Sanders. Now Bont's got to go back and get it again. Does so. Tackled by Jordan. Handball out in front of McInerney. Oh, overrunning to Davidson trying to intercept. Swans win it again. Roberts handball. A turnover. Turnover City. Richards handball away to Bramble on the wing.
He doesn't have an option down the line, so hand pass back to Davidson. Tackle by Lloyd. Just got a hand pass away at the last moment. Bustlinger, hand pass to Bramble. Through traffic to Davidson. They'll try again now. Bit more space to Sanders. Trying to draw Cunningham. Gave it back to Davidson. Gave it back to Sanders. They're between wing and half forward. Snaps it around his body. Emmett's free. Can he mark? Bryce made the spoil. Ricochets off West and Edwards lays the tackle. It was over the shoulder though. Free kick going the Bulldogs' way, and Dolan down low was taken high.
Yeah, they made hard work of that, the Dogs, out there on that outer side. The problem is when you're playing against a side that likes to handball, you can fall into that trap of trying to match it and do it yourself. And I feel like they're trying to then race back the other way on turnover and say, well, they're handballing, so we'll handball. I don't think they've trained it as much, whereas Sydney do it to then get out. They got the numbers running in waves, whereas the Dogs are... Well, that was just a hat kick forward from Sanders in the end, and just good forward craft from Dolan to get on the end of it.
Dolan has one already. Out to the right, he'll kick from just inside 50. Getting his opportunity here as he strikes it relatively well, but it's offline to the right and a minor score. It's a 34-point lead the Sydney Swans way at the 26-minute mark of the third quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Blakey decides just to have a bounce, have two, and then run at Emmett. Decides against it, changes course, kicks to the wing, finds Edwards. Never breaks stride, marks, and then kicks beyond the wing looking for Lloyd. He's put it out on the full.
Yeah, he should be doing what Adam Treloar's doing, I reckon. And just handball it. The big fella. A couple of his kicks are real hold your breaths, aren't they?
And a couple of clangers tonight. Will Edwards on debut, the 22-year-old. So free kick off the back flank. Bustlinger takes it. Long to a contest. Off the hands of Norton. Spills down to West. Measures his kick superbly to Emmett. Marks in the 50. Plays on court. Two Swans right there. And the umpire says he got taken high in all of that. Crowd slow to realise it's against Blakey, who went flying through. And Louis Emmett, for the second time in the game, will get an opportunity to kick his first goal in AFL footy.
Yeah, I'm not sure Blakey knew that he was actually a left footer there. He's always going to come back on that left side and try and straighten up. And Blakey just rushed it way too quickly and just got caught off guard a little bit and just wrapped him straight across the neck.
Needs his first goal here. He's had a sider already today. Yeah. I reckon he might have had one in his other game as well. It'd be good to see the young lad pop this one through.
And the Dogs need it in the context of the game as well. So Louis Emmett moves in. Kick's not his best effort across the face. Norton almost landed on his head as he went flying over the top of the pack. Came down with a heavy landing.
That's dangerous.
And Norton came down head first, flying from the back of the pack. Holy smokes. That was a heavy crash landing head first into the turf.
That's scary.
I hope he scared himself here.
He tried to lift his head before, but I think a few boys around him said, "No, lay down."
And the trainers rush out to him. The television pictures have decided not to show the replay immediately. They did so in venue. You heard the reaction there, but wow, he was leaping from the back, and as he came down, his head and his forehead was going straight into the turf, heading due south, and that's how he landed upside down. He is moving about, but the trainers are telling him to lie down on the turf.
They've called for the stretcher. Sam Darcy last week, Aaron Norton, awkward landing this week.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, lots of medical staff have run out from the Western Bulldogs bench. They have called for the trainer, as Clinchy mentioned, and this is just quite unsettling inside the arena here. Like the air has gone out of Docklands. The independent doctors that work at every AFL game are walking down in front of me on the bench, so they're expecting to be called into action. And just looking at the Western Bulldogs bench at the moment, nobody really knows where to look. I can see Bailey Dale, who's got a really blank look on his face, peering up towards the big screen, waiting to see if there's a replay shown up there. But it's a bizarre feeling inside the stadium right now. Very concerning.
I don't think that independent doctor is going to be required. We're getting shots of fans in the stands as they put their hands on their head. He's going to be tapped out of the game immediately here, Aaron Norton. And the Dogs, who have been absolutely savaged on the injury front with 8 of their best 23 missing, well, I don't think it's premature to say that there's Aaron Norton's not going to be playing next week. That is a very scary incident. You don't often see a landing that quick at the speed that he came down at.
Well, he's been launching at it like all night, hasn't he? And his attack's been unbelievable. But for them to have his legs taken out from under him, inadvertently, mind you.
Yeah. Was that errant kick from Louis Emmett?
Oh, yeah, just got completely upended, didn't he? It was really unfortunate. I love his attack on the footy. He's been doing it all night, as we said, but as soon as you get your legs taken out, you've got no control on your body, because he was coming at such force to try and get to that. It was, pretty sickening.
As he so often does, propelling his body forward, Sarong in front, and then lost his balance and the head throwing back. And just a sickening sight.
Dogs players rushing over towards the Medicamp at the moment. Luke Beveridge is down there on the boundary. Ben, I don't know if you've got eyes on Luke Beveridge from where you're positioned.
Yeah, I certainly do, Corbin, and he's sort of had to get back to work. He's turned around and flipping magnets around on the board, but no doubt there'd be some part of him that would be horribly concerned about the well-being of his key forward, who's being medicapped off the ground at the moment for the warm applause. But there's a real uneasy feeling in the arena at the moment.
Just watching the replays over and over again, it's almost like he did a cartwheel in the air. Like he did a full 360, didn't he? That he sort of launched at the footy, and in the end his legs ended up sort of true north, and it was his head that was coming down on the ground. A scary, scary episode as Aaron Norton stretched it from the ground. Play restarts, back pocket for the Swans, and Jordan with a clearing kick out to half-back. Williams, hands on it, picked up here by Selwood. Ball trying to be wrestled from him by Roses, and the umpire calls for it. So state of play, Sydney by 34 points, and they've kicked 11 of the last 15 goals in the game.
Thrown up in the end. Sydney didn't have a ruckman there, so Lockie Smith gathers to Bontempelli, who addressed his charges moments ago. Got it back from Richards. No. What a finish from the Bonds!
Silk.
trying to inspire the Bulldogs greats with his second. And there's not much more you can say than that. Sam Darcy leaving the field last week, Aaron Norton this week, and Marcus Bontempelli just keeps chipping away. That is what makes the greats great. Sydney's lead, 28 points. The Bulldogs with their second goal in this third quarter. Sydney have booted 4 goals, and the Swans 11-15-81 to the Dogs 8-5-53. They might have to play Bont midfield, forward, everywhere at the moment.
I need a few of him, but you can just almost see that from that stoppage. He won the ball, dished it off, and Edwards knew what was going on. And geez, he's just class, isn't he? That is just as pure as you're likely to see from anyone ever running around on a football field. That was just toying with him almost, and gets him back within 28 points.
Gee, it's been an eventful 5 minutes or so. Norton stretching from the ground. The Bond kicks a superb running goal. And the Dogs going forward again. Smith drives it to the hot spot. Lewis flies at it. Flying through there is West. Knocks the ball back into congestion. Emmett tackled by Edwards. Ball up inside 50 for the Bulldogs. 28-point game. Got out as wide as 35. Grundy with a get out of here hit out. Just whacks it further afield, 15 metres. Roses trying to pick it up. Fumbles once. Collects the second time. Gives it to Sheldrick. Surge kick forward. Turnover. Selwood reloads. Dogs back inside the attacking arc. Grundy up strong. Hands on it. Not to be. Spills down to West. He's tackled. And the ball up again inside the forward 50 for the Dogs. Half a minute to go in this third term. Sydney by 28.
Smith and Grundy. Grundy sharks it forward. Roses broke through a tackle. Hand pass to Warner. Away to Papley. Here goes Sydney. Vacant 50. Tries to put it out in front of the run of Lloyd. Beautiful take. He runs away from Buslinger.
Right.
Ran a long way. From 15 metres out, he puts it through. And the Swans transition from one end to the other. And for half a moment, you wondered whether Jake Lloyd was going to run too far. The umpire gives the all clear, and Sydney do answer back. 5 goals to 2 in this third quarter. The Swans back out by 34 points. 12-15-87 to the Bulldogs, 8-5-53.
Count 17 there. 17 steps I counted.
Did you?
Whether he's got very short strides. I think he got away with one.
You always get away when you're kicking out from the square. You're always allowed to run about 20 metres, and when you're running into an open goal, same thing.
He's run from 45 to, I reckon, 20 there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, how good was that transition, though? That ability. Roses, again, his stuff in tight's been pretty good.
Last 2 disposals, clean.
To get it out to Warner, handball Papley, and that Papley kick just to the favoured side. Poor old Jed Buslinger, he could not get going quick enough to catch up to Lloyd.
Back in the middle, Smith and Grundy share it down. Spills to Richards. Hurried kick forward for the Bulldogs. Blakey at the drop. Had his jumper tugged before that, and he's getting a free kick. The time will tick down on this third term. The Sydney Swans have continued to power away in the game. The Dogs kicked 3 goals before people had found their seat. And from that point on, Sydney have taken over. They've worked their way back into the game. 5 lead changes in the first half, but all Sydney after quarter time. They led by 13 at the half, and they now lead by 34 at three-quarter time. 12-15-87 over the Western Bulldogs, 8-5-53. The goal kickers for the Sydney Swans, 5 for Curnow, 3 for Amati, and then singles for Grundy, Papley and Lloyd. Meanwhile, for the Western Bulldogs, 2 for Marcus Bontempelli, and then singles for Hines, Richards, Dolan, Lewis, Norton and Williams. Robin Greensborough off the SMS. I know the umpires will tell us they don't pay square-ups, but paying them 10 years later is a bit of a stretch. Dogs a bit stiff tonight. Rob from Greensborough off the SMS. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. Your thoughts throughout the night, 0437 774 774. Aaron Norton stretched it off the ground in that third quarter. Time on latter stages. A scary incident. Flew for a footy. His legs taken out underneath him in the marking contest and almost did a cartwheel in the air. Did a 360 and landed awkwardly high up on his neck, or his shoulders. Appeared to be okay. He tried to move around as he went to get up, and the medicos rushed to him and basically said, no, we're going to take every precaution here. And they put him on the Medicab and got him out of here. So Aaron Norton out of the game, stretched it off after a really gruesome landing, something you don't always see late in the third quarter here at Docklands. The thoughts of our number 1 picks coming up next. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sports.
Are you sick of brands pretending to be your friends? Gruen would never do that. We don't care that we're coming back to Wednesday nights on the ABC. We care about you. watching us.
The new season of Gruen
Starts Wednesday.
April 29 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Roses dishes it off by Hander Papley. Centering kick to centre half forward, leaping up Grundy. Marks in front of Bramble, and we'll have a look at centre half forward from right on 50. Grundy celebrates tonight, pops it through. New game high. Swans by 21.
Grundy shallow throw in, might take it on the ruck and look to bounce. He's second, doing what he does best. Brodie Grundy against an inexperienced ruck in Louis Emmett, and it was just a shallow throw in. And Big Brodie did the rest. Socket off the ground by Lloyd to the goal square. Curnow one way, then the other. He's paid the mark. Charlie Curnow has been paid the mark at the top of the goal square. Well, a couple of questions there. I'm not sure it went 15, and that might be the point that Jakes is trying to make. Curnow cuts around to his left from 15 metres out and puts through his 5th goal.
Dogs need it in the context of the game as well. So Louis Emmett moves in. The kick's not his best effort across the base. Oh, Norton almost landed on his head as he went flying over the top of the pack. Came down with a heavy landing.
Dangerous.
And Norton came down head first, flying from the back of the pack.
Lockie Smith gathers to Bontempelli, who addressed his charges moments ago. Got it back from Richards. What a finish from the Bonds! Down past to Warner, away to Papley. Here goes Sydney, vacant 50. Tries to put it out in front of the run of Lloyd. Beautiful take. He runs away from Buslinger. Ran a long way. From 15 metres out, he puts it through.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
34 points, the margin of three-quarter time. Sydney on top. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Don't forget, you're home for the footy conversation. ABC AFL Daily. 5 conversations a week. Brett Delidio for your Friday morning. You can listen to that tomorrow on your way to work. He's here right now. Our number one picks, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio with their take through three quarters. Sydney by 34.
Yeah, well, the Swans were right on top in that third
Their
term.
quarter.
Sorry?
It was their quarter.
It certainly was their quarter, but they still, the Western Bulldogs had 15 inside 50s to 13, but just the way in which they were going inside 50, and Lids, you brought it up on a couple of occasions, the overuse by handball and almost forcing themselves into a bit of trouble.
Yep.
And then just kicking it forward. And we saw the likes of McCartan getting his hands on the football on a number of occasions in that third term. So
10 times.
Just need to try and honour their forwards when they do hit up, and then get an overlap handball, one handball, and then try and go in rather than trying to do 3-4 handballs, and that as a result gets your forwards ahead of the contest, out of the play, and their running patterns are questioned as a result. So still getting their hands on the footy enough, but just the way in which they're going inside 50 has just been sort of hit and hope, whereas Sydney, just has been space to work in for them on counter-attack especially.
Yeah, I've loved that quarter of Tom McCartan. I thought he stood tall. He got a couple of free kicks as well, but Tommy Papley injected himself into the midfield, and I thought he changed the game. He had a really high metres gain quarter, 210, which is the highest on the ground. Second only to Bailey. No, sorry, Bailey Dale was second. But I'm looking at the Dogs, and I know they've been cruel by another injury. Aaron Norton won't play any further part in this game, but Ed Richards, Joel Frazier, you're looking at those two boys to give you a little bit more out of the middle of the ground. Ed Richards has gone to the middle. I'm trying to find where Frazier is.
He's on a half-forward flank next to Matthew Kennedy.
He'll come up and try and equalise up the numbers, up in the stoppage to try and then give some run and drive. But both those two boys,
I think they need to try and hold their 6 forwards almost, the Bulldogs, in this final term.
You reckon?
Because otherwise the Swans will they'll fold back, and the Bulldogs haven't moved the ball well enough in this game, outside of probably Bontempelli when he's had the opportunity to go inside 50.
Yep.
And then they get their counter-attack going as a result. So try and even up the numbers ahead of the contest and try and use the ball better by foot through the middle of the ground if you're the Bulldogs in this final term.
Is there a way back for the Dogs?
Don't think so.
Don't think so in this final term.
Yep.
It's more about how big can they
limit the damage almost.
Limit the damage and try and not let Charlie kick another 3 or 4.
Reflections on the Aaron Norton fall?
I'm hopeful that he's really scared himself, and it's we're talking in that break and how amazing what the body can actually withstand. So fingers crossed that it's nothing structural or anything's wrong. But
he was moving his legs after that incident, which is a good
scary,
sign.
scary incident, though.
No doubt. Stretchered from the ground after almost doing a cartwheel in the air, landing high up on his shoulders and his neck, but appeared to move around. Aaron Norton out of the game. Final term underway here. Swans by 34. First clean disposal taken by Kennedy. Feeds a handball back to Davidson. But we heard a whistle blow as all that was going on, and it's coming back a free kick to either McInerney or Blakey. McInerney's going to get it.
What was that for?
Have they thought there was a throw against Richards maybe and all of that? It's a tough call. Wasn't obvious to the naked eyes. Sydney
That's
get
because it was the umpire at centre half forward who said it was high.
Right.
He's a long way away, isn't he?
Jeez. Rowbottom at half forward. Short kick laterally finds Warner. Still at left half forward.
Likes having a shot from anywhere on the ground, this bloke, according to Lids. But
he does, and he'll shoot again.
He has lined one up from 50 earlier in the game. Big ask in the final term, so he'll kick this one from probably 53, 54.
Just inside left post.
So 2 behinds for the night. He's without his 2 running mates in the big 3 as Warner's kick sails goalward, trying to sneak it in. He misses. He's 0 from 3. Justin McInerney does it again, doesn't he? 20, just an accumulator. He's up to 21, so 7 and 14 his breakdown tonight. He's had a nice start to the young season.
As the Dogs try and find a way out of defence. Fraser short to Kennedy. Both have been playing across half forward at stages tonight. Kennedy plays on, sends it as long as he can. Davidson the target. Lloyd in front. Davidson had to spoil in the end. Bontempelli slaps it down, then goes after it. Mills knocked it back to Lloyd. Hand pass away to Rampier. Now away to Jordan. Inside 50. Buku Karmas makes the spoil. 2-on-1 against Charlie Curnow. Spills out the way of Selwood. Just got a kick away as Rowbottom laid the tackle. Steered it out to West, who marks at half back for the Dogs. Releases the runner Davidson. He runs up the broadcast wing. Kicks up to Hines at half forward. McCartan superbly worked him underneath. Far too experienced. Kicks in the middle of the ground for Wicks.
Gives it to Blakey. Takes on the bot. The bot does very well. Got a hand on the jumper to affect the kick. Trickles away to Kennedy. Forces the turnover. Handball to Jakes. Some indecision from the teenager. Gives it to Buslinger. Sweeping Polly Farmer hand pass. Back to his headband mate in Selwood. And he goes short. Finds West. West dabs it looking for Dale. Missed him. There was one Sydney player in the at a 15-metre radius and he hit him. Lloyd puts it inside 50. Curnow collects, chips it laterally, not the required range. Warner keeps it moving from one half-forward flank to the other. And the mark taken out there at right half-forward by the young man on debut. This is Cootie.
Get yourself one, lad. Jake Lloyd would hit that kick 9.5 times out of 10 to Charlie Curnow. Just under-kicked it for whatever reason. But it was good unselfish as I thought he was going to pin the ears back and just have a big snap. Found Warner, which was longer than that kick off the ground to Charlie Curnow earlier in the day. But then let's see the young fella hopefully knock one through. He's had a couple of opportunities already.
Long way round the mountain from the VFL to the Sandfall to the big time. Billy Cootie goals on debut. New game high up to 41. And the 23-year-old reigning best and fairest winner with Norwood in the SANFL. Dobbs one from the set shot. 13-16-94. The Dogs 8-5-53. And the new Swanee swarmed by his new teammates. 3.5 minutes gone, final term.
Yeah, it's always nice seeing a player playing and kicking his first goal in football. We see the family and friends in the crowd all getting around him, and now all the Sydney Swans boys have to try and run back hard to get back into position. But yeah, you're right with the Lloyd kick. It was almost like another Charlie Curnow was going to bang it around in his right foot, but good unselfish football, as he did say. But
this game could open right up, though.
Yeah, it's got danger signs written all over it.
Right, Riley West just, oh, goodness.
Sydney by 41 points. Grundy in the middle of the ground wins down the tap against Lockie Smith. After it, Jordan beaten in the end by Lockie Smith. Gets back for the Dogs. Hand pass to Dale, across half back to Bramble and now to Treloar. Right half back, feints the hand pass. Kick partially smothered by Jordan. And then the tackle laid by Dale. I'm not sure Sheldrick could get rid of it legally. And a free kick will go the way of the Dogs on the wing. Bailey Dale takes it quickly. Inboard to Bontempelli, not 15. Looks out towards half forward. Beautifully weighted kick to Bailey Williams. He plays on, pokes it inside 50 and Fraser marks. Directly in front, 40 metres out from goal. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Oh, just the Sydney family and friends sitting behind me. They got very excited after that first goal. It was a fair old extended cheer for a long period of time. So one to savour for the family and friends as well.
Better ball movement then. Ballydale getting the ball inside 50 to Bont and then outside the 60 mark, but just good change of angles.
More on that in a minute.
Work being done on the mark by Dane Rampy, and the kick maybe was distracted as Fraser's kick misses to the left-hand side.
Someone's brought their cat tonight. It's just vision on the big screen of someone having their cat in the stands.
Oh, my God.
It's not every day.
Not every day.
Every day. That's why there was a little chuckle around the stadium from plenty of people, including myself, Murph. I apologise.
You half rattled me then.
Yeah,
I was wondering what I missed.
I didn't.
So was I.
I don't think I've ever seen a cat at the footy.
It's like when I was standing at Coachella and there's a baby next to me.
How old would the baby be?
1.
What time of night was it?
Late.
The Swans go rush through the wing with the footy. Sarong puts it inside 50. Hand on it from Amati. Spills down towards Rowbottom. Feeds it to Lloyd. Lloyd
bellies it.
Misses. Out to the left and behind. Just had Ari Gold going through my head. Lloyd puts it wide. 41 points, the Swans lead. 6 minutes gone in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Still one of the greatest series of all time, in my opinion.
Dale brings the Bulldogs back into play. Kicks to Buku Karmas. His work cut out tonight. And the job on Charlie Curnow in patches. He marks in the back pocket. Curnow with 5 goals, his best as a Swan. Up the wing. Smith was nudged underneath by Brodie Grundy, using his experience there. He marks, having kicked 2 goals in the third quarter. Plays his former side, one of them, the Demons, next week in a milestone game for him. Game 250. Short to half forward. Jake Lloyd marks. Sends it long. Amati's the deepest target. He wrestles his way to the front. Warner's there in the pack as well. Selwyn trackled. Dispossessed. Holding the ball. Papley takes the advantage. Cootie says, hang on. We don't want it.
You've got to be smarter than that, young fella.
Back to Chad Warner.
Play on and kick the goal.
Yes, take the advantage.
Get yourself
party time on the fourth quarter, you reckon?
That being said, Chad Warner's kicked 3 behinds. Casually opens up the angle. This time curls through a goal and punches the air in celebration. He joins the growing list of goal kickers for the Sydney Swans, who have now booted 14 goals, 17, 101 to the Western Bulldogs, 8-6-54. As the Swans could potentially do up a number now. 2 goals in this final term through the opening 7 minutes of the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you.
Well, that was an aggressive celebration from Chad Warner. After that, I wonder whether he got a bit of feedback over the boundary line, because he
must have, because he turned straight to the
crowd,
second tier, and eyeballed someone.
Yeah. Well, he has knocked through a few points already tonight. It's his first goal.
Yep, 1 goal, 3.
Yeah.
Takes him to 8-8 for the season through 7 games.
He kicks goals, though. It's what you love from your mids.
Kicked 4 the last time they met here. He got the 3 votes that night in 2024. And the Brownlow medal as Grundy gets the clearance here. The ruckman doing it all. Tumbles a kick inside 50. Bustlinger picks it off. One of the great names in footy. Kicks out to the wing. Bontempelli can't trap it. Eventually scoops it up and gives a hand pass inside to Sanders. Has to collect a half volley. Jordan on him like that fast and comes through and gives a handball away towards Dale. His hand pass coughed up. Picked up by Sarong. Bangs it back the other way for the Swans. Leaping up Bustlinger. Punches it away. Dogs back with it. Karmas very casually just dishes it off to Williams. Rolls around onto his right boot. 47-point lead for the Swans. Sting well and truly out of this one. Long kick down the wing. Richards and Kennedy. Kennedy wins it. Handball away to Emmett. And has a blooper. Just spills it cold. Sydney are going to win it back, and they're head the other way. Sarong away to Jordan. To Sheldrick. He's got to deal with Kennedy. Was he tackled without it? Yes. Free kick for Sheldrick coming back to him on the City wing. Margin is 47 points Sydney's way. That's a game-high advantage for the Swans.
Averaging a career best 22 disposals. Sheldrick this season as he kicks inside 50, and Brodie Grundy pushing forward. He takes the mark.
Yeah, he's really worked over his opposing rucks in this second half, hasn't he? They fought on manfully in that first half, the Bulldogs pair, but the more this game's gone on, the better Grundy's gotten, and just his running ability for a big man is so impressive.
Even that, to go with him at ground level, but then Grundy in the air. He's able to expose Emmett with a shallow throw-in and kicked his second goal. And for a rare 3 goals, Grundy hard out to the right. Didn't hit it sweetly to the top of the goal square. McDonald back with the flight. Richards front and centre. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Clearing kick up towards halfback. Hines leads the foot race. Almost a mark taken by Rampy. He dropped it in the end. Hines tries to tap it forward. Could have almost been pushed in the back by Wicks. No whistle. West gets a hand pass back. Hand pass from Dolan chopped off. Cleverly volleyed forward by Baker, but this will be a lasso free kick if it goes out. It doesn't. McCartan gathers. Left half back for the Swans. Turns inboard and Sheldrick takes the mark.
Curnow on 5 goals. We established that earlier in the game. Early in the third quarter he got there. 3 for Amati. Swans with a string of handballs away from Blakey towards Wicks. He tried to get it to Bice. Coughed it up. Spills to Kennedy. And Kennedy tried to dart away, mowed down. Great tackle by Rowbottom. Swans reload. Amati leaps up in the pocket, collides with Buku in the air. Ball spills out the back, and Williams walks it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in. Had a rough old night, hasn't he, Matt Kennedy?
Yeah.
Calmest little proppy on his ankle, jumps back to his feet. Fair to say that this game's in Sydney's keeping. 47 points their advantage. 11 minutes gone in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Grundy and Emmett. Grundy bounces into him, knocks it down to the front. None of the small forwards can race after it. Chad Warner is in the proximity. Ben Cameron is on the boundary.
I've got some really good news out of the Western Bulldogs room. So this is from the Dogs. Initial examination makes us optimistic that Aaron has avoided any serious injuries. He will be reassessed over the coming days.
Thanks, Benny. That certainly is a relief as Grundy out of the ruck. Slaps it forward, then got a hand pass to Amati. Tackled by Dale, holding the ball. The Bulldogs will get a free kick in the back pocket. He did try to give the thumbs up Aaron Norton as he was going off the ground on the mobile stretcher, but just the way he landed was so scary. Fraser across half-back, kicks out, and Davidson marks at right half-back for the Dogs.
And goes. Runs around in front of the benches. Turns and kicks down to half-forward. Rampy with his name written all over it. Punches it away. Into the path of Lloyd. Scoops it up. Hand pass to Bice. Defensive side of the wing to Wicks, to the Lizard. Here's Blakey. Long kick inside 50.
That's so good. Oh, he doesn't even look at the ball.
He keeps it moving, dabs it to the goal square, and Warner marks, rolls. Now he's got a couple. A wayward goal-kicking night to start, and Warner's cashing in this final term. Lead beyond 50. 15-17, 107. Sydney, they lead the Western Bulldogs 8-6-54. A dozen minutes into the final term. Sydney by 53. Just repeating that news from Ben Cameron. Aaron Norton avoiding serious injury. The early diagnosis from the Dogs' room after a heavy landing which had him stretch it off the ground in quarter number 3.
How good was that from Nick Blakey? He's obviously got the red bib on. And that's what we used to call it back at the Tigers. If you wore the red bib, you got the handball receive every time you went past. Give it to him. He doesn't even look at it. And he's still running full tilt, but then laces out Charlie Curnow and got separation. But they just all at sea down there, the Dogs with that fast ball movement. Pick your target.
It's a little Larry showing the ball as he gathered it.
I don't think he meant it.
He didn't show it.
He didn't show it. I think he was just trying to gather it.
In full flight, he is some force. Sydney are on top. Rowbottom out of the middle. Papley inside 50. Curnow takes the mark in the right forward pocket. Wrestling with Buku Karmas.
I feel sorry for Buku in this sense.
They walked that out of the centre square in the end.
Yeah, that was a front door exit and just too easy to Papley over the top. And then when you're coming out the front door like that, your defenders have just got no ability to do anything. So that's
and he's already not as strong as what Charlie Curnow is.
Or tall.
Or as tall.
Good luck. Have to go back to round 16, 2024. Last time Charlie Curnow put at 5 goals. Here's a chance for 6 in his new Swans colours. He lights it off the boot and he slams it through. Pumps his chest for the old South Melbourne jumper on tonight. And it has been the Charlie Curnow show. Maybe a little slow to get going, but he's capitalised against the undermanned Western Bulldogs. Curnow with 6 goals, and the Swans now lead by 59 points. 4 goals to none in this final term. Sydney 16-17, 113 to the Bulldogs 8-6-54. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It was a real breakdown in the middle for the Bulldogs, wasn't it? Because Amati didn't even go up in the ruck, but it was Rowbottom who just read it beautifully and then had Papley streaming out the front. As Charlie Curnow's kicked that goal, he's basically looked at D-Rod and said, no, that went to the other side, the right side of the post. Thank you, brother, and giving him the big thumbs up.
I think he's enjoying the support from whether it's the school team or someone's
the young boys down there.
Back in the middle, McInerney trying to come away with it. Lost the handle, picked up by Richards. Dumps a kick inside 50. McCartan tries to smother it. West had it, lost it. Ball bobbles out to Lewis. He too coughs it up. McCartan for Sydney in the defensive 50. Gives it to Roberts. Handball back to Wicks. Kicks to half-back. Finds Rowbottom. Handball to Bice. Handball further afield to Amati. He pushes it wide by hand to Roses. Short kick down the line to Lloyd. Nice build up there. Swans have got a nice chain going. Handball away back to Roses. Now they're inside 50 by hand to McInerney. Oh, kick smothered. Nice work from Selwood. Came at him. Wins possession for the Dogs. Hands it to Bramble. And he puts it out on the full. And there's a clanger. 3 rows back from Bramble, so Sydney can reload and go inside 50 again. 15 gone in the final term. Swans by game high 59.
Just under 10 minutes ago. Could Charlie end up with a few more? Lloyd veers out to the right. Drives it long inside 50. McDonald in the pack. Punched out of play as Gardner sees it out for a throw-in the left forward pocket for the Swans.
You know what? It's actually been quite nice with the roof open.
You've changed your tune.
I was cynical at the start, but so far so good. I'm not looking forward to the conversation though when it rains or something happens. And can you imagine all of us?
It won't happen.
Why did they open the roof? They've got a roof on it.
Bulldog CEO Meet Baines gave us quite a run through of the conditions as to what they need to do for the roof to be open. Bontempelli out of defence, kicks to a 2-on-1. Vice makes the spoil. Had Lloyd in front, and it goes out of play just on the 50 for the Sydney Swans. Swans leading by 59 points.
It's a better spectacle when it's open and it's a nice night.
Right. What do you reckon, Ben? You've been sitting out there all night. How is it?
It's been very pleasant down here, actually, with the roof open. So
not too cold?
No, not even kind of cold. Like, it's a T-shirt and shorts kind of night.
Beautiful. Boundary throw-in. That's what we offer in the great city of Melbourne. Just 27 degrees in.
Don't get used to it.
Late April. From the boundary throw-in, first clean disposal from Richards, trying to kick it out of 50, straight to Warner. Hand pass away to McInerney, dabs it inside 50. Richards making up for the error with the kick. Knocks it out of play. We'll have a boundary throw-in half forward for the Swans.
Chad Warner gave that to McInerney, expecting it back, and then when he's decided, no, I'm going to kick this, and then when it's always that one when the kick gets chopped off, it's like, oh, come on, man, I was there.
Where are you on McInerney's? It's now a big 4, and he's number 4. Are you on that party yet?
I'm on the what? A part of the big 4.
Yep. Is it gone from a big 3 to a big 4 in the Sydney midfield?
Not yet. He's got good numbers.
Sanders' kick goes out on the full, so you can continue your conversation if you want. A turnover, Sydney take it. McCartan comes inboard. Of course, no Errol Goulden. No Isaac Heaney tonight as well, so they'll be hoping that that's a minor injury and he'll return for their game against the D's at the SCG next Sunday. Kick across half-back. Mills has enough time to race after it and regather. Poke it over the top to Wicks, who marks in front of Davidson. Sydney by 59 points. He works it wider still. Sarong runs his full measure. Up towards half forward. Amati presents. Bustlinger makes the spoil, and off hands it goes out of play.
He's making a good case, though, isn't he? Like, his first 7 weeks of this season have been damn strong.
He's been pretty strong for the last probably 3 or 4 years, but it just hasn't quite kicked the goals I think that he's been kicking the start this season 2026. I think when you're hitting the scoreboard as a midfielder the way in which he does and the way in which he runs, certainly putting himself up in lights with those other 3.
For the boundary throw-in, comes down to Sarong. Hand pass went forward, punch back the other way by Bustlinger. Hines squeezed a little kick out. Fraser scoops it up. A 1-2 with Sanders. And the baby Bont off the back flank. Lets us down here, turns it straight over. Richards with the intercept mark. Dabs it out to half forward. Here's Lloyd. 60 from home. Swans by 59 points. As lays it up to full forward. They come from all directions. Spoiled away and all of that by Gardner. Davidson's hand pass got it to Bustlinger and out of play.
I think win an All-Australian this year and we can start calling it a big 4. But until he gets that, it doesn't have the same rap as a Lappin, Voss, Black, Ackermanis, does it?
No, I think that's fair.
Or a Fletcher, Cousins, Judd, Kerr. Yep. You know, it's not the same. The other 3 boys have really, they've earned it.
Virginia Crew Bears 25.8 disposals. Justin McInerney kicked a goal in every game until tonight. Sanders out of defence. Up towards half-back. Cunningham gathers for Sydney. Hand pass to Wicks and now to McCartan. Reloads inside 50. The ball's lived in that forward 50. McDonald worked out of it by Gardner. Off hands Richards. Had a pitch by Rowbottom. Trying to get a hand pass away to Amati. It's gathered by Treloar. Feeds it back to Bustlinger. Long kick out of defence. McCartan just ragdolls Riley Weston. Takes the mark.
Marcus off the SMS. The Dogs are going to get any of their tools back anytime soon. More on that at a moment as Sydney going forward again here. Jordan to Sarong. Oh, low trajectory kick inside 50. Selwood collides with Roses. Roses gets up holding his head. And the umpire in the end says Selwood was caught in the tackle by Papley, and that's holding the ball. So Roses not rewarded. Papley is right half forward for the Swans. It's on the big man brigade. Obviously, Darcy hasn't even had surgery yet, so he's got a knee and an ACL tear. He'll have that operated on in the coming weeks. Tim English 1 to 3 listed with the medial. And then the two backs both with hamstrings. I mean, there's not too many one-week hammies, is there?
Not usually.
For Lobb and O'Donnell. So this is the first game they're missing after hurting their hamstrings last Friday night, so only 6 days ago. So Papley, the benefactor, low trajectory drop punts, put it out on the full. So he slipped over at the other end. He's put 2 out of bounds on the full here at the Lockett end. Hit 1 for the night, Tom Papley. Celebrated that one.
Change his boots, I reckon, for next week.
Yeah, he won't be wearing those ones, will he?
You have a night like that, you just throw them out.
Just ticking to time on here, final term, Swans by 59.
Dale for the Dogs, spots Fraser on his own at half-back. He takes the mark. Thought about trying to link a hand pass over the top to Pontempelli. That dries up. Inside 50s, 21-2 in this final term. So tough for the Bulldogs defenders. Sarong gets a hand pass away, kicks inside 50. Here's Papley. He marks 45 metres out, plays on, dances around Gardner, sends it to the goal square. Bustlinger gets back, hugs it to his chest as he marks in front of the behind line. Tom Papley's eyes starting to light up. Bustlinger kicks to the runner, Buku Karmas, who marks at right half back.
He's been kicking mongrels all day.
Just hoping his luck will turn. As Karmas pokes it down the line, and here's Dolan.
I think he's taking himself off too. Perhaps he's had enough.
Change the boots.
One of the young ones out there for the Dogs tonight. They've got the 8 youngest players on the field, of which Dolan's 1, short to Baker. And Baker goes back and across to his mate Bailey Dale. His golfing buddy. Hand pass away to Bustlinger. Kicks inside the forward 50 and dropping back Sarong. Marks at fullback for the Swans. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
He came off just chuckling, Tom Papley, like having a laugh with all of the players on the bench about just how badly he has kicked the ball tonight.
Cunningham off and running. Pokes a kick down the wing. Intercepted by Selwood. Handball away to Bramble. He left it behind. Cootie goes and meets him. Got a hand pass away towards Selwood. Then to Treloar. Now to Fraser. Handball to Sanders. He's now at high half forward. Kicks inside 50. The Bont in a tangle there with Bice. Knocked away by Davidson. Bont scoops it up. Gives it to West. Handball to Dolan. Handball to Davidson's got to move it. Does so eventually. Couldn't get enough drive on the kick, and it's picked off by Lloyd. The goalkeeper at fullback for Sydney.
He plays on and kicks out to Roberts, who marks it left half back. He can chip it over the top to Jordan. Sydney in rhythm. Grundy streaming past. Knees high, arms swinging. In the end, doesn't give it to him. Hand passes boundary side to Roberts. Links up with Lloyd. Hand pass inboard to Sheldrick. Can give it back to Roberts. They kept running. At left half forward, he looks into the pocket. Curnow was a little slow to get off the mark and running onto a Bramble, although Karmas trying to help, got in the way. Curnow sockers it inside 50. And Cootie in the end is shoved out of play. A boundary throw in as Gardner sees him across the boundary line. Sydney by 59 points, 4 goals to none Sydney's way in this final term, and 22-4 inside 50 is the way of the Swans in the last term.
Aaron Norton took a tumble in the third term, flying for a high mark, landed awkwardly high up on his neck and shoulder, stretched it from the ground. Club initial reports he'll be assessed further in the next couple of days, but has avoided any serious injury, so that's great news. The early reports from the Dogs camp from the boundary throw-in eventually ends up with Roberts, drives a kick to full forward. Curnow down there. Karmas knocks it away. Scooped up in the pocket for the Swans by McDonald. Handball away to Roses. Hooks it back to Curnow. The Colossus just holds out Bailey Dale and hugs it to his chest. Curnow moves around. Curnow's got 7. A homecoming of sorts back at his old home ground. And Charlie Curnow with his biggest bag yet in red and white. A 7-goal haul for Curnow. 17-17, plays 8-6. 24 gone in the last. 65 points for Swans lead. And Curnow has 7. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
You're all over it, Murph and Lids. Those boots have come off for Tom Papley, and I don't reckon they will ever go back on his feet. I reckon he's taken them off, and they might just stay underneath the bench at Docklands.
And they should just sign each boot and just give it to a few Sydney Swans supporters sitting on the boundary line.
Agreed.
Tell you what, Lids is pretty happy with himself though back here, boys. He's called 10 like Jeremy Cameron for last week for Charlie Curnow. He kicked 7. He's given off probably 1 or 2.
We got 3 minutes to go. I did enjoy Jeremy Cameron telling the story that Sean Manor was the one who started, let's get him 10. Let's get him 10 tonight. You just need someone to start that amongst the playing group. Sydney by 65 points. Roddy Grundy wins down the tap against Lockie Smith on debut. Cootie gets involved. Hand pass to a stationary Blakey. Tackle, got it away to Jordan, who gets it back to Cootie. Where's it over the top of Dolan, and they're away now. Cunningham drives it forward. Where's Charlie? Working back against Buku. Karma's got the front position, can't take the mark. The Chad is there. Warner across his body, won't quite get the distance. And the mark is taken. Selwood getting back for the Bulldogs. Long clearing kick. West won't get there, and Roberts takes the mark at left half forward for the Swans. Comes inboard.
Tobias back to Roberts. There's a left footer protected on the boundary line side. He drives it deep to full forward. Curno's down there but knocked away by Davidson. So equal third biggest haul for Charlie Curnow. He's got a bag of 10, one of 9 and now 2 7s. The first 3 efforts obviously all coming in navy blue.
Against West Coast, were they?
Yep, 2023.
So Curnow's his season.
Oh no.
Karma's diving effort to mark the kick out, but he's gone 3 goals, goalless, 2, 4, goalless, 3, and now 7 tonight. 7 goals, 2.
Bulldogs work it up to Lockie Smith, who takes the mark.
Had 4 inside 50s all quarter, the Dogs.
And they're not going to get another one here. They've turned it over and Wicks is away. Quick Wicks inside 50. Here's Curnow. He leaves it for Warner. Unselfish. 15 metres out directly in front.
That's what role players do. You know, Cornsey was into him about being a role player. They get out of the way. No, the big fella, just mark those ones.
I would have thought the Chad should have just gestured, all yours, big fella.
No, I think we've worked out tonight.
He's not that guy.
The Chad likes a goal.
Chad's pretty happy with Chad getting the ball, I reckon.
Yeah.
So Curnow's sprinted 7. Warner's kicked 2 in the last quarter. He's looking to make that 3. He's got 2-3. Chad Warner directly in front, make that 3-3. And the Swans continue to romp in this final term. 6 unanswered goals. And they lead by 72 points. So for the Bulldogs, it's been a pretty disappointing 3 weeks. Big losses to the Cats last week, the Hawks the week before, and now Sydney. And where does this leave the Bulldogs? We've spoken a lot about the Swans. 18-18, 126. Of the Bulldogs, 8-6-54. The Dogs take on the Dockers on Friday night. Port Adelaide, the Blues. In the next few weeks, it doesn't get any easier.
No, the season's been turned on their head, hasn't it? And through injury and form as a result of that, they were flying along after 4 weeks, and it's just been turned on its head, unfortunately, for the Bulldogs.
Injuries. You got to have a run. You got to have some luck along the way as well.
Had 0 of it.
Best ability is availability. As Grundy wins the hit out back in the middle, scooped up by Sanders for the Dogs. Handball away to Dale, tucks it under his arm, kicks down to half forward, and that's a good kick. Finds Fraser, who marks, gives a handball away towards Dolan, just stabs a kick inside 50, and Baker marks. A 5th forward 50 entry of the quarter. 5 inside 50s.
Yeah. Makes good decisions, young Dolan on the run. I like that little.
He's been good.
Little check kick. Kicked the goal himself, had another shot. You know, he continues to try hard. Very hard as a small forward, though, when you're having 4 or 5 inside 50s in a quarter.
It's hard when you're having 15 a quarter as a small forward.
Yeah, exactly right.
Final attendance 29,523, so just south of 30,000. And Baker trying to knock one in here for the Bulldogs to end the run of 7 straight Sydney goals. Something late for the Dogs. But it is all just a little late in the context of the game. Makes Sydney's lead 11 goals neat, so 18-18 to 9-6. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, our number 1 picks.
Yeah, it's where does Luke Beveridge go to now to try and pick up the pieces after these last 3 weeks? The last 2 have been really damaging, haven't they?
Yeah.
That they've experienced, because the mindset of the players going from being 4 and zip, thinking, oh, geez, this could be our year. We just got to get everything right at the pointy end, to going, well, geez, we've lost some of our best players, and we've been smacked up 3 weeks in a row. That's where the challenge of being the senior coach comes from, doesn't it?
Yep, exactly right.
It is going to be such a challenging period for the Dogs. They're hoping Tim English isn't too far away. And the good news around Aaron Norton. Bontempelli out of the middle of the ground. Got the hand pass away to Kennedy from the edge of the centre square. Drives it long. Getting back. Edwards got a fist to it. West was front and centre. Just couldn't get it to his boot. It's been that sort of night. A free kick for a hold. It's going to be a Sydney free kick on the last line of defence. And William Edwards on debut. He's had a couple of interesting moments throughout the game. He'll take it on the behind line.
Even if West got that clean, it was a free kick before it with that hold. He's had a mare tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah.
As long as he can, up towards Sarong. Roses tries to get it away to Brodie Grundy. Little fumble from Sarong. And here's Roses running the boundary. Takes off, takes a bounce. Just comes back to him. He's got it to right half forward. Where's Curnow? The siren sounds as it kicks inside 50. And the Swans dominate the depleted Dogs by 66 points. They're on the climb, the Swans. While the Dogs celebration 10 years on from their premiership. More injuries, a sour note.
Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
In front of 29,523 fans, the Swans by 66 points, 18-18, 126 to the Bulldogs 9-6-60. The Swans move to 6 wins and 1 loss. They're on top of the AFL ladder for now. After trailing by 4 points at quarter time, they led by 13 at half time, 4 goals to 2 in the second quarter, by 34 points at 3/4 time, and then 6 goals to 1 in the final term, including 26-6 inside 50s.
Red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
A season high 7 goals for Charlie Curnow in his new Sydney colours. Felt like he could have got a few more tonight as well. 3 goals to Joel Amati, 3 goals to Chad Warner, 2 to Grundy, individuals to Papley. Billy Cootie on debut and Lloyd. While for the Bulldogs, Marcus Bontempelli was their only multiple goal kicker. He finished with 2 individuals to Hines, Baker, Richards, Dolan, Lewis, Norton and Williams. And the concerning injury to Aaron Norton, who landed awkwardly on the back of his head after a marking attempt in the third quarter. More injuries for the Western Bulldogs. Swans 66-point winners.
So amazingly, they kicked the first 3 goals of the game and they were outscored by 84 points thereafter. That is an amazing turnaround. The trend continues. The Swans keep winning 4 in a row, and for the Dogs, they keep losing both games and players. So they've lost 3 on the bounce. They lose Aaron Norton tonight. Stretch it off after an awkward landing, flying in a marking contest, landed high up on his neck and shoulders. Early indication from the club, though, is that he has avoided a serious injury. 11 goals, the final margin. Swans over the Dogs. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Yeah, probably where I thought it would be at the start of the game, Murph. You were trying to play with us a little bit and say that it might be a bit closer, but I think just with the depleted lineup of the Dogs and Bont a little bit underdone, although he didn't play that way today. I thought he was terrific. They just their
back line's just decimated.
Decimated.
Yeah,
decimated. They've just got no answer for. Marty was on fire early, and then Charlie kicked into gear from the second quarter onwards.
Can't underestimate the importance of your ruckman. Brodie Grundy again was terrific tonight. He certainly got going in that second half, but against 2 young rucks, he just wore them down, and I thought he was terrific again. So Tim English, hopefully he can come back next week, but when you're fighting a losing battle, when you're just trying to plug holes everywhere, aren't you?
Yeah, and that does make it hard. I mean, the centre bounce clearances in the end were 14-10 in favour of the Dogs.
Yeah,
so they didn't get absolutely smashed in there. Then clearances were 34-29. I mean, that speaks probably to the quality of Richards and Bontempelli and their ability to be as good as what they are. But I think ultimately, Brodie Grundy, his ability to spread and get up and down the ground, but then kick those couple of goals, they were telling goals at the time.
Yeah.
They just didn't really have an answer, unfortunately. They were just under siege. In that last quarter, what did the inside 50s end up there in the last quarter?
25-5.
25-5. That is just an absolute mauling.
Yeah.
Makes it very hard. And I've said a couple of times, I feel for young Buku because he's fighting out of his weight division and against a midfield that's not putting on a heap of pressure, and you got midfielders streaming at you with a whole heap of space in front. Tell me if Stephen Silvani wouldn't have stopped some of those efforts forward.
Now, some of the numbers around clearances were good for the Bulldogs, but just the way in which you actually look at the numbers and the result on the back of them, and the way in which Sydney got out of those stoppages was so much cleaner, and the way in which they were moving the ball and going inside 50, especially off turnover from the half-back flank. Sydney you just see when the turnover happened, they just had a spread full of numbers. Yep. It was just like, all right, which option are we going to go for here, and just pick them apart. And then, as you said, and as we have talked about with the injuries that have got there down back, the Bulldogs, they were just so undermanned, under height, especially. And Marty, I thought he was very good in that first half, the way in which he attacked the contest, and Charlie, I thought, was terrific all night.
Just the one loss for the Swans to the Hawks. It's sort of hard to get a gauge on them, but if you've seen enough to say they are the real deal, they're going to be a side that will be there in the top 4, potentially higher than that this season. How willing are you prepared to go on what we saw, the evidence tonight?
Oh, I think so. It's not just off tonight. I think the start of their season and their game style they're playing, whether that stacks up still, in the last day of September, that's still to be seen, I think, because it's usually becomes a lot more congested and you don't get those forward handballs and that ability to, just break out the front of stoppage. But, geez, they're going to win a lot of games at home, and they come down here and they got the Bulldogs at the great opportunity time for them. Yeah. Like you're not going to get a more depleted Bulldog side. So to keep banking wins makes it incredibly hard for them not to finish in that top 4.
Yeah, and you go back to when they did lose to the Hawks, they had Heaney come out of that side the week before, and Gordon, I think it was his first week out of missing with that shoulder. So they were trying to cover for 2 of their midfield stars, which they didn't have on that occasion. They don't have Gordon back yet, with Heaney as well, missing as well, but they'll get Gordon on the back probably 4 or 6 weeks of the season, which I think will have him cherry ripe coming back from that shoulder. So I think they can certainly win it this year. I think, as you said, playing up in Sydney, they should be a top 4 team. I think from what
does the game style stack up deep in the finals?
Well, there's not as many stoppages as probably what there has been, right, with the way in which the last touch rule and the way in which the game is. True. The game's so much more open than what it has been from what I've seen over previous years.
It's 7 individual goal kickers as well, so they spread the load despite Curnow kicking 7, and Joel Amati had 2 in the first quarter and finished with 3 for the match. So they do feel like they have just about as many weapons as what we've seen from the best sides at the moment.
Jez Laidler spoke about that, didn't he, pre-game? He's saying, well, our big boys didn't actually kick any goals at Norwood and we had a comfortable victory. So it's
whether or not the 3 tall approach works with Logan McDonald, with Amati and Charlie.
Logan McDonald's the odd one out, in my opinion. I feel like, and I reckon we made mention of that in one of the other games. Have we done Sydney as well this year already?
Yeah, I reckon we did that Hawthorn.
We did the Hawthorn game.
Yeah.
And he was probably the odd one out that just couldn't quite get separation from his opponent. But is he the one who could potentially... Do you give him that chance to go into the ruck, to keep Amati and Curnow forward? Do you get him to go into the ruck to give Brodie Grundy a chop out? Because at the moment it's Amati, who's going in there. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just think probably against the very good teams, if you've got 3 big talls who aren't great mobile at ground level, which all 3 aren't, I think that's when you can have some issues if you've got some really good half-back flankers who can really turn it on against you.
It's a 9th game they've played since Gordon's debut without Heaney and Gordon. They're now 5-4 in those games, so just over 500. Interestingly, during that same stretch of time, Sydney win 2 out of 3 games, so their win rate's around 66% since Harold Gordon made his debut. They're celebrating again, the Swans. They're sitting pretty on top of the ladder at 6-1. Ben Cameron is down there with the winners after an 11-goal victory to spoil the Dogs' reunion. Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. I think they've forgotten to give out the wristbands for the Sydney rooms. There's not many people down here taking it all in. Oh, no. Oh, I just copped a big splash of the sports drink all over the nice chinos. Oh, no. Oh, no, they're getting...
It's ruined his night.
I just saw it on TV too.
Will that stain?
You bet it will.
Oh, you're joking. So there we have it. The Swans down here, quite businesslike. And Matthew Pavlich, the CEO, just applauding quietly. And we'll find out very shortly who we've got to chat to. And, we'll have a yak to them.
Get the Chad.
What colour is the sports drink, Ben?
I can't tell at the moment, so I'm hoping it's yellow. Is it tan chinos? But I'm filthy with this.
Let's get some of that nappy sand, Ben.
Do you know who got you?
Oh, luckily no. Who was it?
I'm not sure. We'll have to study the vision. But
we might have to get Ray Chamberlain's wet weather gear that he took over to gather around and fit you perfectly.
I'm a bit thicker than Ray. I'm not sure it would, sadly.
We'll be back to you in a minute. Thanks, Ben. Ben Cameron down there in the Sydney Rooms, an 11-goal win over the Western Bulldogs to spoil their premiership reunion 10 years on from obviously their flag in 2016. It was an 84-point swing in the game. The Dogs kicked the first 3 goals and it was all Sydney thereafter. They had 36 of the next 48 scoring shots. That's just complete demolition job. And as Clinchy outlined, 25-5, the inside 50 count in the last quarter. Curnow kicked 7. He'd had 12 goals in 6 games previously, averaging 2 a week, so his biggest haul so far as a Swan. And his equal third biggest day ever in his career. 3 each for Amati, and Warner joined in the party late with 3 of his own. And just repeating too, the news out of the Dogs camp is that Aaron Norton, after an awkward landing on his neck, has been cleared of any serious damage. So the early signs there are good. The Gordon one is fascinating, isn't it? So 3 months out, I mean, we can have this debate, but I feel like when they're up and going, he's just about their best player, and yet they're going to try and get him back into the team at a critical stage of the season, having played so much without him, and then try to piece it together. I mean, it's a good problem to have if you're trying to get a player that good back into the mix late in the season, but changes their mix a bit again, doesn't it, when you offer someone like that back in the lineup so late in the season?
Yeah, I think changes it for the good. You're probably taking out your 22nd or 23rd player for one of the better midfielders in the comp. So
it's a good problem to have.
I would have thought so, and I think they'll filter him in pretty easily.
I would have thought they'd find a spot.
So yeah,
anyway,
I think every player would be pretty happy to go play with them.
The other lesson,
guy who's been omitted for him.
Yeah. Sorry, Murph. The other lesson is 2024, they won 13 of their first 14 games and, of course, lost to Brisbane in the grand final by 60-odd points. So it's probably a bit of different coach, but, to get everything right come September and to be able to explore that. But 6 of their 7 games, they've scored over 100 points. So they are a scoring threat.
What a run it's been to be a Sydney Swans fan over the years. Just 3 losing seasons in the last 23 seasons.
Don't complain. You and Geelong, don't complain.
11-goal win for the Swans, another one tonight. They make it 6-1 on the year. Let's go back to Ben Cameron with his stained chinos. Ben.
Yeah, thank you. I'm down here with Charlie Curnow, who booted 7 tonight. I saw your older brother in the crowd. Not Ed, the middle one. He was enjoying all of the action.
I'm sure he had a few beers in his hands. I don't know what he's up to, but he's always my number one support, Big Chips. I love having him in the crowd.
Oh, I did see him. I said, "Go, Charlie," and he turned around and gave me a big smile, so he's happy with it. What did you make of that performance tonight?
Yeah, it was impressive. I thought the first half was quite tough. Quite a pressure battle through the midfield there, and we were lucky to debut 2 blokes tonight who have had a massive pre-season, Billy Cootie and Big Wetter. So. I was super impressed, and that makes the game a bit more exciting and makes it a bit more fun.
I know you've said that you want to play your role in this Sydney forward line, and you've got some good support with Joel Amati and Logan McDonald down there, but you are the big talisman, you're the star key forward like many before you in Sydney, so how nice is it to deliver with 7 goals?
It's always nice to keep a few snags for sure. I'm kind of just in awe at times and figuring out how this ball is going to get down from D50 when you got the likes of, your Chad, your Lizards, your Millsies, your Rampies, and, there's so many of them there, and the way they move and run together is so impressive. Then you got Pap snipping at my feet and big T-Max just walked past me, but, seeing those boys do their thing make it a lot easier for me. So, I was lucky to grab a couple at the end, and, mate, it's always good fun. I haven't really played too many nighttime games with a Telstra Dome with no roof. So that was pretty fun.
How did you find that?
Just Telstra Dome. Should be running. Am I running that or no?
No, Docklands.
Oh, Murphy's right, Murphy up there, I'm hearing.
Yeah, Mark Murphy's up there.
I'm getting ready for you, Charles.
Right, you hungover from Coachella still, or what's going on?
Just answer the questions, please. I'll get you soon.
Far away, Murph. He's waiting for you.
He's waiting for me. Charles, mate, I haven't been watching too much football the last couple of weeks. I've been elsewhere, but to me, just watching you tonight, it looked like you had your timing back when you were leaping for some of those balls that were coming in. Do you feel like you're starting to get into the groove?
Yeah, I love jumping at the footy and being able to do that. It's there's some awesome defenders going around the comp at the moment that make it extremely hard, and doggies play a bit assertive. So that gave me that opportunity to maybe jump at it and not have them on my back all the time. So that was nice for tonight, yeah. Of course. So, how you feeling, Murph? You going well?
I'm going well, mate.
It's good to hear your voice, mate.
No, it's good to be back part of it here, mate, and watching you go to work. But you talked about some of those ball users who you've been lucky enough to work with. Now, you've had some pretty handy ones in the past. We're in the navy blue, but who's your favourite one to lead to when you look up the field and you see the likes of obviously Chad and Errol Good is not out there at the moment, and Isaac as well. But who's your favourite to lead to, and just also about building that connection with new players and a whole new team?
Yeah, I mean, the boys, there's a lot of good kicks here, so it's hard to single out one or two, but, you know, a bit of a different one tonight. I love what Gussie does when he drives with his legs, and I've always liked the ball out the back, you know that, Murph, and I really enjoyed him kicking it long tonight, and, you know, towards me and about to clunk a few. I'm just watching Big Wetter celebrate with his mates. They look like they're having a great time, I think. But yeah, Murph, obviously having Chad sprint out of there, and there's a lot of lads, so yeah, I'm just fortunate to get a couple on the end.
Charlie, Brett Video here, mate. Well done tonight. I just want to ask you about the actual move up to Sydney and how you found the difference of being up there, and what the Sydney town is with footy up there versus being down here in the fishbowl of being with Carlton. How have you found that? You enjoy it? Is it much better to be, you know, sunning yourself at Bronte versus the Bay down here at Port Melbourne?
I'll leave Port Melbourne and the Out Park to Murph. Sorry, Murph, I'm coming at you a bit. But I was always enjoying it, my waves, and I used to get down the coast in Torquay a lot. But it's going off on me. Yeah, no, it's a mate. What is going on?
All of Edward's mates have been called over to the television broadcast, and they're just jumping around and screaming and celebrating. So that's the noise in the background.
Yeah, no, back to your point, Brett. No, I'm loving it. It's you can jump in the ocean. It's 2 minutes on my footsteps, and always loved that as a bit of a reset. And it's been really enjoyable. And what about in terms of the notoriety, mate? You walk around there without anyone picking up who you are or anything like that, mate, or are you still the big dog when you're up there? It's definitely a lot different, mate, to Melbourne, and Sydney fans are so lovely. They're quite a good bunch. They just yell at you and let you go by, and or they give you a big smile. So it's been really enjoyable.
Charlie Murphy, this is a bit of one outside the box, but this is a serious question.
Thanks,
I was just wondering if Big Buddy's reached out to you at all, because the move from coming from Melbourne to Sydney, and maybe some of the experiences that he had on his journey, maybe to impart on your good self.
Yeah, he's reached out a lot of times. I mean, there was so much support from a lot of ex-players at the club. Get to see Mickey O around a lot. Buddy's messaged me a fair few times, and shared a bit of wisdom of Sydney. I think he probably kept to himself a little bit more. The big fellow might have been a bit more noticeable with his. He's got a fair bit of aura, doesn't he? But he just said pretty much reached out, said congratulations. It's a great effort to get to Sydney, and they've got a great history that they explained to me about South Melbourne Football Club and their move up here. The senior boys really explained that well to us when we got here about how the hardship of those times when they did move up here, and so you got a really good understanding of the football club from the early days, from Rampy and Millsy. So it's been good.
Charlie, if you could have gone to any club last off-season, who was the club you were hoping to get to?
What is this question? Sydney, mate.
So you ended up where you wanted to be ultimately?
Oh, yeah. It's Sydney. They were amazing to me from the start, and they put themselves out there, and they made a few big calls, and it wasn't the easiest time to try and get on a move. It was also it was quite difficult. We don't need to harp on about it again, but I'm just super grateful that they showed that faith and had a crack at me to get me there.
Charlie, it's Matt Clinch here. What was it like when Aaron Norton landed awkwardly and all of a sudden the stadium becomes silent? Just under 30,000 there, and obviously a sickening sort of landing for him. I don't know where you were on the field, but what was it like being out there and then you try and get going again?
Oh, those ones, they hit the stomach a bit different. I think, obviously being a key forward, I'm in awe of blokes that launch at the footy like that. It's such a risky game when you're up in the air and you don't know what's coming on from the sides, and it was a great grab. So I hope he's going well. I don't know if you guys know more than me, but it looked nasty, didn't it?
Yeah, good news is an early indication he's been cleared of any serious damage. So that's a good sign.
That's awesome. So he's a joy to watch up in the skies when he gets up there. So yeah.
And I also just wanted to ask you, I mean, we get swept up in the media and key forwards putting bags of goals, so 7 for you tonight. What do you sort of judge your game on in Sydney colours this season as to what you're giving yourself ticks and crosses over?
I got a bit distracted then. There was a few boys staring. What was the question?
Just how do you grade your game if it's not based around bags of goals?
You're going. I got Liz. Mate, I just work closely with Jeremy Layla, another good ex-Carlton fella, and he's my forward coach. So pretty much come in and he's been grading my game off my contest and how I can get more involved in the game. And I think I've been there about all year. I've been showing up, playing some really good footy, and a lot of people get stuck involved around the goals. But I think I've been really enjoying the way I've been playing, and I've been confident with that.
Will you keep it tonight, Charlie?
I think it's the way the game's played, mate. It's starting to look a bit more deeper. You don't really see those key forwards getting up and wide anymore as much. They want to run, and people want to run and gun and take the ball on and keep possession and find the opportunity to attack. And it's hard to do that when the ground's really small. So my role at times is to sit deeper. Sometimes it's to get higher, but I think that's the majority of the way things are going at the moment.
You've been very generous with your time, Charlie. Any dirt on Murph for us on the way out?
Oh, I wish I
you wish you had Coachella with me, didn't you?
No, I'm sure Murph had a great time. I look forward to seeing him next, and we'll be able to talk about it.
Good on you, Charlie. Well played tonight.
Cheers, boys.
Charlie Curnow in the Sydney Swans rooms on the back of his 7 tonight. What does that do? That takes him to 19 for the season.
He might have hit a little nerve. I think he wasn't happy to answer your question.
He wasn't. Yeah.
Well, that's all right. Really. Like the question, he's already played. How many games is he now at Sydney?
7.
So was it the club he wanted to go? He's not going to go and go, no, I was going to go to Geelong.
If he did, imagine that. Would be talking about
it. Wouldn't surprise me, actually, from Charlie. You just never know what's going to come out of his mouth. I don't think he knows what's going on.
Hey, there's no stupid questions. What if he came out and said, oh, look, I was actually hoping to get somewhere else?
Yeah,
you're right, mate. You don't hit a home run unless you swing, do you? So
that's right.
It's all right. Strike. Next batter up. On we go. It's an 11-goal win for the Swans, 18-18 over the Western Bulldogs, 9-6. We got there.
I was just going to say, do you think Carlton would do that trade again? Given you throwing those hypotheticals out, Florent, Hayward.
Well, Florent wasn't part of it, was it? It was Hayward and 2 picks. I reckon Florent was a separate one to the side, I think, from memory.
I don't remember.
I think Florent was the separate one.
I think
Hayward was part of the deal.
It's a hard one. When someone wants to get out, do you keep him? I mean, that's the one thing. So I think that's when you got to go, well, you know what, we've got to try and cash in as much as you possibly can. So I think it was inevitable he's going to go at somewhere at some point anyway. So get him out if he wants to get out of there.
Did you want to go to the Giants when you left Richmond?
I'm pretty sure it's open that I said I wanted to try and get to the Cats.
There you go.
Initially. And then I visited with the Dogs as well, and I visited with the Giants.
So when did you admit that at the time?
What do you mean?
That you wanted to get to the Geelong, or was it in retrospect?
Well, I tried. I met with them initially, but then the deal was just, in the first week of the trade period, the deal was just not going to get done.
This stuff happens all the time. Murphy, you wanted to get to Richmond, or you thought about it at one point?
Oh, I had a meeting. I didn't actually
at the house of the coach.
Yeah. And these kids walked in the door like, "Hey guys."
Who pitched you you can come wear the number 1 and everything else.
I was like, I'm in trouble here.
This stuff happens all the time. You never know where you end up. Sydney 18-18 over the Western Bulldogs 9-6. The vote's coming up in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Thanks to Ben Cameron downstairs. We'll see if we get anything further out of the Dogs. But the early news is good that Aaron Norton has avoided serious injury after landing awkwardly high up on his neck. They're humming along, the Swans. Don't worry about them. They play Melbourne next Sunday, so they get a bit of a rest now. After coming off a 6-day break with travel involved, they don't play till next Sunday. Their next 3, Melbourne at the SCG, North Melbourne back here at Docklands, where they've now won 9 of their last 11, and then Collingwood at the SCG before a trip down the highway to play Geelong. So, highway for us, for them it's a flight and a drive, but you picking up what I'm putting down?
They fly in Avalon, you reckon? No.
I don't think so.
No, they wouldn't actually, because the airline doesn't go there.
It certainly starts to open up for them, though, having not featured in finals last year. So you mentioned they've got North Melbourne, Geelong in that run, and then really they don't play another contender until the Brisbane Lions in round 16.
Yeah.
they can bank some wins there.
I feel like the problem for Sydney is we know they're going to win a boatload of games. We think they're going to finish high up. And then it almost feels like their season starts again, as it does for everyone. But for them, how many grand finals they played in now since, clearly 16.
There's a few scars there, isn't there?
14, 16, 22?
Two.
Yep. So, and then again in 24 where they lost to Brisbane. So the last 4 grand finals they've played in, they've had slip-ups. And in a couple of those, they went in as red-hot favourites and got blown away. So for them, it almost feels like win as many games as you can, do their best to qualify, and then it's conversation resets again leading into September, resets again leading into a potential grand final. It's we know they're a good team. The question is, are they ultimately good enough to get it done on the day that matters most? Well done to Sydney. A big win. Charlie Curnow kicks 7 as they get out of here with an 11-goal win. The Dogs seemingly in free fall. We know the reasons for it. 8 of their best 23 missing, including their spine's been decimated. Fullback, centre-half back, ruckman, centre-half forward, all out. Plus Tom Liberatore, they miss Norton tonight, so he goes out. Hopefully it's not as bad as it looked, and as the club's saying, avoided serious injury. But what do they do from here? So that they fall to 4 and 3. How do they try and arrest that skid until they get some troops back? They play Fremantle next Friday night, so they 8 days back here at Docklands.
Yeah, I can't see how they're going to without troops coming back, because you're so reliant on your best players. Every club is, and it's very hard. As good as the coach is at winding a side up and getting them ready to go, without your best players, it just makes it incredibly hard. Incredibly hard.
Have you still got them in the premiership mix without Darcy?
No.
I think they can, but it's...
Well, we've seen with Norton, though, without Darcy, he kicked 8 goals last year, and he's kicked 1 tonight before he went off halfway through, if not most of the way through the third quarter.
They'll get every one of the other ones back. So there's been teams that have gone on and won it without a superstar. I think back to the Eagles, I suppose, without Nick Naitanui and Gaff.
Brad Shepard.
Yep. Brad Shepard, he's a good player. Not the likes of Naitanui and Gaff, probably. But
that was 3.
I appreciate
your first choice.
You're supporting my argument.
I am.
So
I'm trying to.
I'm trying to. No, you're not.
I'm not feeling supported.
No, but I think if you're missing the one cog, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
But they need to turn it around pretty quickly.
Let's go see what's happening in the Dogs' rooms. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
Yeah, I certainly am. So just the watchers out of the Western Bulldogs tonight, obviously Aaron Norton, who I've just heard you speaking about, Corbin. So, as we understand it at the moment, it does look like that is good news for him. The initial examination makes us optimistic that Aaron has avoided any serious injuries. That's from the Western Bulldogs during the game. It was a pretty frightening incident. The other one was Adam Treloar, who we were just watching throughout the game. It didn't look like he could get out of second gear. So he's just down here in the rooms at the moment, chatting to his wife and his great mate Josh Dunkley, but no clarity any further as to whether there is in fact an injury for Adam Treloar. I think everyone else has got a clean bill of health, Corb.
No ice anywhere?
Yeah, good point, Lids. Let me go and inspect that. I probably should have checked that.
Any of the Dogs premiership team down there from 2016?
Yeah, they are. A lot of them are down here, in fact. So they're just taking everything in. I think he looks like no ice. He's actually staring me down as I try and look as to whether he's got some ice on. He's like, what's this idiot doing? But I think he's all good.
And do we know what colour the Gatorade was yet?
I don't think it was blue. I don't think it was red.
Okay.
So it might have been yellow, which matches the Tancino. So we might have got out of this.
Half a chance.
Good start from you. Well done tonight, Ben. We'll see you back up here.
Thanks, boys.
Ben Cameron down there in the Dogs' rooms. 11-goal win for the Swans as well. Just chopping it up about what it means for the Western Bulldogs going forward. What do you reckon about Treloar? Have you got a take on that?
No, I haven't. He got through the game. He ended up with 25. If you're injured and you're still getting it 25 times, he honestly looked like someone had shot him in his backside, the way he was running around out there today. But
that's why I sort of brought up, has he changed the gait, the way in which he runs now as a result? Because he's never been that upright and that short a stepped, has he?
No. But he couldn't stride at all. He did not. I don't reckon he sprinted. He just got to good spots and then ended up with the footy. I don't think he actually broke into a full-length stride.
There was no burst. There was no burst run, was there? Or anything like
that. And he wouldn't kick on his right foot. So you tell me. There has to be something going on there. We'll see. Yeah, I think that for me it's the younger players, and I'm not singling out the younger players, but they're the ones that got to take control here and not just be relying on Bontempelli, Liberatore when he comes back. You know, Richards,
you're talking about like a Fraser. You want to say probably more.
Fraser, Sanders.
Sanders had the 28 touches, but
yep.
Yeah, but I'm talking like...
It wasn't like real damaging touches, but...
Yeah, what do you have? 2 score involvements, 210 metres gained, 10 kicks, 18 handballs. And then I'm not hanging this kid for that at all. I'm just saying, if the Bulldogs are going to wrestle their way out of this, it's going to be off the back of those boys saying, well, you know what, we've been in the system now 3 years, 4 years. Can we then take control and not just be relying on and be finishing off the good work of the best players?
Yeah.
Why can't? When we thought we were starting to see that with Fraser, weren't we? I feel like he was the one who was taking his game to the next level, but
there's too many down tonight. I mean,
they just had it. Maybe they did just have a down night.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the numbers through a few of their other midfielders, and Richards had the 18, kicked the 1 goal. Fraser 15, Matty Kennedy 15. So there's your main.
Well, there you guys at the
Bontempelli and Treloar.
Yeah, if Bontempelli and Richards are your A pluses, those guys are your B plus Bs that are the next one down that are giving you consistently. And Matty Kennedy last year was giving you 24, 25 and a couple of goals.
Yeah.
The Bontempelli role was interesting. He sort of kicked a couple of incredible goals, but at times, from sort of late in the third quarter onwards, almost would play a defensive midfielder role and try and help his backline. But it's pretty hard. They're under siege at the moment, their backline.
Yep.
You're just seeing him in all 3 parts of the ground at the moment, which is impossible when he's battling his own injuries as well.
Well, the only way for it not to be in their backline is to win it, centre bounce and go forward, isn't it? When they're without English in there, like who is he's so big, but he gives them so much more around the ground as well. Yeah, it makes it very hard. So he has to play that defensive role and get back and help out.
And that's the concern of that final quarter. 25-5 inside 50 Sydney's way. So once it gets locked in there, they can't get it out.
Yep.
I think they were just mentally gone after the big incident with Norton, I reckon, and the stage of the game. They were, 8 goals down at that point in time. I think they were done.
It's 14 poor quarters of footy, really, from the Dogs now, isn't it? Where there's been very few sort of redeeming qualities and all of that. So 3 straight losses. And the second half against Essendon, where it felt like the Bombers had turned the corner and almost maybe in retrospect that the Dogs started to dip the other way, and now they've had personnel issues on top of that. So it doesn't get any easier. Fremantle in Perth next week. Fremantle here next week at Docklands as part of a Friday night doubleheader. The showdown's on the same night. So Adelaide and Port Adelaide both playing one another over in Adelaide. Full-time, Sydney by 11 goals. An incredible 84-point swing in the game after the Dogs kicked the first 3. Sydney dominated from that point on. Charlie Curnow kicking 7. Luke Beveridge is about to front and do press. We'll take you a little bit of that to get the initial thoughts of the Bulldogs coach. Just on the news of the day, though, as it sits in the footy world, Michael Voss spoke this morning about the situation at Carlton. Here's a little of what the Carlton coach had to say about the situation involving Elijah Hollands and the ongoing investigation by the Carlton Football Club as it was then.
I think our people have been bullied, and I think we bully for outcomes. And all I'd just say is that we need to take into consideration the people involved in this. I mean, this impacts families, Jay. You can have your commentary. That's what you do. What we are charged to do is ensure that we maintain the privacy of the player.
Of Michael Voss. We'll talk more about this on ABC AFL Daily, which Brett Delidio will join Ben and myself. You can hear that tomorrow morning. It's available wherever you get your podcast. Mark Murphy's on every Monday, 5 conversations a week. Your home of the footy chat through ABC AFL Daily. Now, the Blues releasing a press conference late tonight, which basically said the Carlton Football Club continues to prioritise the welfare of Elijah Hollands, along with providing ongoing support for his family and our club's people. Through what remains a complex and challenging time. The club can confirm it has responded this evening to the AFL's request and provided an account of the circumstances relating to Hollands and the club's round 6 match, so this time last week against the Pies at the G. The club understands the significant interest in this matter. However, out of respect for the sensitivities involved, the club will not be providing any further comment until the AFL process has been finalised. So that's the latest from the Carlton Football Club. Essentially, their internal investigation, which ran almost a week, has been concluded, and they've now handed that report to the AFL and the Players Association for them to review. And then we'll hear about the next steps, I'm sure, thereafter, about what exactly went on, how it was able to unfold, and a few answers to plenty of the questions that have been raised and and at least publicly not yet answered by the Carlton Football Club. An 11-goal win tonight for the Sydney Swans. Let's check in with Luke Beveridge, who's just sat down for his media conference downstairs.
First things first, what's the latest update you can provide on Aaron Norton?
He's going to go home now, and he'll have his neck looked at tomorrow, and we'll get back to you on it. He appears to have strained up there on that side of his neck from the incident, the occurrence. I mean, the bright side is that there's no signs of concussion, but we'll have to report in once we get something more definitive from a scan.
How tough was it out there to realign your players at three-quarter time to keep their head in the game for the last quarter?
Look, it's been an interesting couple of weeks for that, hasn't it? Look, I think there's a disparity in many things in the game tonight. We started off the game in good fashion. The things that we spoke about beforehand came to the fore. But as the night went on, we probably need to have more experienced players really, really influencing the game. Obviously, Marcus was. Didn't have enough elsewhere, and that helps the younger guys, come up to speed a little bit. But they were just more vibrant. Their speed, their work across the ground, they pressured us into aspects of the game that you don't want to be accustomed to, and it just turned really, really ugly for us. We 15 back half turnovers in a quarter. That last quarter we gave. It's just a world record, and that's skill, it's composure, it's fatigue, many things. So we've got to work through that together and remain optimistic. I just said to the players, look, I'm not a coach that won't talk to their players after a difficult loss, because sometimes it is difficult to know what to say. But my message to them was just, we're here to support you. We're here to look for the next best version of ourselves. And whether that's next week or in 6 weeks' time, who knows? But we've just got to deal with the injury toll. We just got to encourage and help the boys believe that they're good enough to be in a winning Western Bulldogs team. Last few weeks it hasn't been that, but who knows? It could be the following.
In the first quarter, particularly in the first half, you used the slow ball method. Used the ball with a bit more slowness to deny them corridor and speed on the ball movement. Just the thinking about that, and just to try and how you just weren't able to do that in the second half when they really lifted that pressure.
Yeah, I think what you're alluding to is we found each other in space. We used the short ones when we needed to, and then as the game wore on, whether there was a degree of panic, you'd give them credit for their pressure, whatever it was, we couldn't afford to play the long kick to contest game tonight. We weren't set up. The makeup of our team wasn't going to be able to support that element, that aspect of using the ball. So, we fell into a set of circumstances where they just capitalised. I think they had 23 intercept marks, and ultimately, the stuff in close, where they got out of congestion better than us. On turnover, they seemed to outnumber us, and so they just they got us everywhere after that first quarter and a half.
Particularly.
Luke Beveridge speaking at his press conference downstairs. The Sydney Swans by 11 goals over the Western Bulldogs, conceded the first 3 of the game. An 84-point swing from that point on. Swans totally dominant. That's good news, about as good as you could hope for on the Aaron Norton front after he landed awkwardly in the third quarter, was stretchered from the ground, appeared to land on his neck. As you heard from Coach Beveridge there, basically said he's going to have his neck assessed on Friday, but appears to have strained his neck. So that's the latest update from the club. No signs of concussion, so good news, all things considered. From Fran off the SMS, thank you for the call. Really good analysis. How many head knocks can Tom Liberatore tolerate? What if it happens again? Not mozzing him, but it is scary. Yep. So he had 4 in a 12-month period, and then the club sought external advice and cleared all of those and all the scans, came back to play footy, and this is the first one he's had in a long period of time. But He's responded well. He's had no further problems, as we heard from Amit Baines in the pre-game. So there's every chance he plays on Friday night against the Dockers. So good luck to Tom Liberatore.
Yep. I think you have to start to think about your long-term future and life after footy, but it doesn't seem to be entering into Tom's thought process at this point in time. He's just going to keep soldiering on.
So when he had all those scans, they all came back clear and he was right to go, and he hasn't had any ill effects in the short term.
Well, you've got to trust that then, don't you?
Yeah, that's what you've got to go by, and then you're symptomatic wise after those concussions, and then I suppose how he has responded since the latest one. But if he's feeling fine and he's confident in those reports, he just keep playing, I guess.
It would be hard, wouldn't it? Like to have the external commentary that's basically like, hey, you should retire. I imagine as players, like, you want to keep playing, don't you? To have someone externally say, hey, I think it's best that you don't play.
Especially when they've got no inside information on anything. They're looking from the outside and just making a call on it. So, I mean, yeah, I'd be disappointed if I was a player and they were trying to retire when it's an issue with the head knocks. We all know that. But he's gone through the protocols. Previously, they found it to be clear in those scans.
Yep.
So from his end, there's probably no issues other than just being unfortunate in a few of those head knocks.
And the emotional toll. He's a senior member of the team. He's seen players go down left, right and centre, and he's thinking they could do with my help if I'm okay to go.
Big developing story in footy is the appeals board tonight, which is purposely put on a Thursday night, clearly coinciding with the start of the round, where Lance Collard actually had his charge upheld. So the tribunal found him guilty of making a homophobic slur for a second time, and there was essentially a 9-match sanction that was handed down, 2 of those weeks suspended. So the charge was upheld tonight, but the appeals board took the extraordinary step of reducing the sanction down to 4 matches, 2 of which are suspended. So essentially he's got a 2-match ban for what is a second offence that the appeals board have deemed him found guilty of. Notwithstanding, this is an incredibly difficult case to try and judge on. It's just highly unusual to think that the appeals board would take that step, whereas the appeals board's usually determining an error in law, or if something's manifestly excessive or whatever it turns out to be. But to actually to find the player guilty and then alter the sanction by such a way, I'm not saying we're in a bad spot or we shouldn't have been there originally or that Collard should have been found guilty.
It doesn't make sense.
Continued, it just doesn't make sense as a process.
So what was the first? So his first suspension, what was that?
6 weeks.
So he's gone a second time and got 2.
Got 2.
Right.
And he missed last week, he'll miss this week, and then he'll be right to return.
So the view of the appeal board, these are the reasons, and just stay with me here and see if you can get your head around some of this. We observe that football is a hard game. It is highly competitive, particularly at its higher levels. It is commonplace that players can employ language from time to time which is racist, sexist or homophobic whilst on the field. We observe that it's to the credit of the AFL and the tribunal that its efforts to eliminate these comments appear to be succeeding. However, that cannot be at the price of imposing what this board considers to be a crippling penalty on the appellant of this case. Now, it goes on to say, we describe it as crippling because there was evidence before the tribunal in the sanction in both hearings that a penalty of this extent would finish him off as a player of professional football. So we describe it as crippling because there was evidence before the tribunal in this sanction in both hearings that a penalty of this extent would finish him off as a player of professional football. We note the following in regard to Collard. So these are the 5 things that the appeals board notes. First, his previous misconduct in 2024 was more serious and probably far more serious than the present offence. Secondly, his age, he's a young man and he's Indigenous. Thirdly, his difficult background, of which evidence was led. Fourthly, the fact that the recipient of the remark, Hipwell, was not offended by the comment. And fifth, he had at the time struck an opposing player, given away a free kick, and had been jostled, roughened up, and verbally challenged by a number of his opponents. So they're the reasonings as to why they've made the step that they have.
Laughable.
The whole thing's just been it's hard to think that it could have been bungled more completely the whole way through.
I'm with you.
Every dot point then, I just shook my head.
How bad's that as a reflection to have those 5? Like they at the initial point, they should have come together, like in the Butters case, and basically said, hey, we're going to struggle here with the lack of evidence. We believe you. We believe you. There's always the need for ongoing education on this front, whatever it turns out to be. But if the guy's saying I didn't say it. And the other guys are saying, we heard you say it. That's, other than where we ended up, which is a tribunal saying we have to, on the balance of probabilities, lean into one or the other, which is what they did. But how does the appeals board come out and say, hey, due to these reasons, half of which, by the way, are completely missing the point of why we have, sanctions on homophobia and discrimination in the game.
Yeah,
just makes
they've made an excuse for it.
Just makes us look bush league as a sport.
Yeah.
The argument to blow up the tribunal is getting momentum.
Gosh. Yeah.
That's
the time of it, are they?
That's a staggering way in which that's all panned out. So 4 matches with 2 suspended for Lance Collard after another unusual night in the AFL's judicial system process. Sydney by 66 points, the final margin here after the Bulldogs kicked the first 3. The Dogs really got blown away from that point on. 36 of the next 48 scores in the game were on Sydney's side of the board. Mark Murphy is here and he's got the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Yeah, thanks Corby. My one vote goes to the Sydney ruckman in Brodie Grundy. Kicked the 2 goals, 18 disposals, 35 fit-outs. Thought he came on after half-time and really just put the game to bed, I thought, with his physicality and his work around the contest. 2 votes goes to Charlie Curnow. Kicked the 7 goals. I thought I was going to give him the 3, and then he didn't handle the question from Foreman well enough to warrant the 3.
Yeah.
He was disappointing in that response.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I thought he was terrific. It's the best game I've seen him play this year against opponents which were undersized. We will note that, but you still got to go out there and mark the ball the way in which he did, and go back and kick your goals. My 3 goes to Marcus Bontempelli. I thought he was terrific in a losing side, having 29.
Lost by 10 goals.
That's okay, mate. I'm talking about the best player. I'm not talking about the best team. And he's had the 2 goals, 7 score involvements, 6 clearances, 7 inside 50s. I thought he did everything tonight to try and get his team over the line. And I know they've been blown out of the water, but I reckon we will go to the coaches' votes and we'll see both.
He gets
coaches
10.
He'll get 9 minimum.
He's doubled down. 3 for the Bont, 2 for Curnow, 1 for Grundy. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. So 29 touches and 2 goals for the Bont. And he's got top votes from Mark Murphy in the ABC Footballer.
He's come back from Coachella and he's still drunk.
He's scrambled. The brain connections aren't quite there yet, but I reckon I will get...
There's your Friday podcast.
I was about to say...
We'll be certified on Monday when the coaches' votes come through.
I'm going to run watching. I'm going to run it past Benny Cameron, who's on ABC AFL Daily. He's the biggest Bontempelli fan I know. And if it passes Ben's test, I'm going to... If even Ben comes out and says he shouldn't have been best on field, I don't know how we're going to go.
I'm just more worried about Ben's pants, to be honest with you.
We'll see how they go. Great hit out, everyone. It's lovely to have you back, Murph.
Good to be back.
Saturday, footy, obviously huge day. It's actually my favourite 24 hours at the MCG. The Anzac Day Eve game into the Anzac Day blockbuster itself. Obviously the most, what's the word for it? Solemn, poignant day on the Australian calendar. I think it's a day that probably brings us together more than just about any other day on the calendar, which unfortunately we have very few of those as a modern society. But Richmond and Melbourne on the Anzac Day Eve into the game between Collingwood and Essendon. And Lids, you'll be there, part of it tomorrow?
I will be. Celebrating.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
I reckon the Dons go all right too on Saturday.
You tipped them?
Yep. I have.
Okay.
Well, you have too.
I have as well.
I thought you haven't me then.
Both on the Bombers. I like it. And the
Watch them
Tigs
fall after that.
Any chance?
Tiggies, if they can get within 10 goals, I'll be wrapped.
Thanks to you, Clenchy. We'll see you on the ABC TV channels and, of course, through iView. So VFL on Sunday this week, special time.
Yes. Sandy in action, taking on Box Hill. A little flat. Max King makes his return the week after.
Ooh, okay, all the best with that. Thanks to Matt Clench. Thanks to Ben Cameron, to Stuart Hollywood Baker, and to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. The Swans win again. They're up to 6-1 on the season.